Ready? Okay. Hello, everyone. I see it's 4 o'clock, and so we will get started. Thank you for coming. So hello, welcome to this public hearing on proposed amendments to the Land Use Plan for UBC Point Grey campus. My name is Noha Sedki, and I've been appointed by the chair of UBC's Board of Governors as one of the 2 external professional planners to the board's public hearing committee. And I'll be the chair of this public hearing. Bear with me, I have a lot of notes to get us started. I'd like to begin today, first of all, of course, by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. Some housekeeping items. The emergency exits are on those 2 doors over there. There are bathrooms located outside those doors down the hall. Please be advised that the public hearing is being live streamed online. If you are speaking online or in person, your face and name and/or comments may be captured by the live stream. This public hearing is convened under the authority of the statutes, regulations, and ministerial orders of the province of British Columbia. The purpose of this hearing is to receive comments from the public on proposed amendments to the land use plan for the UBC Point Grey campus. Anyone with an interest in the land use plan amendments will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard. The committee will provide these comments to the Board of Governors, and the Board of Governors will consider all public hearing feedback when making a decision to submit the amended land use plan to the Minister of Municipal Affairs for adoption. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views heard. Following a roll call and review of public hearing procedures, Chris Fay, Director, Strategic Policy of UBC Campus and Community Planning, will provide a summary of the proposed land use plan amendments that are subject of this hearing, and then we will start hearing from speakers. So for the roll call, members of the Public Hearing Committee are established in the Provincial Ministerial Order M229, dated August 18th, 2010, a copy of which is available at the registration table outside. So I will call out the Public Hearing Committee members' names and their associations, and I'll ask that each of the committee members respond with present if they are in attendance. Board of Governors member Byron Tom.
Present.
Board of Governors member Alison Bruin.
Present.
Chair of the Board of University Neighborhoods Association, Richard Watson, is absent. Vice President, External Relations for UBC, Robin Sissery.
Present.
Associate Vice President, Campus and Community Planning for UBC, Michael White.
Present.
The 2 external professional planners appointed to the committee by the chair of UBC's Board of Governors, Brent Elliott.
Present.
And myself, Noha Setki. I'm also present. That concludes the roll call. A quorum is present, and this public hearing committee is duly constituted for the purposes of this public hearing. So for the procedures, I'll review instructions regarding conduct and procedure next. If you want to speak and have not already registered to do so, you can join the speakers list at any time until the end of this hearing via the website, the campusvision.ubc.ca/LUP, or you may visit the registration desk, which is outside. Once you are registered as a speaker, you'll be given a speakers list queue number and called to speak in the queue order. For those of you who are here in person, thank you all for coming. There's a lot of you. Once the speaker is 3 numbers ahead of you is called, I'll ask that you please sit in the reserved seating in the front row. Once I call your number and name, please approach the speaker's podium. For those attending online, when you join the meeting, please ensure your first name and last name that appear online match the first name and last name that you use to register as a speaker. This is how staff will identify you, and they'll enable you to speak when it is your turn. If you have any difficulties changing your name online, please contact staff via the chat function in Zoom, and they will assist you. And once I call your number and name, staff will enable your video and mic on Zoom. Please check that you are unmuted and your video is turned on if you would like us to see you. And if your sound or video disconnects during your speaking time and your call is dropped, please rejoin the meeting and staff will move you to be the next speaker and resume your speaking time. All speakers will be called to speak in the queue order. If you are not present when I call you, you'll be moved to the end of the speakers list, and I will call on you again at that time. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing must first be acknowledged by the chair, myself. For all speakers, please begin by clearly stating your name and indicate if you are a student, faculty, staff member, resident, alumni, or have another affiliation with UBC, such as a neighbor. You're then invited to provide your comments regarding the proposed amendments to the Land Use Plan. All information gathered is done in accordance with the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. If anyone has any questions regarding the collection of their personal information, they are directed to please contact Madeleine Zamar, Engagement Manager at Campus and Community Planning at UBC. I don't see her here. Oh, she's over there. It is important that speakers' remarks are limited to the proposed amendments to the Land Use Plan. Speakers must not make comments that are inappropriate, offensive, harassing, or threatening. Speakers who speak off topic may be asked to limit their remarks to the subject at hand, the Land Use Plan amendments. And speakers may not make multimedia presentations, so no PowerPoints, please. Each speaker will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, or 10 minutes if the speaker requires translation. The speaking time limit ensures that everyone will have an opportunity to be heard. If there are any interruptions during a speaker's allotted time, such as a technical malfunction, the timekeeper will pause the clock and resume when the interruption is resolved. Each speaker may speak only once. I'll verbally indicate to the speaker when they have 1 minute remaining. After the speaker has finished, I'll ask committee members if they have any clarifying questions for the speaker. And if so, the speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to respond. When there are no more questions, I will call the next speaker. And a reminder to everyone attending, please be respectful of the members of this committee, the speakers, and the other attendees of this hearing. Please refrain from applause, booing, or heckling. Written comments, if you're interested, anyone interested in making a written submission online, you may do so even if you are speaking as well. All written submissions must be delivered online before the close of the public hearing. All written submissions will be retained by UBC, and copies of submissions will be available on the campusvision.ubc website. If you require any assistance, please see the registration desk or reach out via registration email and staff can help you upload your submission. I now invite Chris Fay, Director, Strategic Policy, UBC Campus and Community Planning, to please advise on the notice of public hearing and whether there were any written submissions received prior to the public hearing.
Thank you, Chair. Consistent with the legislative requirements for the public hearing, we publicized the notice as follows. Two notices posted in the October 31st and November 1st editions of the Vancouver Sun and Province newspapers. Notice also posted online in the UBC newspaper, The Campus Resident, newsletters issued by the Alma Mater Society and Campus and Community Planning, as well as on social media. Notice was posted on notice boards outside the Alumni Center here in the Plaza and in Westbrook Village. We mailed 7,680 notices via Canada Post to all addresses within the UBC neighborhoods, as well as those in the University Endowment lands within 30 meters of the campus boundary. We also posted notices in the lobbies of student residents and held an information session with notification that was November 1st here in the lobby of the Alumni Center. With respect to written submissions, we received 20 written submissions by the November 2nd, 5 p.m. deadline, and those were included in the interim record for the public hearing, and we've received other written submissions that will be included in the final public hearing record that goes to the Board of Governors.
Thank you, Chris. Would you please now present a summary of the proposed land use plan amendments?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Clicker again? Hey guys, is it clicker? Oh, there we go, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So over the past 2 years, UBC has undertaken the Campus Vision 2050 process to develop a 30-year vision for the campus lands. The land use plan amendments that are proposed today are the next step in implementing that vision, as well as the parallel update to UBC's Housing Action Plan, which is the university's housing affordability strategy. Many will know this is the first significant update to UBC's land use plan since 2011, and the first amendment of any sort since 2015. The land use plan itself that we're discussing today, it's the provincially approved regulatory guide to how the Point Grey campus will grow and change over the next 30 years. And much like an official community plan in a city, it includes direction for the amount of growth and policies that shape that growth. The land use plan is adopted by the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and in this case, provincial adoption would enable UBC to begin implementing Campus Vision 2050 and the Housing Action Plan. The public hearing that we're all here at today is the final phase of a 2-year-long engagement process on the land use plan and Campus Vision 2050. It's been UBC's most extensive land use engagement process ever, including deep engagement with more than 100 groups and more than 13,000 touch points with faculty, students, staff, residents, partner organizations, First Nations, including Musqueam. The engagement included significant support for directions in the proposed land use plan amendments, as well as significant concerns, and we'll hear both today, about critical community issues, affordable housing, climate action, service levels on campus, and concerns about UBC's unique governance, including with respect to land use planning. All of the feedback that we heard over the last 2 years and that we hear at the public hearing tonight will be presented to the UBC Board of Governors when the board considers submitting the land use plan to the province for adoption, which we expect will take place December 5th after the public hearing. The land use plan itself, the core of it is this map here, Schedule A, which sets out land uses for the campus. The amendments proposed today for discussion adjust the land uses from the 2011 land use plan on the left to the draft proposed land use plan on the right. Key changes include expanding the green academic land use to protect areas of land-based research on the Totem Fields and in South Campus, as well as expanding neighborhood boundaries in the existing Westbrook Place and Hawthorne Place neighborhood, and in the future Stadium and Acadia areas to enable UBC to deliver more community housing over the next 30 years. Schedule B of the land use plan is a new addition to the land use plan that's not in the current land use plan. It includes the maximum growth that's permissible in each of those future neighborhoods that will be developed over the next 30 years. Along with the land use plan's enabling of academic growth, the proposed land use plan amendment for neighborhood growth results in a 20% increase to the amount of neighborhood housing over UBC's current land use plan, And over the next 30 years, that's projected to approximately double UBC's campus neighborhood population to 35,700 people. The amended land use plan also includes a number of policies that would shape this growth in the neighborhoods and the academic lands of campus, including affordable housing requirements in UBC's Housing Action Plan, and continuing the provision of open space, retail, and community spaces in the neighborhoods and on campus. There's a number of other policies throughout the land use plan. This is a very significant amendment to the 2011 version. To accommodate the growth in the neighborhoods and the academic parts of campus, the land use plan proposes increasing maximum building heights, both in academic areas and neighborhood lands. It includes increased commitments to providing student and community housing that are balanced with UBC's financial capacity and the tools the university has available to finance and build housing. It includes new commitments that aren't in the current land use plan to integrating biodiversity and ecology measures into more detailed campus and neighborhood plans that will follow to implement the land use plan over the next 30 years. It also includes ambitious new climate action commitments reflecting UBC's campus climate plans and an ongoing neighborhood climate action plan that's under development right now. The legislation governing the land use plan requires a regional context statement, which connects the land use plan to Metro Vancouver's regional growth strategy. So this amended land use plan also updates that regional context statement. Metro Vancouver's regional growth strategy, Metro 2050, has designated UBC as a frequent transit development area, which is a focus of expanding growth in a growing region. And Metro Vancouver recently confirmed that the draft amended land use plan contributes to meeting the regional growth strategy's targets for growth for affordable housing and for ecological protection. Finally, the land use plan includes a number of implementation commitments to work formally with Musqueam on engagement and implementation of the land use plan, to work with the UNA and the University Neighborhoods Association and other groups on the campus, including the Alma Mater Society, on the more detailed plans and projects that will bring the land use plan into reality over the next 30 years. And here's what that implementation looks like, is a more detailed planning work in neighborhoods and the academic part of the campus, more detailed policy work like the ongoing update to UBC's Neighborhood Climate Action Plan, which we expect to complete next year, and detailed technical work to address issues like servicing, rainwater management, transportation, strategies to grow important community amenities like childcare, and specific projects like the advancing a student housing project on the St. John's and Vanier College sites. And finally, updating the Westbrook Place neighborhood plan would be the university's first step in implementing the land use plan, which would accommodate the growth in the Westbrook Place neighborhood over the next 5 to 10 years. Finally, in terms of next steps after this public hearing, this committee will provide the Board of Governors a summary report of the public hearing feedback, both the written and speaker submissions. That's expected to go to the board's December 5th meeting. And I think it's important to clarify that in the lead up to the public hearing, there was some confusion about the decisions that the Board of Governors can make at that December 5th meeting. This public hearing committee is governed by procedural rules adopted by the board and required by legislation. Those procedural rules do not limit the Board of Governors' decision-making in any way. They allow the Board of Governors to endorse, to decline, or to further amend the proposed land use plan that's being discussed today. If the board chooses to amend the land use plan and changes the land uses or decreases or increases the proposed density in the land use plan, the rules require another public hearing. And that's important to ensure, just like today's public hearing, that everyone with an interest in those amendments has a chance to make themselves heard and to hear each other. If the board at its December meeting approves submitting the land use plan to the Minister of Municipal Affairs for adoption and the province adopts it, then the Board of Governors of UBC can formally approve Campus Vision 2050 and the Housing Action Plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the overview, Chris. Before I call on the first set of speakers, I'll just note that the public hearing will be adjourned to tomorrow if all registered speakers have not had an opportunity to speak prior to 10:45 p.m. today. It'll be at the same location starting at 4 p.m. No further notice of public hearing will be required. Please also note that the public hearing may be recessed every 2 hours for a break. And on that note, I will now call the first speaker, number 1, Fei Sophie Wu. Is Fei Sophie Wu here? Fei Sophie Wu? Okay. I will now move on to speaker number 2, Cindy Cito. Is Cindy Cito here? Cindy Cito. No Cindy Cito. Okay. Speaker number 3 is signed in, Bridget Clarkston. Please come up. Please begin by clearly stating your name, and please let us know if you're a student, faculty, staff member, resident, alumni, or have another affiliation with UBC.
Hello, my name is Bridget Clarkston. I am a teaching professor in the Faculty of Science here at UBC Vancouver, as well as a resident of the Vancouver campus.
Please go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Your time has started.
I first want to acknowledge the work of campus and community planning and the Herculean task of crafting a plan that simultaneously mitigates climate change, lessens the housing crisis, furthers Indigenous reconciliation, and generates profit for the UBC endowment. But this is the task before you. And the current land use plan has fundamental issues stemming, in my opinion, from prioritizing short-term profit of the UBC Endowment Fund over anything else. Our university sees itself as a climate change and sustainability leader, saying, for example, that we lead the way in climate action and global impact, as stated in our UBC Forward donation campaign. But this land use plan does not move us forward. It leaves us stuck in the past. One of many examples. This plan is very clear that building height will increase to 39 stories in Westbrook Village, and the resident population will increase from 15 to over 30,000 people. Yet the plan provides no quantifiable strategy related to ecology and biodiversity, with only a vague target of, I quote, identify, enhance, and manage important areas of biodiversity on campus. The City of Vancouver is committing to increasing tree canopy cover to 40%, a tangible number, and we are not even providing a quantifiable equivalent. How can we call this climate leadership? This is 2023. We know the importance of tree canopy cover to climate change mitigation. We know that unhealthy ecosystems are unhealthy places to learn, work, and live. We also know from our recent biodiversity assessment that the ecological health of this campus is degraded. Strong leadership is required for its improvement. Treating ecosystem health as, at best, an afterthought is how development was done in the past. This land use plan is our leadership document. This is how we move forward. So let's actually demonstrate climate action leadership and amend this plan to strengthen and quantify the ecological and biodiversity sections. My second point. The University Act mandates that the members of the board of a university must act in the best interest of the university. My question is, how on earth is it in the best interests of the university in our current and worsening housing crisis to commit 60% of new housing to private market rate development that will be unaffordable to the vast majority of people who actually study and work here? Yes, we gain immediate profit for the endowment, but in the long term, what are we losing? We have already lost high-quality faculty, staff, and student recruits because of our lack of affordable housing. This will only get worse with this current land use plan. So I say, let's actually demonstrate sustainability leadership and amend this plan to increase affordable on-campus housing for students, faculty, and staff. Finally, my comments are a direct appeal to the two governors here today. This is your legacy as UBC governors. Your actions will have decades-long consequences to this campus. This plan is not in the best interests of this university. So I implore you, as governors, to demand amendments to this plan. 4 specifically.
1 minute, Bridget.
Commit specific enforceable targets in the land use plan for ecological and biodiversity protection and enhancement. Commit much more than 3,300 new student beds over 27 years. Allocate more than 25% of new housing to faculty and staff below market rental. And finally, put language into the land use plan that will actually require all new development to adhere to the forthcoming NCAP policies. I love UBC. I am not against development. I am very much for sustainable, responsible development. On December 5th, please require amendments to this plan. It would be so wonderful if this board's legacy was to truly move us forward and to be the climate and sustainability leaders that we say we are. Thank you.
Wow, Bridget, you managed to do that with 4 seconds remaining. That's very impressive timekeeping. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. We will move to the next speaker, number 4, Brad Powers. Brad, as well, please state your name and indicate, yeah.
No
Okay.
worries.
Got it.
My name is Brad Powers. I am an associate professor of production technology in the Department of Theater and Film within the Faculty of Arts here at UBC. I also live in the UBC community, and I have for the last 12 years, 10 years in Westbrook Village in faculty and staff housing, and now almost 2 years in Hawthorne as one of the few newer faculty members that have been able to afford to buy over here thanks to the housing assistant programs from the university. My feedback centers around the continued use of a short-sighted, inappropriate, and I would say failed financial model for creating revenue from the land that the Board of Governors holds stewardship over. The plan should focus on long-term cash flow and affordable housing. First priority should be affordable student housing, and then affordable housing for faculty and staff. There should be no more market housing, which is driving the short-term cash flow. 3 main issues I want to address, I hope to address in my 5 minutes, is the current and continuing financial model, which uses provincial resources to exacerbate the housing affordability crisis. Provincial use resources should not be exacerbating that affordability crisis, and elected governance for the people that live on these lands. This plan has been and continues to be a short-term cash flow model. This is how I see the current and proposed model. The past and proposed current model. Lease parcels of land to a developer for a large chunk of upfront cash. Side note, the information of what that land is being sold for, to my understanding by UBC's Properties Trust, is not a public institution, so we don't even know what this land is being sold for. There is a lot of hidden information that does not seem right being from a public institution. That money from selling the large chunks of land then comes back to the university for the endowment and for uses. My biggest problem with this financial model, I have been informed numerous times from Mr. Ray from Chris from Campus and Community Planning that the university cannot borrow money to build student housing and must get that capital from the use of this land, and to get that money quickly so we can use that capital, build the student housing. Does anyone on campus and community planning, if I'm allowed to ask a question, if not, I will keep going, know which law and which section says that that money cannot be borrowed?
You'll run out of time,
Okay,
though,
great.
Chris. Yeah, you may
this
want to
is-
keep going.
I would say this is a misleading statement. I spoke to Saeed Shoaib at MLA David Evy's office to clarify this statement from campus and community planning. He was then in contact with the Ministry of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills and the Ministry of Housing. They were both brought in to help answer this question. The specific legislation behind the restriction on external borrowing for public post-secondary institution lies in the University Act. Here are the words of the Act. Borrowing, 58, Section 1. With the approval of the Minister and Minister of Finance, a university may borrow money for the purposes of purchasing or otherwise acquiring land for the use of the university, or A was the first one, B, erecting, repairing, adding to, furnishing, or equipping any building or other structure for the use of the university. My next step was to follow up with David Evy's office and ask for effectively a Freedom of Information question. Has UBC asked for this? According to David Evy's office, we are not aware, this is a quote from an email, we are not aware of UBC asking for an exemption or permission from the standard processes to borrow money.
1 minute, Brad.
In the past, UBC has borrowed money and undergone the province's government approval process to build student housing at UBCO, Algonquin. Currently, government is in discussions with UBC around potential future student housing projects. How is it that CCP, Campus Community and Planning, is telling us that borrowing for student housing is not an option if UBC has never asked for approval or an exemption to borrow? If they had done any long-term cash flow plans, starting with Hampton Place, for long-term cash flow from owning property and getting rents, we would have a large cash flow right now. 30 years later, Chris even said in another meeting that in 20 to 30 years, your property would be paid off and it would be positive cash flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. You may want to stay up for a second. Perhaps I could ask staff if they would like to respond to the questions around borrowing.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Happy to. The provincial government has a moratorium on all universities and colleges in the province borrowing money to pay for things like student housing or capital projects. You're right that in the legislation, universities and colleges are allowed to, but in practice, they haven't been allowed to for many, many years. UBC's had many discussions with the Provincial Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Post-Secondary Education, looking for an opportunity to borrow money for student housing, but it hasn't been successful so far. So we're fortunate in that we have a model that relies on the endowment to provide more than 5,000 beds of student housing over the last decade. Without that model and without an ability to borrow from the province, we would not be able to build student housing on campus.
Are there any questions? Clarification required? Okay, thank you, Brad. I will ask everyone to refrain from applause, please. Thank you. The next speaker is number 5, Connor Kearns.
Hi, my name is Connor Kearns, and I'm Associate Professor in the Department of Psychology and also a UBC resident.
Thank you.
I also want to note my husband is a UBC graduate student, my 7-year-old son goes to Norma Rose Point and UBC Aftercare, and my 2-year-old is at UBC's Huckleberry Daycare. So my career and my family are growing up here at UBC. I care a lot about this place and the plans being crafted now to shape, safeguard, and ensure its prosperity in the future. Developing a plan to suit the needs of a large, diverse UBC community for the next 30 years is a momentous task, and I understand fully that it's quite difficult to make everyone happy. Nonetheless, the problems inherent to the proposed plan are not squabbles related to small group interests. I think they reflect fundamental issues related to housing affordability, environmental sustainability and preparedness, and accountability to the community, which are not adequately addressed in the proposed land use plan, and which question whether this plan in its current form can truly serve the best interests of UBC's academic mission, its community, and its legacy. The board has already been alerted of the need for an amended plan by its own members, and I would like to use my time today to magnify those points to ensure that they receive the full discussion that they merit. Governor Dr. Charles Menzies put forth a motion to defer the land use plan before this hearing today. He described, in the midst of a climate emergency, the land use plan contains no clear, measurable targets to mitigate adverse effects, seeks to significantly increase population density on campus while simultaneously cutting usable neighborhood open space by as much as 50%, and limits UBC's faculty staff target housing to 15% of build out in the context of a global housing affordability crisis. In support of Dr. Menzies' concerns, it is worth noting that the land use plan proposes a reduction in usable open space in the neighborhoods to a level below which international guidelines associated with the World Health Organization show compact cities should minimally provide. In further support of the need for concrete and enforceable ecological targets, a recent ecological baseline report conducted by UBC concluded that over 50% of campus soft landscapes, that means not paved, are already in low or very low ecological condition. Yet the current land use plan aims to double population density and building heights with no data provided on the anticipated environmental effects or how they will be mitigated. Experts in social and environmental sustainability within UBC's own faculty have asserted that there are simple solutions and language that could be added to this land use plan to ensure that population growth and large intact ecosystems are jointly achieved. But that language is missing from the plan in its current form. The expertise of UBC is missing in this plan, but that does not need to be the case if appropriate amendments are required by the board. On the subject of housing affordability, the Housing Action Plan submitted alongside the Land Use Plan plans for 75% of new development to be market rate housing. That is housing that is unaffordable to the majority of UBC's faculty, staff, and students. For context, the current market rate in Westbrook for a new build is $1.5 million for a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot apartment and around $4,000 for a 2-bedroom rental. This represents a direct threat to our ability to recruit, retain, and promote the well-being of a truly exceptional and diverse student body and workforce. UBC salaries, UBC TA-ships, UBC fellowships cannot keep up with this market now, and they will not be able to keep up with it in 30 years. UBC needs housing, affordable housing in hand to plan for the future. An amended plan is needed, which will balance the need to grow our endowment with an equally pressing need to ensure that the people who are what make UBC a world-class institution have a means to live here now and in the decades to come.
1 minute, please.
Finally, Governor Dr. Anna Kindler drew a direct comparison between UBC to Port Moody, a city of comparable size to that projected for 2050. She said, is UBC ready and able to manage a city of this size? Port Moody has 10 schools, 2 firehouses, its own community hospital, a 24-hour emergency room. It has 500 to 1,000 employees with exclusive mandates to manage the city. Land use plan is silent on how our new large city will be managed, governed, and serviced, and does not provide any concrete estimates of the necessary level of services or new infrastructure that will be required to support it. Who and how will we look over the well-being and quality of life and sustainability of this large new community? My concern is also for UBC's academic mission. Taking responsibility of such a large residential community would be a significant mission drift for the university and the board. I could not agree with Dr. Kindler more, and I hope this is discussed and an amendment required. To close, I will end with a reminder brought to me by colleague Dr. Fritz Getz, who submitted his comments in writing but could not be here today. UBC's mottos are, it is yours and a place of mind. If this plan is enacted in its current form, I am sure that that will not happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your for speaking. Any questions?
Just one quick clarification. So there's a kind of a repeated question around the uses of the endowment. I wonder if staff could just clarify what those the majority of those uses are that for using endowment funds.
Sure, happy
Thank
to.
you.
So, since the beginning of UBC's land development with Hampton Place in the 1990s, the land development proceeds have been placed into the endowment. There's approximately $1 billion to date. That money is used to provide services for the community, the pipes in the ground, the roads, the aquatic center on campus. That money is also used since 2012 to build student housing, so the actual financing, like a mortgage to build student housing. Since 2017, the money's also been used to provide faculty home ownership affordability programs and primarily loans for new faculty and retention of existing faculty to afford homes in Metro Vancouver. All of that money generates income. There's interest paid on those loans, there's interest paid on those student housing projects, and that income goes into UBC's operating budget and has primarily supported capital projects for the university. The pharmaceutical building, the IK Barber Library, Allard Hall. That's how the university uses the revenue from land development.
Thank you, Chris. We will now go to the next speaker. Is that number 6, Corinne Larson?
Yes. Thank you for holding this public hearing. I appreciate the time to speak publicly. I know that the consultation's been...
Corinne, could you please state your name and your affiliation, please?
I'm Corinne Larson. I have been a resident of the UNA neighborhoods for 11 years. I currently live in the Hawthorne neighborhood.
Thank you.
It's been really interesting for the last decade to see the lands develop and how certain things are limited by the procedures and policies of UBC. So, I'm sorry, just right up to get my spot. There is a sense of growth that happens here, but there's also limitation because of the policies of the UBC Properties Trust of how we approach our commercial needs. So there's a request that you have a given business track record for in order to qualify for a lease, say in the Westbrook neighborhoods. So you can't be a chain because that's too much, but you have to have a proven track record, which leaves no kind of room for the startups. And so it doesn't promote innovation, it doesn't promote entrepreneurship. And part of the problem that I see with the campus vision is that when you talk about amenities, you talk about coffee shops and convenience stores. And that's not what we need. Does anyone here live in the neighborhoods? Like, we need a home store. We need places to gather. We need community. But also our places to gather, like the parks, don't work like the Vancouver parks because they don't have washrooms. All the Vancouver parks have washrooms. We have the community center, but try to walk with someone under 5 to the community center from any of the parks, and it's not possible. So I'm asking for a step back from the campus vision plan, which is amazing in one sense, but lacks the details of like how it feels to live here. And some of those policies of what are going to drive this new expansion don't actually work on this scale. And I don't believe that they're going to scale up well. So really, if we can consider the livability of what we have and what we need, then we can consider scaling up. But right now, it feels like everything's based on the brochure. Even though those beautiful images behind you, they're going to be marred by these mega towers that have all sorts of people. And I don't know where those people go and get their groceries. And I also don't understand how like the current transportation for like the campus shuttles don't meet current need. So how does that get scaled up? Like, can we address what we have in order to let us grow? And then we can consider what it's gonna do. Because right now, I feel like there's a lot of unintended consequences to what you're requesting, basically. And I appreciate the community engagement, but I also feel like we've been engaging with the forums or the staff that are on tents, but we bring up longstanding issues and the staff don't know. So if we're not going to have a true engagement, I don't know how we can really like sign off on this plan. So if we consider the brochure as the mantra as like, welcome to UBC. What do we actually want that to be? And how do we live in that brochure? So thank you for the time.
Thank you for speaking. I wonder, could staff mention if there's been any discussion around transportation? Is that a transportation plan?
Yes. The land use plan and the vision do lay out a comprehensive approach to future transportation. First, preparing for SkyTrain, and we're working with the province right now, developing the business case. So hoping to see that arrive within the next 5 to 7 years. The vision and the land use plan also lay out, an integrated multimodal transportation network, seeking to meet our transportation plan goals of reducing emissions and meeting our mode share targets, so that 2/3 of all trips by 2040 are made by sustainable modes. And we certainly recognize that with growth comes additional people and traffic. So we really want to work with TransLink to improve the transportation network, bring SkyTrain, but also really improve the local network for pedestrians and cyclists, and our active transportation network. So it's all laid out in the land use plan, and we're going to be developing further strategies and targets through the neighborhood plan for Westbrook, as well as doing intersection improvements to make sure that additional traffic is managed, as well as through the campus plan and an updated transportation plan over the next year or so.
Thanks, Joanne. I think also it might be helpful if you could provide, if staff could provide an overview of the engagement process at a high level, if you could, just in response to the
around
concern.
transportation or amenities?
No, the engagement process that was undertaken as part of the land use plan. And my understanding from Corinne's question was that there wasn't adequate engagement. Did I misinterpret that?
Part of it is it felt adequate in terms of location or the numbers or the fact that it could be survey or in person, this or that. But I felt like the people in the tent to actually have the face-to-face conversations actually couldn't engage in those conversations because they didn't know. And so we'd lay out like the history or why certain things were an issue, and they would make a note of it. So I feel like the engagement was a lot of letting information out and not having conversations. And so I actually kind of felt like that was not engagement, it was data collection. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you. Yeah. The engagement process did span over the more than 18-month process. And as you saw Chris present, it included a lot of different forums, workshops, speakers, road shows, community conversations. We collected so much input and feedback. The appendix to the engagement summary report, which is online, has all the almost verbatim input received. And at each step along the way, we had 3 major phases of engagement throughout the process. Staff worked exceptionally hard to incorporate that feedback into the plans. And, I can say from, when the initial draft was presented earlier this year and how the plans have evolved, the input from the community is seen. I would say, around amenities, I hear you in terms of just, the specific character and the local needs of the community need to be built into future development, and not have chain stores and expensive, affordability. That was a huge theme. And I think, even community spaces, multi-faith spaces, gathering spaces, different types of amenities, places that can foster entrepreneurship and learning, and using the campus as a living lab. Those sorts of ideas are expressed in the campus vision, and they are commitments in the land use plan, and we will be working with the community. Engagement isn't stopping. Going forward, we're developing a neighborhood amendment to the Westbrook Neighborhood Plan, and we really want to work with the community to try to land those commitments in real ways, in ways that aren't necessarily showing up in the current neighborhoods. And so we do want to continue to work and achieve exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I think
Thank
part
you.
of my disconnect was that it's like when it says amenities in certain spots, it literally has an asterisk, coffee shop or convenience store. So that's where I'm afraid that that becomes the running law. And I know that I also didn't use all my 5 minutes. So I think that we need to see where our input comes through, and I actually respectfully don't see it coming through in a lot of places.
Just as a procedural point, you have 2 minutes to respond to the question of clarification, so you are fine for time. Thank you.
Can I use the 48 seconds?
Yes, you may.
I think part of it is that, sorry. It's the context of livability, and I don't know that when the Westbrook neighborhood had to absorb the land density from the farm, it drastically changed the third quadrant, which is west of Westbrook and almost fully developed, and then it will definitely change this last quadrant that's being developed. And the change is palpable in terms of traffic, the amount of parking that's allotted for the buildings, especially the ones that UBC is renting. We don't have the parking spots because they're like, oh, we don't rent them,
Corrine.
but there's not enough space.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? All right. We'll move to speaker number 7. Kate Rowe, please come forward. Please state your name and your connection to UBC.
Yeah, my name is Kate Rowe. I'm an alumni and a current staff member at UBC. So I graduated from UBC in 2021, so I'll be mostly speaking from a student perspective today. As a former undergraduate student at UBC, I like to mention that university life is about more than just attending classes. It's about engaging in diverse experiences, such as volunteering as a research assistant in research labs, leading student initiatives on campus, participating in student clubs that shape well-rounded individuals, preparing them for future careers and academic pursuits. These opportunities are fundamental to our growth, and a short, accessible commute to campus is essential in ensuring that every student can actively participate in these enriching experiences. However, they often remain out of reach due to factors like unaffordable housing and lengthy commutes. I can also attest to this personally, as it was part of my experience as well. Unfortunately, during my undergrad program, I could not secure student housing and had to live off campus. As a financially independent student, I had to heavily rely on student loans, with a significant portion dedicated to covering the rent for my apartment. Despite the financial strain, my apartment was still located an hour away from UBC, given the high cost of living in Vancouver. To make ends meet and pursue my academic goals, I also had to juggle multiple jobs, all while striving to maintain good grades. The combination of financial constraints and lengthy commutes placed additional limitations on my ability to participate in important extracurricular activities on campus and get good grades. I often found myself torn between academic responsibilities, work, and the desire to engage in enriching experiences outside the classroom. All of this is to say, affordable housing and having access to student housing is an equity issue. Without access to housing and student beds, there is no equitable education, and we're just setting up for more and more societal disparities. I'd also like to note that lengthier commutes disproportionately affect students who face diverse needs, particularly neurodivergent students who deal with sensory sensitivities. Public transportation is full of triggers for sensory overload, and lengthier commutes can pose significant challenges to these students, hindering their well-being and academic success. It is essential that we recognize how unaffordable housing and difficult commutes can exacerbate existing inequities within our UBC community, affecting those who are already marginalized or vulnerable. The UBC Land Use Plan, in its current form, allocates 75% of the new housing to market rate rental or purchase. This leaves many students, staff, and faculty struggling to find affordable accommodation. Currently, there are approximately 1,300 beds within UBC housing. Consider that last year, 60 and 600 students were enrolled in UBC, Vancouver. However, the current land use plan only proposed to build only 300 student beds in the next 27 years. 3,300 student beds. I come before you today not only to express my concerns, but also to propose important amendments to the UBC Land Use Plan. My first proposal is to prioritize student, faculty, and staff housing over private development. The core mission of our university is to foster an environment of learning and research, and this mission starts with providing affordable housing options for those who contribute to this vibrant community. Let us ensure that the UBC community has access to housing that aligns with their financial needs. I also propose that we decouple student housing from Campus Vision 2050 and immediately focus on building enough housing for every student who needs it now, while maintaining compliance with the UBC Climate Action Plan. Every student should have the opportunity to reside on this campus without the burden of unaffordable housing. I also propose to consider decoupling UBC's land use plan from its revenue model. This will allow us to provide more affordable rental housing and home ownership on campus for faculty and staff, thus contributing to greater environmental and social sustainability. Lastly, please confirm that Land Use Plan 2050 residential development plans will not be approved until ecological reports and recommendations from sustainability experts are publicly released and findings are integrated into the revised plan with community and shareholder consultation, including Musqueam and other Indigenous community members. Ensuring sustainable and ecologically responsible residential development should not require a delay in meeting student housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I'll just mention, if you would refrain from applause, that'd be much appreciated. I've been told that number 8 was a duplicate. Oh, actually, is there any questions? I was told that number 8 was a duplicate, so we can go to number 9, Lacey Samuels.
Hello, my name is Lacey Samuels. I'm a professor in the Department of Botany in the Faculty of Science. I run a research group and I'm a former department head, so I have had a front row seat to the housing challenges at UBC, and these are particularly acute for our undergraduates, as we've just heard, graduate students and staff, but increasingly also for young faculty and all of the challenges that is causing us with recruitment. Before I go further, I'd like to commend Michael White and his team at Campus and Community Planning. I think their consultations have been effective, especially in listening to the needs of the biodiversity and plant research community. These efforts have been greatly appreciated in preserving the land that we need for plant and biodiversity research. That said, I feel they have been given a completely impossible task: mitigate climate change, solve the housing crisis, help with Indigenous reconciliation, while optimizing profits for the UBC endowment. I think there are two fundamental problems with the current land use plan. First, as Dr. Kindler has alluded to, there's the lack of functional governance and municipal oversight on UBC campus and the adjacent university endowment lands. This urgently must be resolved before adding tens of thousands of additional residents. The province of BC must resolve this lack of governance issues in West Point Grey as a whole before UBC can make a meaningful land use plan. And one reason I say that is I think there's a lot of potential in the adjacent university endowment land neighborhoods, which of course can't be presently addressed by this plan because it's not under the control of UBC. But according to Statistics Canada's 2021 census, in the neighborhood immediately adjacent to the university, east of Westbrook Mall, so if you picture where the bus loop is, just across the hedge there, in that neighborhood, only 45% of the houses are occupied by the usual residents. So with the current land use plan, university endowment lands neighborhoods north of University Boulevard will continue to have less than 1,000 people, while just south of University Boulevard, there'll be tens of thousands of people packed into small, environmentally degraded areas. My second issue with the current plan is around the financial model that we've heard so much about tonight. UBC must come up with alternative financial strategies that don't put the interests of real estate developers and investors ahead of the desperate needs of the UBC community. I think the Board of Governors must, at this point, really critically assess if market housing model to raise revenue still serves UBC. And I hear from what Chris is saying, maybe we're addicted to it at this point, but maybe it's time to break that addiction now. I'd really love to see what the creative minds in campus and community planning could do if their hands were not tied by these constraints of market housing development. If they could dream big and plan tree canopies and housing that serves the divergent needs of our students, staff, and faculty. So I'd strongly urge the Board of Governors to decline to endorse this plan at this time until the provincial government has resolved the governance issues and stop giving or leasing UBC lands to private developers. Thank you.
Thanks, Lacey. Any questions for Lacey? We'll move to speaker number 10, Michael Kearns, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Kearns. I've been a staff member at UBC's Chan Center for 5 years. My guys are back there doing the Wi-Fi. My wife is a tenured professor here at UBC, and along with our two sons who attend elementary school and daycare here on campus, we are permanent campus residents and plan to be for the foreseeable future. Moreover, I am a second-year full-time master's student studying architecture and landscape architecture. Coming to you in all these capacities in the only legislated public hearing of the Board of Governors on this matter, I have grave concerns with the 2050 Land Use Plan as it stands, and I respectively ask that you, the Board of Governors, reject it in its current form for the following reasons. Affordability in housing. First of all, 33% for students is just not enough. I have students who have actually dropped out of the program because they can't find housing in the architecture master's degree. Canada in general and Vancouver especially are experiencing a historic crisis of housing affordability that threatens the very fabric of society, as productive members of society, such as hardworking families, can no longer afford to buy a home or even rent one in the case of Vancouver, in and around the places where they work and where they want to raise their families. UBC campus neighborhoods is no exception to this rule. With a 2-bedroom condo on campus going for over $1.3 million, it's not even the very high average salaries of UBC tenured professors, which is at $175,000, is enough to pass the stress test of $250,000 stress test to get a mortgage on a house of that price. So that's a 2-bedroom. This high cost of housing has already begun to affect the recruitment and retainment of faculty, staff, and students at the university, as you've heard already. The university will struggle to maintain this high academic standard that it has currently with the international community if people are not being able to recruit and live here. Rather than leading the way to help finding solutions to this imminent and growing problem, I feel that this land use plan just seeks to take advantage of the unfortunate situation that is presented before us, asking the province for twice the square footage per area for its market rate development over the next 30 years. This move will likely exacerbate the affordability issue, leading to less students, faculty, and staff able to live where they work and go to school here at UBC. Sustainability. What impact will this new market rate development have on local, regional, global ecology and climate? I would ask that you all please reflect on whether you, as the Board of Governors, have been given comprehensive answers to the following questions before you approve for the current land use plan. First of all, where will the poop go? The Iona Island Primary Sewage Treatment Plant is undergoing its own massive expansion and has increased in cost up to $10 billion at this point, and is currently operating over capacity upon the faculties. And the new facility isn't estimated to be completed until 2038, and is very likely to be outpaced by growing regional populations not to mention that it's located a stone's throw from the Musqueam Reservation. Instead of contributing to this overload, I feel that UBC could leverage its ideas and technology that it has from campus research and faculty to reduce this waste burden rather than add to it. Also, how will the doubling of heights in buildings affect the coastal bird migration and wind patterns? Did the tornado that touched down on UBC's campus in 2021 have anything to do with the high-rises built in Westbrook neighborhood? I don't know. Has there been a study? I have learned as an architecture student that tall buildings have a dramatic effect on wind patterns. And has a wind study been done regarding doubling the building heights here on campus? The promontory, as we saw today, is a very wind-ridden place. And then how will these changes affect the migration patterns of bird species?
You have less than 1 minute, Michael.
Sure. How will runoff and increased landscape irrigation affect erosion on the cliffs and hillsides in the surrounding campus? And has a comprehensive environmental assessment been completed regarding these and many other potential impacts of the proposed land use plan? I have asked campus community planning about this, but have not seen one. Finally, governance. The CBC article, I think, said it all. We need a new government structure here on UBC's campus for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Dare I ask staff the poop question?
Always happy to respond to a poop question. Through the land use plan update process, UBC's collaborated with a number of service providers, including Metro Vancouver. The regional growth strategy includes the growth projections in the land use plan, and Metro Vancouver has confirmed that the servicing is in place for sewer and water capacity to support that level of growth, including sewage that goes to the Iona treatment plant.
Also, wind study or any data on bird migration, if it's upcoming or has been completed?
So the impact of tall buildings on bird migration and bird flight has, we do have building design guidelines for bird protection, and so we would be using those. Also, the siting and location of those buildings would be developed through the neighborhood plan process, and would be considering the best layout and location to mitigate those impacts.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is joining us electronically via Zoom. It's number 11, Ren Zhu. Ren, please go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know your connection to UBC.
Thank you. You're able to hear me, right?
Yes, you're clear.
Okay, good, thank you. Hi, my name is Ren, and I'm a campus resident. I'm a former UBC undergraduate student, and I live with a family member who is a UBC employee who works in basic scientific research. And like other speakers before me, I urge the panel before me to consider the LUP in its current form. So under the LUP, the proposed university town will double in population in terms of residents. This is concerning because UBC's land endowment sits at 14 kilometers squared. And it's small when it's compared to municipalities of similar population, such as Port Moody, which happens to be 25 kilometers squared. The LUP proposes to house roughly the same population as Port Moody in about half the space. But since UBC is an academic institution, most of the space on campus is dedicated to teaching and research spaces, which are important, critical, and valuable. But this leaves way less residential space. And I cannot begin to emphasize the fact that we do not have enough affordable housing for faculty and graduate students, and they are the backbone of every research institution such as UBC. If UBC claims itself to be an international leveled research institution, then displacing research staff and faculty is simply not in its best interest. And as others have said before me, we are already losing qualified candidates to other institutions because of this lack of affordability. So instead of catering to an investor class population, as the city of Vancouver and UBC has prioritized for more than the last 2 decades, there needs to be a larger percentage, a much higher percentage of new buildings for staff and faculty and students for below market pricing. And although the university administration may argue the need for commercial land development, former students continue to be asked for donations while knowing the size of UBC's endowment. And I know UBC is capable of providing more housing for its workers who are critical to its mission. Not to mention, having faculty, staff, and graduate students housed on campus means more collaboration. It means more meaningful development for every aspect of the campus community, and as well a reduction to greenhouse emissions. And having lived in several different communities in campus, I noticed that the LUP places student housing in very close proximity to resident housing. And as someone who has experienced a living arrangement precisely like this, I know this is a really bad idea. And it has already caused a lot of tension between both parties because as compared to students, residents have very different values and priorities in their lives, as also with their level of noise tolerance specifically. And since the LUP places residential buildings close to, just right next to student housing, this will lead to a lot of future conflicts. Furthermore, there are also not enough community space and utility for residents. Most public space in the UAL cater to student needs, and there's very little usable indoor space that exists for residents between September and May. And then there are also not enough critical services in the UAL in comparison to the population that's already housed. This includes medical care, as well as the number of grocery stores. There's 3 each, I think, of the number of medical offices and grocery stores in campus. And this actually is a huge problem, as you can see, because there's already so many people on campus. And it's also...
1 minute left, Ren.
Okay. And also, it's problematic given the amount of seniors and young families that are now on campus. And I'm not anti-development, but the number of new buildings on campus result often in the complete sterilization of the surrounding ecosystem. Developers favor covering large swaths of space adjacent to their building with cement-based structures, and this results in ecological dead zones in those immediate areas. And those choices are always made to prioritize decorative appeal rather than preservation of ecological system. And the very picture of the LUP presents the same concrete buildings and that lack diverse green spaces. And the maintenance of those green spaces cause further environmental degradation. It consumes fuel and contributes additional air and water pollutants in their maintenance.
Ren, your speaking time is up. Do you have a final
Okay, thank you. That's
statement?
all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ren. Is there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We will now move to the next speaker, number 12, Eagle Glassheim. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. It goes to everyone, actually.
Yeah, you got it right. My name's Eagle Glassheim. I'm a professor of history at UBC. I'm a resident of the Westbrook neighborhood. I'm also an elected director of the University Neighborhoods Association, but I'm speaking here for myself and I'm not speaking on behalf of the UNA. Like many universities in North America, UBC has a land endowment meant to serve the academic and financial needs of the university. Historically, land endowments have involved large tracts of forest from which universities could derive revenue through timber, mineral, or real estate sales. There were 2 approaches to stewardship of timber endowments in particular, which offer, I think, some valuable lessons for our current circumstances. Universities could clear-cut their forests to generate quick income to finance immediate campus growth. Alternately, they could selectively harvest timber opting for a slower but more sustainable revenue stream. This stewardship model prioritized the longer-term financial and ecological sustainability of the forest and ultimately of the university. UBC faces a similar choice now. Our land endowment isn't forest anymore, and it sits in one of the tightest real estate markets on the planet. But the challenge the university faces with its land use planning is finding the right balance between short-term growth and long-term sustainability. This is not only a financial challenge. The stewardship model the university chooses for developing its land endowment also directly affects the ecological and social sustainability of the lands and neighborhoods of the Point Grey campus. And these, in turn, connect directly to the values and mission of the university. The Board of Governors has given us a blueprint of the university's values and mission in the 2018 Strategic Plan, the 2019 Climate Emergency Declaration, and the 2021 Climate Action Plan. The Strategic Plan describes the purpose of the university as pursuing excellence in research, learning, and engagement to foster global citizenship and advance a sustainable and just society across British Columbia, Canada, and the world. Sustainability, defined as simultaneous improvements in human and environmental well-being in the plan, is a core value underpinning all of the university's programs and operations. Then, elaborating on well-being, the strategic plan declares, we must address the significant challenges related to housing and transportation, enhance the student experience, and improve quality of life for all members of the university community. And more specific to land use planning, the strategic plan promises to ensure harmony with the environment through the ecologically sensitive design of new buildings and open spaces. The university has intensified its commitment to environmental and social sustainability with its Climate Action Plan. This commits UBC to significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions through dozens of specific actions related to construction, transportation, waste management, ecosystem services, and public education. But the Climate Action Plan does not apply to residential neighborhoods, and this is an oversight reflected in the proposed land use plan. The land use plan has no targets, no specific actions, and ultimately no guardrails or mechanisms for ensuring that the university honor its commitments on climate action as it develops its remaining land endowment. At the same time, this land use plan prioritizes leasehold sales, 70% of the total of all neighborhood development, at densities that would require dozens of towers and very little green and open space in residential neighborhoods.
Only 1 minute left, Eagle.
This plan is like clear-cutting the UBC land endowment. It prioritizes the front-loaded cash infusions of leasehold sales over more sustainable investments in rental and cooperative housing for those who study and work at the Point Grey campus. In contrast, climate action, sustainability, and Indigenous reconciliation should be foundational to the land use plan, not an afterthought. The plan should prioritize housing for those who study and work at UBC, with rentals making up at least half of the total housing stock. It should facilitate human-scaled neighborhoods with ample green space, stores, schools, and connections with the university. The Board of Governors should reject this land use plan and start over from different foundations, ones that are rooted in the university's values and commitments to the well-being of the people and environments of UBC and British Columbia. Thank you.
With 1 second, well done. Any questions?
Maybe just one, if I might. I think there's been some really good questions, including from Eagle, around climate action. So maybe staff could clarify the approach to climate action, if that's possible.
Sure, happy to. The land use plan commits to UBC's climate action plan, which applies to the academic and institutional owned buildings. It also commits to an updated neighborhood climate action plan, which is a process the university has underway right now. UBC's had a neighborhood climate action plan in place since 2013. We're in the midst of updating it. That update is expected to be complete in spring 2024. That will shape the growth in the land use plan, and it will shape a number of things that aren't connected to the land use plan. Waste in the neighborhood, transportation policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on campus. So we expect to finalize that update in the new year.
Thank you.
Do I respond? I guess I get the 2 minutes that I can address. No.
It's more if we have questions for you. Is there any questions for Eagle?
What did you want to say in response?
Oh, yeah, what I want to say, certainly a neighborhood climate action plan is essential, and it's already underway. But if you actually look at the language in the land use plan that has been submitted to the Board of Governors, it's really weak when it comes to issues around sustainability and climate action. It says, there will be a neighborhood climate action plan, and that the new development in the neighborhoods will try to achieve, or it's strive. It's all kind of conditional language. They're not commitments, and it just seems like when you have in 2019 a statement of climate emergency, and the university has committed to a whole series of targets and actions in the campus climate action plan, it seems that that's absolutely essential and appropriate to be written right into the land use plan, to provide a guide, a set of guideposts, if you will, and requirements for development, so that not only do we talk about it, but that we actually are in a position to achieve that over these next 30 years of development.
Thank you, Eagle. We'll move to the next speaker, number 13, Mohkam Singh Malik.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mohkam Singh Malik, and I'm an undergraduate student here at UBC. Board members, I'm disappointed that I have to be here today. I'm disappointed because of the glaring flaws that I feel reside in this plan. I thought, as an institution, UBC cared about its students. I thought we had respect for the land on which we reside, and I thought that our mission was to educate the youth of British Columbia. Clearly, this was not the case. Now, when I first saw this plan, I was shocked and frankly a little appalled. I thought, no, this can't be. It must be wrong. How can our leaders care more about profit than the students they serve? Why is it that you are doubling the population of UBC while only adding 3,300 new student beds? The current plan will result in a less than 1% per year increase in the total number of student beds at UBC. That's a 1% increase for students, a 100% increase for everyone else. It's truly astonishing. With UBC's continued reliance on international students and its first-year guarantee, the on-campus population is set to increase drastically. This, coupled with the abysmal rise in new living spaces, will only force more students like myself into ever longer commutes, as we are priced out of both our university and Metro Vancouver. It's time to put people over profits. Now, this is not to say that I don't understand the importance of our endowment and how it helps us maintain a status as a world-class institution. I understand the good that can come from this type of investment. However, I also understand that my peers are struggling in an affordability crisis. It shouldn't be that students like myself have to commute 3, 4, sometimes even 5 hours a day just to seek quality education. The fact is, the amount of dedicated student spaces and below market housing needs to be increased drastically. As much as our endowment is important, our students should come first. This is not the only concern that I have with this plan. The plan also doesn't seem to take into account the multitude of environmental problems that these changes may cause. Now, in this province, we pride ourselves on our natural beauty. We boast beautiful British Columbia. And that's true. Our university is no exception. We have, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful university campuses in all of North America, largely due to our integration of green spaces and the natural environment. This plan seeks to distort that. The fact that many of the environmental concerns have simply been swept under the rug and many of the environmental impacts have gone unreported is disheartening, as well as the fact that our current plan does not incorporate nearly enough green spaces to meet even the minimum requirements set out by the World Health Organization. I'm proud to be a UBC student. I'm proud that many of my family members, including my own parents, were UBC alumni. UBC has been integral to my family's success here in Canada, with my great uncle being one of the first racialized PhD graduates from the Department of Chemistry in 1965. I wear this pin on my lapel as a symbol of that pride, of the symbol of the good work that UBC can do. We are one of the best universities in the world, and I'm proud of that. However, that prosperity takes work. Frankly, I understand the perspective of the university, the need to bolster our endowment and build spaces for the future. But that shouldn't come at the expense of our students or our natural environment. Is that profit worth it? Are you okay with damaging our environment for a dime? Are you okay with pricing students out of their school? The fact is, it's time for you to be bold. It's time for you to be the change makers that you teach us to be. It's time for you to lead. I want to leave you today with the motto that has been so ingrained in me in my studies here at UBC. Tum est. Don't teach us to shape a better world. Strive for it yourselves.
1 minute left.
Don't do what is easy, but do what is right. Thank you.
I might just ask staff if they do have any numbers on the student housing that's projected as part of the plan in response to that comment.
Yeah, happy to respond. I think an important clarification is the land use plan doesn't commit to a number of student housing beds. That's found in UBC's Housing Action Plan, which is a policy of the Board of Governors that can be amended as frequently as the university feels the need to, including if new financial opportunities are there to provide student housing. The draft of the Housing Action Plan commits to 3,300 new student housing beds, as many folks have mentioned. That's approximately a 25% increase on the 14,000 beds that are in place today.
Thank you, Chris. The next speaker is online, and I was asked to remind everyone to mute your mic on the committee, please, when you're not speaking, because there's some feedback online. The next speaker is on Zoom. Number 14, Mohammed Javad Megrazi. Are you available? I understand that they may not be online, so I'll call your name out 2 more times. Mohammed Javad Megrazi, are you available? Mohammed Javad Megrazi, last call. Thank you. We will move to the next speaker, number 15, Olive Huang. Is Olive Huang in the room? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Olive, and I am an UBC student alumni and a previous resident who just graduated last year. Today, I would like to add on to the previous statements that have been made about the dire situation about the UBC student housing and why this land use plan does not fit the current needs of UBC students. Okay. So, since 4 years ago when I first started university, there has been a shortage of student housing, and it has only worsened now with the annual increase of student enrollment, yet disproportionate expansion of student housing. The new campus, as we know, new campus vision plan proposes 3,000 new beds over 27 years. But I wanted to question, how is this seen as enough for the only growing UBC faculty, staff, and student population? So in the plan, there are proposals for new neighborhood housing, which claims to address the housing crisis in Vancouver, but I don't think that it does. It also ignores this most imminent issue among UBC faculty, staff, and students. This imminent, pressing, growing need for affordable housing, and also during this process actively harms these people's rights to accommodation to benefit profit and capitalization in the short term. So as a lot of members have mentioned earlier, The 47% of the new proposed development is at for-profit market rentals, which is not affordable for the majority of UBC members. So 2 years ago, I was lucky to get the lowest priced campus housing in a 4-bedroom flat at Marine Drive, sharing a kitchen, 2 bathrooms with 3 other students. And pursuing full-time studies, I could only work over the weekends, and that was nowhere close to paying the almost 1K rent, plus groceries, plus tuition. And now I am a UBC staff who do not qualify for student housing anymore and can no longer afford living on campus. If I do, that will take up 2/3 of my salary, and that's not possible. And I also plan to pursue higher education, but is deterred from staying here and applying here due to this inadequate housing situation until 2050. So I am a very fortunate person who have had support and can live at home right now, but as many have expressed today, and you do know, there are many people who cannot, and I just wanted to show how dire this need is and put a story behind these numbers and projected beds. And you can increase the beds, but what about the students and the voices that are not reflected here? So again, students are the biggest populations on this campus, but we are forced to borrow, take on extra work, still expected to keep up grades just to have a safe place to go home every day. You take more and more money from us in the forms of tuition and housing for operational funds for the whole university, to build for-profit housing and overpriced grocery stores, to prioritize short-term profit at the expense of students. And lastly, I just want to note that this amendment not only does it ignore the need for UBC faculty, staff, and students, but also actively harms those vulnerable populations. For example, the replacement of Acadia Park, an important student family housing with for-profit neighborhood buildings, without any solid plan to how to relocate these families. And I just wanted to question, how is it acceptable to place these families' current future in huge uncertainty just for the university's benefit and profit? So I'll leave time tonight for other experts for concrete suggestions to how to address these issues, such as density and sustainability, but I hope that I conveyed the frustrations and fear experienced by UBC students, the biggest population on campus, yet the least power to attain affordable housing and living due to these inadequate land use plans. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, number 17, Claire England.
Hello, my name is Claire England. I'm a resident of UBC, and my husband is a UBC researcher. I support the goals articulated in the Land Use Plan, particularly the following: Indigenous reconciliation, supporting the academic mission, confronting the affordability crisis, taking bold action to address climate change, and enhancing campus ecology, and ensuring that the campus lands benefit the UBC community today and for generations to come with livable and sustainable communities. However, after a lot of participation with Campus Vision over the last year, I strongly consider that the current Land Use Plan does not achieve these aims yet, and I'm asking the board to make amendments in order to make these a reality. I have 3 main areas of concern. Firstly, housing. We all know we are in a housing crisis in Vancouver. Many of us, including myself, have felt the personal effects of it. I absolutely support the construction of affordable and environmentally responsible residential housing in Westbrook, but unfortunately the current plan does not yet provide this. If the academic mission is truly being supported, then student housing should be the priority, as the waiting list is thousands long and rents elsewhere in Vancouver are becoming ever more impossible on a student budget. The land use plan shows that only 23% of students are currently housed on campus, and there are higher numbers of private residents than students. However, the current plan, as we've heard, only creates 3,300 new student beds over 27 years, and will in fact take out existing student supply at Acadia and Thunderbird whilst those are refurbished. This is at the same time as increasing student numbers and adding over 20,000 private residents in 9,500 new units at Westbrook. The land use plan commits to only a 5% increase in a proportion of full-time students who will be housed by 2050. We know that student housing is profitable for UBC, and UBC Professor Chris Raya's open letter of June 22 sets out multiple financing options. Regarding general affordability, which is essential to support the academic mission by attracting and retaining staff and faculty, the land use plan only commits to 30% of neighbourhood housing being rental, of which and 15% to be non-market rate rental. This means that 70% of housing will be sold at unaffordable market rate, and thereby lost as any form of revenue to UBC for the 99-year lease period. Half the remaining stock will be unaffordable market rate rental. One-bedroom apartments are currently being rented for over $3,000 a month in Westbrook. The land use plan in its current form is not tackling the housing crisis. It is instead perpetuating inequality by wasting opportunities to be a world leader in prioritising affordability. This is UBC's last chance to address this. After this plan, there will be nowhere left to build at UBC. Please amend the plan to commit to at least 50% student and affordable staff and faculty housing. My second concern is ecological and environmental protection and climate change mitigation. The huge amount of building envisaged in the plan will have a drastic effect on local environment, from construction to lifetime emissions. However, much of the language in the plan refers to plans which have not yet been drafted, such as the Neighbourhood Climate Action Plan, or NCAP. The NCAP should be informing building heights, etc., not the other way around. The NCAP is not mandatory. Instead, the land use plan says it will work towards targets and policies, and I urge adopting stronger language and real commitments around this. Please amend the land use plan with robust language to state that any building work which takes place will be subject to the requirements of the NCAP, match the net zero timelines of the City of Vancouver, 2030 rather than 2050, and set measurable research-backed policies in the NCAP which are not able to be discarded in favour of maximising profit at the expense of the climate. Lastly, governance. As the Governor pointed out in your recent meeting, this land use plan will increase the population size at UBC to match that of Port Moody. Residents of the community which UBC has chosen to create here do not have elected representatives with decision-making power over large issues such as the land use plan, as would be the case if we had a city council. Realistically, the probable only long-term democratic solution is likely to be incorporation of the residential neighbourhoods into the City of Vancouver. It is undemocratic to have 15,000 people living here without the ability to vote in local elections on decisions which deeply affect them, let alone the 35,000 people the plan envisages by 2050. I also asked the committee to schedule further public hearings.
1 minute left.
Thank you. To allow the people registered to speak today who did not realise and were not told it was going to extend to 11 p.m. to be heard. Please amend the land use plan to address this democratic deficit and include meaningful avenues for civic representation, such as the commitment to asking the province to create voting resident representatives on the board. Uniquely, UBC is in complete control of what happens with land on campus and in the neighbourhoods, with very little input from the city or province. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for UBC to be a world leader in innovation for housing affordability and environmental protection. I therefore ask you to vote to amend the land use plan on December 5th, to commit to affordable student and staff and faculty housing, to commit to the NCAP leading what can happen here, and meaningful democratic governance for the thousands of residents who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you. The next speaker will join us via Zoom, Oluwakemi, apologize for the name, Oluwakemi Ola, and please state your name correctly and your connection to UBC. Oh, we can't hear you. If you're able to unmute, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. My name is Oluwakemi Ola, and I am a tenured faculty member in the Department of Computer Science here at UBC. I am a first-generation settler on the land of the Musqueam people, and that means that the bones of my grandparents lay undisturbed on the lands of my ancestors. And to the best of my knowledge, I am the first Black female to be granted tenure in the Faculty of Science, the first in over 100 years. And so I speak from a place of privilege and also a place of humility for those who were not afforded these opportunities because of the color of their skin and not about their skill. It is worth mentioning that the land on which I have worked and lived for 6 years was not given to us with love, but was stolen by force. Greed, ownership, possession, and power. The land is stolen, unceded, and the ancestral land of the Musqueam peoples. And it is with a recognition of the land's history and my own positionality that I present my opinions. I would first like to thank all of those involved over the last 2 years for this work. And your work is our work. It is a reflection of our community, and you are not alone. That being said, I am appalled that this is the best that we UBC can come up with. We pride ourselves on being a premier institution in Western Canada, and yet after consultation with over 100 groups and 13,000 touch points with faculty, staff, and students, our best effort as an institution of great renown is to further marginalize peoples from intentionally and historically excluded groups and create barriers for our students. I am ashamed that after 2 years of consultation, we believe that an increase of 3,300 beds over 27 years would alleviate the challenges that they face. I am appalled that over 2 years of consultation, we believe that developing the land is more important than developing people. I am ashamed and I am deeply concerned that after 2 years of consultation, we put forward a plan that is insufficient in addressing sustainability concerns. We have been called to innovate. We have been called to lead. We have been called to create a space for the next generation to thrive. And we, not you, we, the collective we, have failed. I cannot afford to own at UBC, and yet the university expects me to be here for the next 20 years. My students pay $2,000 a month for rent and incur significant debt. And UBC says it values talent, but this plan says it doesn't. Other students commute 3 hours a day to get to campus, and UBC says it values students' well-being, but this plan says it doesn't. I'm a techie. I speak ones and zeros, so I do not understand the intricacies of the competing objectives, but I do know that this plan is not excellence. This plan is not creating safe and inclusive spaces for the primary stakeholders, students, faculty, and staff. This plan is not respecting our bloodied history of theft, greed, and marginalization. This is not a plan. This is a travesty. And so I beg all the smart people who are involved to go back and require that 70% of the new housing—
1 minute, Alakami.
Thank you. That the 70% of new housing built is for student, faculty, and staff. Anything less is nonsense. We are an institution of higher learning. We have Nobel Prize winners and Rhodes Scholars. This is a research problem. This is what we're supposed to be good at. So where is the innovation? If we have failed to address the research question, why would we seal and codify our failure for 30 years? We need an equitable solution. We need to create a better future. So my question is, when does the excellence begin? When do we prioritize the lives and the land over the bank? Because this is not it. This is nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions from the committee. Thank you for speaking. The next speaker is number 19, Ryan Jaco. Please come up.
Hi, that's a tough act to follow, but I'll try. It's nice to see some familiar faces. My name is Ryan Jaco. I'm a recent former resident of Mundell in Westbrook. I'm an elementary school teacher, and my husband is a tenured professor in SCARP, so also knows many of you. I would like to begin with the acknowledgement that the land on which we gather is the unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples, including the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm just going to speak from my own personal experiences in the last few years of living here. I'm here to voice my concerns regarding the acceptance of the land use plan as written. I firmly believe that we cannot have a land use plan without first having a rigorous, data-driven neighborhood climate action plan. We're currently living through a climate crisis that has truly hit home in recent years. Heat domes, wildfires, droughts, atmospheric rivers, just to name a few recent catastrophic weather events we've experienced in the Vancouver metro region. I believe that it is your responsibility as a world-leading academic institution to ensure that you are doing your absolute best to protect both the fragile ecosystem on which your land is situated, as well as the people who live upon it. You have a unique opportunity before you to effect real and significant change, and I urge you to act boldly. As a former resident of Mundell House in Westbrook, I experienced the heat dome of 2021 in a profoundly negative way. Our unit remained at or above 33 degrees for 24 hours a day for over 7 days. My child, who at the time was 14 months old, and I had to check into a hotel because it was unsafe for her. Unfortunately, we were not able to find a pet-friendly hotel, so my husband had to remain at home with our dog, who was not a fan. Mundell was finished in September 2020 based on the Westbrook Village Neighborhood Plan and an outdated version of REAP, and so did not have any cooling installed nor any passive cooling measures, such as blackout curtains or awnings. These types of climatic events have long been forecasted, yet UBC Properties Trust and its developers did not amend its building plans to incorporate the ever-changing climate change data into their plans. As a result, many people suffered greatly during the heat dome, and UBC is still putting in place retrograde outfits in those buildings. We moved from Mundell to Musqueam 2 as a result of the heat dome. It was so unsustainable, and the lack of response from UBC Properties Trust was very alarming. It took organizing events of residents to get UBC to offer retrogrades at a cost to residents. These included mobile AC units offered at a discount, but which were not delivered and installed until September 2022, after the summer and a full year after the heat dome of June 2021. This lack of proactive planning and intervention by UBC in response to this heat event gives me little confidence that UBC will effect change in similar situations in the future if the Neighborhood Climate Action Plan is not created and in place before the land use plan. Mundell is situated adjacent to Lot 6, which is currently under construction. As a result of its location across from an active eagle's nest, UBC chose to seek a special permit from the province, giving it permission to cone the nest, thereby renovicting the eagle pair who had just that spring had successfully hatched an eaglet. Rather than taking a stand for biodiversity against profit, UBC Properties Trust further hindered UBC's biodiverse footprint. Further, UBC Properties Trust intends to apply for an extension of this permit to cone the nest to allow construction at Lot 26. I attended the public hearing, similar to this one, for Lot 6, wherein a number of attendees, myself included, raised concerns over the future of that nest. We were offered no response, and our concerns were not even noted in the official meeting notes. When I learned about plans to clone the nest, I—
1 minute remaining,
Thanks.
please.
Along with many other community members, raised concerns by repeatedly reaching out to members of UBC Properties Trust, Campus and Community Planning, and the Board of Governors. When we received no response, we reached out to media outlets and started a petition signed by over 18,000 people. Unfortunately, this did not stop the coning, nor provide us with any feedback from any UBC entity. It was not until we managed to speak directly with a member of the Board of Governors, who in turn emailed Michael White, that we were given an opportunity to speak directly with members of Campus and Community Planning on this issue. This lack of proactive community outreach and listening by UBC in response to the community's concerns over the nest gives me little confidence that UBC will affect change in similar situations in the future if NCAP is not created before the land use plan. I am asking for you to pause the land use plan until NCAP has been solidified. Give us hope for 2050 and beyond. Thank you.
The question's more, I think, for staff, if just some clarity on the role of property trust in the land use plan.
Thank you. UBC's land use plan is the responsibility of the Board of Governors of the university under legislation. The land use plan is implemented through more detailed plans, also approved by the Board of Governors. And then UBC Properties Trust is the university's development vehicle to actually build projects that are implemented under those detailed plans.
Okay, we will move to speaker number 20, Estefania Mila Moreno.
Hi everyone, my name is Estefania Milla Moreno. And as a former tenant of UBC Family Housing in Acadia Park, I am eager to share my testimony with all of you today. My husband and I are UBC alumni. We both pursue our Master of Science and PhD in the Faculty of Forestry. UBC was also our childcare provider and is my current employer. After 10 years living in Acadia Park, we recently moved with our 3 daughters to the Musqueam Reserve. We are so grateful to have lived in Acadia Park, a diverse neighborhood where we share our days with neighbors from all over the world, including Colombia, South Korea, Rwanda, Congo, Peru, Brazil, India, Malaysia, Ireland, Guatemala, Canada, Pakistan, United States, Serbia, Spain, and Morocco, and this is only including those on my street. We felt incredibly lucky to get to know each one of them, raising our children as a community and living together in times of celebration and great challenges. As the pandemic progressed, we realized that our community had limited to no network of support to face the adjustments directed to flatten the curve of COVID-19. In April 2020, we formed a response group in cooperation with the Acadia Park Residents Association. We surveyed our community and gathered quantitative and qualitative data related to the financial situation of Acadian Park tenants, especially in the light of COVID-19 pandemic. We found out that about 48% of the tenants qualified to the requirements for the provincial rent subsidy, but students living at UBC were ineligible for it due to the fact that UBC Family Housing does not belong to the BC Residential Tenancy Act. Currently, there is no policy in place to address the vulnerability this imposes on students, many of them international students. For many of us, UBC has been our landlord, childcare provider, and our employer, sometimes simultaneously. It is unacceptable that there is a gap in terms of tenancy rights. We reached out to UBC Central, including a steering committee member of the UBC Housing Action Plan, Davis Eby's office, and even got our word out through a local news outlet. Unfortunately, Acadia Park tenants are yet to hear a solution to this issue. I really ask the Board of Governors to reject the proposed land use plan. The pandemic only exacerbated the financial stress already present in families, with about 26% paying more than 80% of their income in housing. It is shocking that despite raising this concern in the past, Campus Vision 2050, the updated Housing Action Plan, and the amended Land Use Plan failed to mention the lack of tenancy rights for housing at UBC, especially for students. If the hope is to increase the population density in UBC, shouldn't this be a top priority? Thanks.
Could I ask staff, could you confirm the relationship to the Residential Tenancy Act for faculty and student housing, please?
Yeah, in 2002, the provincial government excluded student housing from the Residential Tenancy Act. So the agreements between student housing run by the university and individual tenants are what governs those tenancies.
Thank you. I will just note it is almost 6 o'clock, so I'll recommend that we take one more speaker and then adjourn for a 15-minute break, if that's okay with the committee. So the next speaker is number 21, Oliver Dix, please.
Governors, I am a postdoctoral fellow at the Student Blossom Quantum Matter Institute at UBC, and I'm also a resident on campus. As you can probably see, there's a theme developing across this entire proceeding. I believe, as does UBC, that the primary goal of a university is its academic mission, the teaching of its brilliant students, and the cutting-edge research carried out by its members. I do not believe that the Land Use Plan in its current form serves this mission, or is in the best interests of the university. In fact, I believe this plan carries some fundamental and potentially existential risks for the university in terms of its stated missions of sustainability, its ability to attract the best students, staff, and researchers, its financial future, and its reputation. Last week, I received an email from our new president, Benoit Antoine Bacon, where he writes, and I quote, "UBC is uniquely positioned to shape the next century in BC, Canada, and globally. The incredible strengths of UBC, the deep commitments to Indigenous relationships, to sustainability, to inclusion. The Land Use Plan in its current form does not even commit to the sustainability goals of the city of Vancouver with regard to reaching operational net zero carbon. The Neighborhood Climate Action Plan, or NCAP, that is currently only in its development stage, is fundamentally kneecapped at its inception by approving a land use plan before it is completed. Construction on some of the planned developments will be finished before the NCAP even plans to set limits for embodied carbon in 2030. It also does not address how scientifically derived commitments to needed areas of open green space or tree cover or coastal ecosystem protection in the NCAP will be compatible with a land use plan that has not considered that data because that data does not yet exist. UBC cannot claim to be positioned to shape the next century globally when it can't even demonstrate leadership to the city it neighbors, nor retain the trust of its academics working towards combating climate change and environmental breakdown. I urge the board to amend the land use plan to commit to any goals set by the NCAP to supersede the commitments in the land use plan. Next, we come to inclusion and its intersection with social sustainability. The land use plan only commits to 3,300 new student beds by 2050, and I urge you to actually look in the plan because there are numbers in there. UBC, in the land use plan, only commits to housing 25% of its student population. It currently houses 23% of its student population. That's a 2% increase. So those numbers are in the plan, whatever UBC says. Why does UBC only commit to housing 25% of its student population when market rent in Vancouver continues to rise, meaning students cannot live on or near the campus they study at, or for low-income students afford to study at UBC at all? We know from UBC's own account student and staff housing is profitable, but with the land use plan only committing to 30% rental, half of which is for staff and faculty housing, i.e. 15%, The affordability of studying or working at UBC starts to become unsustainable. I already personally know of academics, including one in my group, who has quit or refused jobs at UBC once they discovered the cost of housing and the years-long waiting list for childcare. What happens to UBC when world-class postdocs, faculty, and staff members are priced out completely, and UBC struggles to maintain its current teaching and research? The university, in order to support its academic mission, must prioritize students and staff over private residents. I would like to commend the letter written by Professor Patrick Condon of the School of Architecture and Landscape Architecture at UBC, and signed by over 92 UBC academics, which asks why the university has not even considered aiming for 100% affordable housing for staff and students, given their unique situation of owning 1,000 acres of land in Vancouver, given to it as a public trust. Not only do they question the financial validity of the current land use plan, they also point out the risk to UBC of signing away control of a vast area of land endowment for 99 years. As pointed out in the letter, if UBC commits to affordable housing, they can improve affordability in Vancouver as a whole. University members living on campus are not using housing stock in Vancouver, and they're not commuting from Vancouver. They're not contributing to congestion via that commuting. UBC has stated it cannot incur debt from financial markets, yet has given no evidence that it has attempted to challenge this or adequately explain why it cannot raise money this way to develop and maintain ownership of those developments, rather than signing public land away to private owners. I would urge the board to examine this matter closely and reconsider the starting hypothesis of the land use plan. The board has the chance to cement a lasting and positive legacy from the development of the university and its land, to bring affordable housing that Vancouver desperately needs, and nourish an academic ecosystem that is a global leader in sustainability. I urge them to radically amend the land use plan before it is too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I thank you and everyone else that's spoken so far for their comments and passionate presentations. Really appreciate everyone taking the time. We will take a break for 15 minutes. And that would mean 6:15. We will return. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a full committee back. We have quorum and we're able to get started. We're 3 minutes later than we said we would, so, but we still have quite a few speakers. I can't remember how many, but quite a few speakers remaining. So if we want to get started, thank you everyone. The next speaker is joining us online. Number 22, Olaf Slaymaker. Olaf, can you hear us? Are you able to unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I can. Please state your name and your connection to UBC.
My name is Olaf Slaymaker. I am a UBC Professor Emeritus of Geography with expertise in the subject of global environmental change. I'm quite sensitive to the fiduciary responsibilities of the Board of Governors, as 40 years ago this year, I was an elected faculty member of the UBC Board. Currently, I reside in Port Moody in the yet unceded territory of the Coquitlam people. I have listened to the live stream of the Board of Governors meeting on October 16 and have the following brief remarks. Michael White and his team, who have generously accommodated me and several other colleagues over the past year, made what I would suggest is a technically sound presentation, which nevertheless left me with following concerns that I urge you to consider. This land use plan that is being considered takes place at a moment of grave and increasing crisis with respect to climate change. We all know that. And this climate change is induced by our intensification of the exploitation of Earth's resources. From my perspective, climate change is primarily a social and cultural phenomenon. The climate itself is simply a response to our behavior as a society and the way in which we have broken the web of life. In this context, the land use plan that you are considering now adds to that complexity, generates further environmental change and unpredictable responses. The climate mitigation and adaptation strategies proposed in this plan rely almost exclusively on the monitoring of greenhouse gas emissions and accumulations, and as such are well conceived and implementable. There is, however, no comparable framework for the monitoring of social, cultural, and economic impacts. That's been expressed this evening by Ren Zhu and Oluwakemi Ola most extraordinarily well, but also the fact is that at your October 16 meeting, Dr. Menzies talked precisely about this problem. How on earth can we ask the Board of Governors to make a decision when there is no monitoring of social, cultural, and economic impacts that is expected? Similarly, the concerns expressed by Anna Kindler at that same meeting on the absence of ways of managing the well-being and quality of life of this larger and more complex community is a significant weakness of the plan. In what ways will the board be able to judge how well the plan is working after its implementation? If there is no statistic, no monitoring of the changing social, cultural, economic impacts that are occurring in the future. The net zero greenhouse gas requirements by 2050 is an important aim, and it is commendable and achievable, but we have been given no comparable guidance on ways of checking the future lived experience of residents of the Point Grey campus. Again, I think the student comments were particularly effective on this.
Oh, Olaf, you have 1 minute left.
I have three specific questions that are not, as far as I'm aware, being asked in this recent land use plan. One, what is the desirable size of a Point Grey campus that will minimize the disruption of the social and cultural environment? Two, the analytical tool ecological footprint that was invented by our colleague William Rees demonstrates unambiguously that at least at global scale, there's a critical need for reducing growth. Have you considered degrowth as a possibility within this plan? And thirdly, is the climate crisis a technological or a relational problem? We are learning from the history of our First Nations citizens about the costliness of ignoring relational problems. It would be a tragedy if we repeated the same mistakes with the climate crisis. I wish you well in your further discussions of UBC's land use plan, and thank you for taking the time to reflect on its implication for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Olaf, for your comments. I don't see any questions for you, Olaf. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker, number 23, Patrick M. Condon.
Good evening, members of the board. I come here tonight basically to deliver a petition, and the petition has a declaration associated with it that was signed by around 200 members of faculty. And tonight, given time constraints, I'll only read a couple of the excerpts from that declaration. Since the 1990s and the construction and sale of Hampton Place at the south end of the university has been slowly privatizing the 1,000 acres of the land endowed to it. The current 2050 vision is in this same spirit. The bulk of the new housing proposed is either market rental or market strata units. While exact numbers are, at this stage, intentionally unclear, what is clear is that new student housing and new affordable housing for staff and faculty under the present plan will compromise a relatively small portion of the new housing proposed. The question is why? The plan as written leaves the answer to this question unclear when at key points in the housing plan, exact numbers of non-market, university-owned, or nonprofit housing for that matter, for students, staff, and faculty is not given. I quote from the text. Exact percentages to be determined by community engagement and, importantly, UBC Board of Governors. So it looks like you have the opportunity to change that proportion. On behalf of the signatories of this petition I now present, I ask for the board to radically increase affordable housing for students, staff, and faculty in this plan. In the end, the larger question raised by this plan is this: is it time to stop the privatization of our public assets? Since the 1980s, Canadian public bodies have been in the grip of a privatization wave. Assets developed in common for the public good are more and more privatized in the faith that the public sector in the faith that the private sector can do it all better than the public sector. Housing generally has been the test case for this theory. In our region, we see how well that has worked. Now, with the housing crisis apparently unsolvable, we can clearly say how this has worked out. Make no mistake, even if UBC leases the land as proposed, 99-year leases paid entirely up front are the equivalent of an outright sale. This public university then loses control of an enormously useful capital asset. UBC's endowed land forever. Once it's gone, it can't be recovered. Perhaps we should do something truly sustainable and protect this public trust for at least the next 7 generations, and at the same time, establish a continuing stream of housing support, plus a financial stream, for those same generations. This choice is before this board. So you have this opportunity. We ask you to make the most of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no questions, thanks. The next speaker, number 24, Murray McCutcheon.
My name is Murray McCutcheon. I've been a resident of the UNA since 2016. I have undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degrees from UBC. My father has been a professor, now emeritus, for more than 50 years here. I work for a UBC spin-off company, and I've been an elected director representing residents on the board of the UNA since 2019. Needless to say, I have strong ties to this university and care deeply about its future. It is from this connection that I feel a sense of responsibility, of stewardship for this public institution. and I feel compelled to speak against a plan that is based on a failing model of development, is not accountable to community concerns, and that ultimately does not serve the long-term needs of the university or this burgeoning municipality. To understand the driving force behind Campus Vision 2050, you just need to look at where we're gathered, in the Robert H. Lee Alumni Center. Robert Lee was profiled in a March 2019 article in the Vancouver Sun entitled, "UBC Turns Land into a River of Gold." As the pioneer of UBC's land development model, Robert Lee's goal was to create an income stream for this university that would flow like a river of gold in perpetuity. If the measure of success for this model is building up the endowment, then it is mission accomplished. However, by other measures, it falls seriously short. This plan is premised on profit over priorities that serve the public interest, namely providing security of housing for UBC faculty, staff, students, and neighborhood employees, creating an environmentally responsible plan that befits a leading academic institution in the midst of a climate emergency, and building livable neighborhoods with ample green space, services, childcare, schools that are the basis of thriving communities. The problem with the plan is it's based on an outmoded land development model. Let me ask some questions. If that development model has been so successful, why are my UBC faculty friends so worried about being able to recruit and retain colleagues? Why are so many postdocs and students struggling to find places to live? Why is it that UBC has the highest proportion of non-owner occupied housing units, 49% in Metro Vancouver, as reported by Andy Yan of SFU? In other words, half of the units are investor owned. What a lost opportunity. If UBC believes there is a climate emergency, which it declared in 2019, why is this plan being rushed through before a neighborhood climate action plan is in place? Why are the development planners not accountable to elected representatives? The lack of meaningful accountability to the public has been evident throughout this planning process. I would thank the two UBC board governors who are in attendance tonight, but I would note that in Vancouver, if we were at a public hearing where I've spoken on land use issues, the entire city council and mayor would be present. The number that really matters can be found buried in Table 2 on page 17 of the Land Use Plan. Total area of planned development, 16.48 million square feet. This is a 50% upsizing of the current plan and will create a residential density greater than downtown. It was revealed only at the end of the terms of reference consultation period in May 2022, and since then it has not changed, but it's now dressed up in a 66-page glossy report. Let's call it what it is. UBC set a revenue goal and the rest of the plan is solving for this. There's been no meaningful consultation or accountability for concerns about affordability, about the scale of development, over the financing objectives, the constraints, or the opportunities. The lack of accountability has been evident in how the UNA has been marginalized in this process. Before I was a UNA director, I became involved in land use planning issues as a concerned resident, and I and other residents were given time to address the board directly and to meet with the university president, and our concerns were taken seriously and incorporated into revisions of the Stadium Road Plan. What has been my experience on the board of the UNA, which is the only elected board representing the 15,000 residents? We are managed via a side liaison committee of the board. Our request to meet with the Board of Governors was
Murray,
denied.
you have 1 minute left, please.
We have repeatedly expressed concerns that address the feedback from residents. Everything we've heard tonight, it's not a surprise, and now we have this plan. So you can forgive me for being cynical about this process. Why do I bother? I bother because I feel a sense of responsibility for this place. My fear is that in 2050, people will look back and say, what were they thinking? What would Robert Lee have done? He was an entrepreneur. I think he would have realized that version 1.0 of UBC's land development model from the 1990s is not suitable for the complex challenges facing the university in the 2020s. In these times, we need outside-the-box thinking. We need to be creative, establish a new development model that solves for the problems today and for the future ahead, not double down on an outmoded model that is failing. We have to do better, and that is why I think the province should reject this plan and send UBC back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Murray? Thanks. Moving on to number 25, Skylar Sauer, thank you.
Just like the candy. My name is Skylar Sauer. I'm a second-year Faculty of Arts computer science student. I'm going to start by saying everything that I'm about to say here has been said before. Many times by the people in this room has been said, and it's been said by millions of people in millions of places around the world. They've been saying it for decades. I'm 19 years old. This has been my entire life. I've seen the affordability crisis grow over that lifetime. It's destroyed communities, destroyed lives. This is your responsibility as the Board of Governors, which is not entirely present today. This is your responsibility. I also want to recognize, like some of the other speakers, that this is a large task. This is not exactly a simple thing to solve the affordability crisis, climate change, Indigenous relations. All of these things are not easy. But I think the fundamental issue, as several people have mentioned, comes from the governance of this area. 15,000 people live here. They don't get to vote on this council, not for the majority of the seats. This is not democracy. This is not fair. Students don't have a voice for the place that they live. Faculty don't have an effective voice for the place that they live. This is not democracy. So, I want to say that I'm unsurprised when I read this plan and I was disappointed, okay? It's hard to expect a board who was not elected by a people to follow the whims of those people. It's impossible. It makes no sense. So, I think the individual parts of the land use plan ought to be addressed, and that's what people have been talking about for the whole time, and they will continue to talk about, and I am sure that you listen. But the core problem here is the governance. There is no way in which this council can effectively manage this land if they're not accountable to the people that live on it, and that will live on it forevermore. It's difficult for me to come up here and spend my time fighting for things that matter on this campus when I cannot do so by a vote, but I have classes to be in, I have places to be, I have places to study in, I have things that I need to do, and I'm here. I'm here telling you this, and I'm not telling it to the council because they're not entirely here. I have two main problems with this plan. As many people have mentioned before, affordability is my biggest one. You only commit to adding 3,300 new student houses by 2050. Is that correct? I think that's correct. Okay, yes. I thought I read that wrong the first time I saw it. I thought it said 33,000, and I was like, that's great. And it wasn't. It was 10 times less than that. I cannot believe that number. And there is not nearly enough of it to be affordable housing. It ought to be 90 or 100%. And my second issue with it is the lack of climate action. Many people have mentioned that this plan is being rushed ahead of the NCAP, and it is not, in my opinion, sufficiently in line with the climate action plan for 2030. And these things are not, it's not enough. I read this plan and I thought it was great. Yeah, I got the time. But I read this plan and I thought it was great. And then I read that it was for 2050. These plans are fine if they're for the next 5 or so years. They make sense. But not for the next 30 years. That is ridiculous. This governance needs to change if we expect it to be held accountable to those people. Thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it might be worth just having staff unpack a little bit the land use plan's role with regard to student housing. Because I think the staff mentioned earlier about the housing action plan, and can you just distinguish between the two, and also the kind of review periods we have for each document?
Yeah, happy to do so. The land use plan includes a commitment to UBC's housing action plan, which is a policy of the Board of Governors that's reviewed at least every 5 years. The housing action plan is how UBC uses its land and the financial resources it has available to it to provide housing. So today, the model for providing student housing is to finance it with the proceeds of market housing development. The housing action plan that's going to the board in December is clear that if new opportunities emerge, for example, the provincial government recently introduced $575 million for provincial universities and colleges to build student housing. If those new opportunities emerge, UBC can revisit that 3,300 bed target and update it on a regular basis as there's opportunities to deliver more. The plan itself, both the land use plan and the campus vision document, have capacity to deliver significantly more housing. There's number of sites beyond the 3,300 beds, but the financial constraint is really the challenge for UBC.
And perhaps could you clarify the reference to 30 years?
27.
Sure. Yeah, happy to do so. The housing action plan says deliver the 3,300 beds as soon as possible. And many people have said tonight that's over 30 years. It's over the time that the university has the financial capacity to do so. We have sites available. We're already actively planning for one site that we think will be a significant portion of those 3,300 beds, a replacement of St. John's College and a redevelopment of the Vanier site. And the 3,300 will be delivered as soon as the money's there to do it.
Do I get a chance to respond or no?
Go ahead.
So I think there's a lot of bureaucracy that I do not understand. I tried to figure out how this board got elected. I could not. I don't know how. From what I found, it's through a lieutenant governor that elects the majority of it, who's elected by a governor general, who's elected by the king, or elected, appointed, all that, by the advice of the prime minister, yeah.
We can ask Allison to clarify. Do you have another response?
But in general, there's a lot of bureaucracy that I don't understand, and I probably shouldn't expect it to be understand. I think that's a lot. I understand that there's the bureaucracy that's necessary here, but I don't know. I guess there's a lot of plans going on. There's a lot of things that are in motion, and I think in general, my core problem with it is the governance strategy, that this place is not governed by the people who live in it. So it's impossible for it to be just. It's impossible for anyone to expect it to make sense. So it doesn't. So yeah, thank you.
Allison, perhaps
should we just clarify some points with the
just in terms of the election process?
So there are elected members to the board of UBC, 3 student reps, faculty reps, staff reps, but the majority are appointed by the government, the provincial government, which is elected, just so we're clear. Well, the provincial government's elected. So, and we are volunteers, so we are not paid anything for the role that we play, the appointed board members. But that's the current structure as it is for every not-for-profit organization in the province.
Thank you, Allison.
Well, without the appointment.
The next speaker, number 27, Rebecca Todd.
Hi, so my name is Rebecca Todd. I'm an associate professor in the psychology department, and I'm a campus resident. I've been living in Westbrook Village for the last 10 years. So I would like to raise some major concerns about aspects of the land use plan that are not only inconsistent with, but seem to me to actively undermine UBC's academic mission of pursuing excellence in research, learning, and engagement to foster global citizenship and advance a sustainable and just society across British Columbia, Canada, and the world. So, as a number of people have said, excellence in research and teaching depends on competitively recruiting and retaining faculty members who are world-recognized leaders in their fields and outstanding graduate students and postdocs. And as somebody who's recently chaired faculty search committees, I can attest that unaffordable housing is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, impediment to hiring our top choice faculty job candidates. These have competitive offers from universities all over the world. The Housing Action Plan submitted plans for 75% of development to be market rate housing, as we've heard, and that's housing that's unaffordable to the majority of UBC faculty, postdocs, students, and staff. So under the circumstances, the obstacles to the recruitment and retention of faculty and graduate students will be nearly insurmountable, directly thwarting the goal to pursue excellence in research. And to me, this is one of a number of instances of prioritizing short-term development at the expense of the university's mission. So fostering excellence in learning engagement and a just society also entails that students have roofs over their heads. And yet, as we've heard, at UBC there are currently unacceptably long waits for student housing, and many students I teach as a psychology professor commute as many as 3 to 5 hours a day. And what's more, as a reflection of financial stresses on students and the high cost of living, it's also notable that food insecurity among students, and that includes graduate students, is at an all-time high. And yet, as we've heard repeatedly, the Housing Action Plan commits to building only 3,300 new student beds, and that's been discussed a lot. So finally, I have major concerns that taking responsibility for governing a city of 50,000 people will be a major deviation of the university's academic mission. And I'm concerned about the lack of representation of residents. I think it's crucial that there be voting seats on the Board of Governors for elected representatives from the UBC and UNA neighborhoods, or a municipal system of governance. So these are concerns that, to my mind, render the current version of the land use plan incompatible with the university's stated mission. And I strongly endorse the open letter that was submitted by the UBC Communities for Sustainable Development, recommending that the plan prioritize faculty and student housing over development, extend the UBC Climate Action Plan to cover UBC neighborhoods, to ensure interim environmental protection. And I was kind of shocked when I learned actually that the Climate Action Plan did not extend to the UBC neighborhoods. And finally, to provide residents with meaningful representation within decision-making processes before finalizing the land use plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have to seek clarification around the role of NCAP on neighborhoods. Could you please clarify, Chris?
Yeah, happy to speak to it. So UBC's campus land ownership is complex, as many people are noting today. The academic lands are owned, operated by the university. The neighborhood lands are diverse, a lot of leases to private leaseholders and to UBC Properties Trust. So we have two different climate action regimes, a climate action plan for the university on the academic lands, and a separate climate action plan for neighborhoods. In neighborhoods, we have a plan from 2013 in neighborhoods that we're now updating. That's the Neighborhood Climate Action Plan that folks have been referencing. That will shape future growth. The land use plan includes some commitments, for example, net zero operations in new neighborhood buildings by 2030 that will also appear in the Neighborhood Climate Action Plan. The Neighborhood Climate Action Plan will go further as well, addressing things like waste in neighborhoods, transportation issues.
But as many people have pointed out, the Neighborhood Climate Action Plan is following the land use plan by a considerable amount. And I think the concern is that the land use plan is going ahead without the Neighborhood Climate Action Plan in place.
Thank you. So I think that was helpful in terms of clarifying, that the Neighborhood Climate Action Plan does include the neighborhoods, but there are two distinct plans. Is there any commentary on the sequencing of the Neighborhood Climate Action Plan relative to the land use plan?
Yeah, happy to. I think the university's perspective is the best climate action plan is a land use plan. our emissions in our neighborhoods on campus are approximately half per capita of the regional average, and that reflects the land use decisions we made, and that many of the folks who live in the neighborhoods are you folks who are faculty, staff, and students, so your emissions are a lot lower. It also reflects that a lot of the buildings are newer than Metro Vancouver's average building. So the land use plan is a really critical part of our neighborhood climate action plan. The Neighborhood Climate Action Plan itself is an evolving document. We had a plan in 2013. Conditions have changed a lot since then. We'll have a plan that's approved next year. That will also continue to evolve, unlike the land use plan, which is much higher level and sets the direction for growth on the campus. The Neighborhood Climate Action Plan will continue to change in 2024 and years after as carbon taxes change, as technologies change.
Thank you. The next speaker is number 28, Jennifer Clens.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Clens, and I am an associate professor in botany and associate professor of teaching in botany and zoology, and I focus on teaching biology here at the UBC campus. And I am a resident just outside the gates of the campus in Point Grey. I want to acknowledge that the work of campus and community planning, they've been attempting to create a plan that considers climate change, the housing crisis, Indigenous reconciliation, and profit for the UBC endowment. That is a very tough task. But as people have been talking about, the first three priorities are at odds with making profit for the endowment. Whose needs matter more? I would argue that the needs of the students, staff, and faculty come ahead of making maximal profits for the endowment. An endowment, a definition of it, is funds or property donated to an institution, and UBC's well understood endowment is its land. I have taught hundreds of first-year students about the concept of ecological carrying capacity. I've been doing this for more than 20 years, so before the student who spoke recently was born. And I'm happy to teach you what it means too. So this means, the carrying capacity means the maximal population size for a species that can be supported by a particular ecosystem without degradation of natural resources. The baseline ecological assessment that came out in September of this year, was commissioned by you, reports that the campus is degraded, right? So the current plan will be making this worse. The University Act states that the members of the board of a university must act in the best interests of the university, and it would be in the best interests of the university in our ever-worsening housing crisis to commit at least 70% of new housing below market rate for students, faculty, and staff. There's another definition of an endowment, and this is a natural gift, ability, or quality. UBC's other endowment fits this definition, and it is our students, staff, and faculty. The current plan doesn't serve them. This campus has world leaders in climate change research as well as in planning. We have faculty who are authors of the IPCC report. And it was here at UBC, as has been mentioned, that the concept of ecological footprint was born, and I'm happy to explain to you what that means if you don't know. The plan as it stands provides no quantifiable strategy related to ecology and biodiversity, with only a vague target to, quote, identify, enhance, and manage important areas of biodiversity on campus. The City of Vancouver is increasing tree canopy cover to 40%, and UBC has not committed to this. That's crazy town. We're supposed to be the leaders. UBC must stop prioritizing the needs of real estate developers over the students, faculty, and staff. It would be truly amazing if campus and community planning were able to plan for tree canopies and sustainable development for housing that serves the different needs of the students, the staff, and the faculty, and then UBC could become the climate and sustainability leader that it says it is. And I would love to be able to tell students that UBC actually paid attention to carrying capacity when they dropped this plan and made some big amendments to their land use plan.
Less than a minute, Jennifer.
Thank you. I'm done.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for Jennifer? Thank you. Some of us are planners and went to school with Bill Reese. Not went to school with him, but he taught us. The next speaker is number 29, Vicki Baker.
Hi everyone, many thanks. My name is Vicki Baker. I've been a staff member at UBC for 17 years and hope to continue being staff here until I retire. I understand that a lot of work has gone into this plan, 2 years of engagement and consultation, yet it still feels that this plan is moving very fast. Many of the colleagues I speak to don't understand the scale of the changes that are being proposed and have not had time to go through the myriad and hundreds of pages of documents to really get a good understanding of what is being proposed. There's a number of principles that are laid out in the amended land use plan, but the details in the plan don't always seem to align with those principles. For example, the academic mission, which has already been brought up. The plan aims to develop significant residential communities and sell these at market rates. This is completely at odds with a university's academic mission, as it has nothing to do with teaching or research or learning. It's already been stated that not even half of the people who will live in this new neighborhood will be part of the UBC community. Therefore, they have no commitment to the UBC vision or values. There's also no clear plan on governance for these new residents or representation for those residents themselves to participate in the democratic process. It's already been pointed out that there's no plan for the sufficient infrastructure for a population for a city of that size. Another principle is regarding the relationship with Musqueam and campus Indigenous communities. There's a lot of nice language in this plan regarding how this will enrich campus and how Musqueam will be welcomed, will increase their presence on campus, but I don't see any language related to their actual decision-making power, the actual rights to the land that is still theirs. Perhaps this is included in the new agreement that's being developed with Musqueam, but again, we don't know, and I haven't seen any explicit support for this plan from the Musqueam. Affordability crisis has already been discussed. 75% of market housing is not affordable. 15% discounted for staff and faculty is not enough. The amount of student housing that is being proposed is not enough. I'll just echo the general sentiment that market housing is not in line with the UBC campus community. Climate change and action, I also thought that the climate action plan addressed the whole campus and not just the academic part of campus. The timing of these plans does seem a little bit backwards in that the neighborhood climate action plan won't be ready yet. And even the climate action plan only goes till 2030, and yet this plan goes till 2050. Should we not be thinking about long-term climate adaptation first? The climate action plan includes, for example, an internal carbon pricing to help with decision-making. $250 for a ton of carbon dioxide equivalent, and that is supposed to be used to help decision-making. Even in the short term, they say that UBC says that it will use this to help decision-making on capital and infrastructure planning. Yet it's not yet clear if that carbon pricing will be applied to this land use plan and how that would affect the land use plan. Finally, the final principle is to ensure that the campus lands benefit the UBC community for today and generations to come, and puts a lot of pressure on the land to deliver all of these services and resources. But what about our responsibility to the land? This plan presumes a certain level of growth, and there's also no limits in this plan on that growth. I'm not sure if any analysis has been done, for example, for the academic side, since the pandemic to assess the actual space needs
Less
on
than a minute.
campus. Thank you. I know in the area where I work, my little group of offices is not occupied even half of the time, I would say. It just really seems like this plan focuses on land is like short-term extractivism. It views land as capital and land as property, but does not consider our responsibility to the land. So I will just urge the Board of Governors to think about how you can also be a good ancestor and think about really about all those generations to come, and to decline to pass this land use plan as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. I think this calls for another point of clarification around the agreement with Musqueam, and if there has been any input, explicit support as
Yeah, happy to speak to that. I'd say UBC takes its consultation obligations with Musqueam very seriously. So in 2021, UBC began consulting with Musqueam as part of the Campus Vision 2050 process. It included nearly 120 staff and leadership meetings, information exchanges, community family dinners, workshops, open houses on Musqueam Reserve land, surveys, and also meetings with Musqueam Chief and Council. That process started with co-developed engagement principles for Campus Vision and the Land Use Plan amendment. It included consultation on the scope of the growth proposed in the Land Use Plan, and it included identifying potential impacts of that growth on Musqueam. For example, runoff on Musqueam Creek in Pacific Spirit Park, traffic impacts on Musqueam Reserve lands, and strategies developed with Musqueam to manage those impacts. Some of which you see in the land use plan, for example, a commitment to a formal engagement process on implementation with Musqueam, and some that are outside of the land use plan. And that sums up the engagement process over the last 2 years.
And so there is an agreement process underway as well?
Yeah, happy to speak to that as well. So unrelated to the land use plan, but the university is in discussions with Musqueam for an updated relationship agreement that covers all aspects of UBC's relationship with Musqueam: academic, teaching, research, land use engagement. Many of the commitments through that discussion appear in the land use plan, strengthening Musqueam's presence on campus, for example, and many things are unrelated to land use at the university.
Thank you, Chris. So the next speaker is number 30, Paul Allen.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Allen, and I am a resident in Westbrook Village, as well as an academic dean at one of the affiliated colleges on campus. I'm not going to try to repeat some of the very able and excellent analyses that we've already been hearing this evening. I do support and concur with much of it, but instead I'm just going to, in a kind of effort to be sort of complementary in some way, I want to offer two sets of observations. One of the observations comes from my position as a dean, and the other as a resident in Westbrook. So the first observation as a dean comes from just a few nights ago. We had an open house in the college. We had a couple of questions from the floor from high school students, grade 12s, with their parents, asking the usual sets of questions, but one of which, of course, was the question around housing, what was available, and so forth. And I'm glad that I did not have to provide the answer. because my cynicism over this issue has risen over the years since I've been on campus. Someone else gave the answer, but I felt deeply disturbed by the fact that this one of these young students who asked the question would, in all likelihood, not be able to come and live on campus. She's living in Langley with her family. Commuting from Langley is not something I would, I would not wish for on anyone. And I say, with some trepidation as to why would a student whose parents have been paying taxes in British Columbia not be able to come and live in residence on a publicly endowed land of the university? It's kind of incredulous. So I'm left sort of scratching my head about that. So that's one observation. And that goes with the sort of the observation around, the endowment has come up this evening, and I'm grateful, and I know people who have benefited from that endowment, and so I'm aware of some of the very precise needs. But let's keep in mind, if UBC as a community contributes in the way that is proposed to market housing, we are only ratcheting up the real estate machine that is extreme and getting worse, which means that the number of and the level of doctoral scholarships and bursaries and full rides that we need to make available to excellent researchers coming to campus will only have to increase. So we're going to increase the endowment, but then the needs to cover all of the costs in a very expensive city will also increase. So we need to rethink this whole relationship, I would say. So that's my first set of observations, and then in relation to the real estate. My second observation comes as a resident in Westbrook, and it's around the sort of the specifics of the community and some of these sort of the smaller, sort of the things that you pay attention to in the neighborhood. So, for example, and I think this might speak to some of the sense of a lack of trust that you may be hearing from residents this evening and in other venues. There's a number of trees that have been planted in the last 10 years. Some are looking great, very beautiful and so forth. Some are obviously suffering, and whether that was the heat dome or other factors such as a rushed job in planting the trees. There's a number of trees on our street where the tops are missing their leaves beginning in midsummer. There's other considerations. The traffic jams that actually appear on Westbrook Boulevard, what are they going to look like with double the population in that part of campus? I read over the land use plan. It's not clear to me that serious kind of problem. I mean, if you take the 49 bus that goes through Westbrook, you're often, and I see them, they're sitting on the bus, they're stuck there for quite a long time. That's not sustainable.
1 minute, Paul.
So there's these sort of micro observations that you can make as a resident in Westbrook. There's some other features about various bushes. People have mentioned the tree canopy and so forth. There's ways in which the neighborhood has been built up and obviously kind of rushed through. So that I think, and I hear my purpose here is to speak to that sense of mistrust that you may be picking up from neighborhood residents, and I would urge all those responsible for the plan or its amended version to think of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions. The next speaker, number 31, E. David Klonsky.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Klonsky. I'm professor of psychology, and I've been at UBC for 14 years. My partner is an assistant professor in the medical school. My son attended UBC daycare, now attends Norma Rose. And I'm here to describe the impacts of certain UBC policies on life and morale in Westbrook Village, where we live. Mostly during my 14 years here at UBC, I have felt proud. And what's come to mind over the years is that despite being a large institution with multiple constituencies, UBC cares about its people. Words that have come to mind are values, sustainability, caring, collaboration. And in that context, the land use plan feels like a gut punch. It feels like it's just a horrendous, nauseating exception. Specifically, the plan allots the majority of land to market rate housing that you know we can't afford. You know there's an affordability crisis. You know that we are struggling, and you're choosing to give that land to a developer while we do what? Just continue to struggle. And for that, different words come to mind. Greedy, shameful, selfish, out of touch, offensive. Everything UBC should not be. And this causes so many harms. Of course, the most obvious one is the affordability and to faculty, staff, and especially students. All of us struggle for long-term housing stability while we watch luxury complexes built around us. But I also want to note some things that are maybe less important conceptually, but sort of on the ground in Westbrook, what it's like to struggle and to be unsure of how am I going to have a place where I'm not still paying rent when I'm retiring. And outside my window, I see another luxury complex being built that I and none of my colleagues can afford. And it's not only that, but when these things are built, each building is 12 to 18 months of construction noise, 6 days a week, starting at 8 a.m. It is loud, there's drilling, there's banging. So basically, you don't get to rest peacefully while you're sick for 18 months. You can't sleep in on a Saturday for 18 months. If you have young children, you can't just give them naps knowing that you're not going to be disturbed. And for what? Because it would be different if that was the sound of building affordability for UBC community members, but instead we endure this so rich people can have luxury homes and so Polygon and UBC Properties Trust can get richer. Another morale blow is what happened with the Eagles, which are sort of a proud, lovely, wonderful part of our community, this Eagle family that we've gotten to see for years. Kids especially love it. And it would be one thing to cone the nest if it was a necessary thing to improve affordability for our community, because sometimes there's difficult situations and you have to do the best you can. But that's not what happened here. That nest was coned so two for-profit townhomes that would be too close to that area could be built so non-UBC wealthy people could have investment properties, and so Polygon and UBC could get richer, and that feels disgusting. I also want to echo what other people have said, that we have absolutely in recent years lost world-class tenure stream faculty. I'm in psychology, we're ranked #1 in Canada by most metrics. We have absolutely lost recruits deep into the process because they could not come to terms with housing affordability. We have absolutely lost world-class graduate students who wanted to come here but could not figure out the affordability after multiple consultations about financial issues. In conclusion, this at times has felt like a lovely and amazing university to be a part of. And then I feel like there's this ugly, greedy entity, and I don't understand how it's here. It feels like decision makers hide from accountability. It feels like greed is being prioritized. It feels like an offense to our values. It absolutely harms our ability to thrive, harms morale, harms recruitment, and it just feels like a contradiction to what UBC stands for. And it feels gross, it feels terrible. And so I ask that please, someone with power, do something and make it stop. Thank you.
Go ahead, Michael.
Maybe just quickly, I think it's come up a few times as one of the themes, I think, throughout the engagement. Where does the money go? I think that I keep hearing that. And Chris, could you just elaborate where the money goes?
Yeah, happy to. And I certainly hear a lot of the passion from people in speaking about this. UBC is a nonprofit academic institution. It develops its land to support the academic mission. Certainly makes significant revenue off the land. You can see that in the university's financial budget every year for money that goes into the land endowment. For the development of, say, a site in Westbrook Place, that money comes from a private leasehold sale to a developer. It goes into the endowment. It's used right now to build student housing, and then it's also used to finance faculty homeownership loans. then the interest that's paid on those student housing loans and faculty home ownership loans goes into the university's budget to support academic initiatives every year. Currently, as I said earlier, that supports the cost of capital projects. It supports our rent geared to income program for low-income staff. It supports scholarships and bursaries for students and a number of other academic initiatives.
To reply, I would like to note that you're being told over and over again that the foundations of this plan is wrong, that the morals are wrong, and that the priorities are wrong. And some people have also made the point compellingly that even the process is wrong and the decision-making is wrong and unfair. And the replies over and over again in terms of questions or clarifications are bureaucratic details that I'm sure are relevant, but are just completely sidestepping the points that are being made over and over by people who are smart and who care. And so no one here is saying, you know what, you're right. This obviously feels terrible to all of you. At the least, there's been a terrible miscommunication, and really these priorities are being addressed, or they're not being addressed, and you are completely out of touch with the rest of us, and that also needs to be acknowledged. And so while I appreciate clarification on some of the details, is it the housing plan or is it the land use plan, it's also patronizing and largely irrelevant. And I'm sorry to say that, but this is a difficult topic, and it really does feel like a giant exception to everything else about UBC that I've appreciated and would like to be associated with. And I'm sorry for that, but I hope someone gets this message from us. Thank you.
Thank you. I will acknowledge that the public hearing process is not, from any planner's perspective, the best form of engagement out there. It isn't really one that we enjoy. It's the procedural process that we need to follow as part of this. This process here is provincially mandated, and we are following the ministerial order. But the engagement process to date, as far as I understand it, was took a very different approach and was much more comprehensive. And hopefully, in those contexts, the participants would have felt heard much more so than a public hearing forum, where perhaps it's not really doesn't really allow for that level of exchange. The next speaker is number 32, Kevin McKay. Is Kevin McKay in the room? Kevin McKay. Okay, we will move on to number 34, Stephen Koenig. Is Stephen Koenig here? Could you say that again, please? He's my partner, and he had to leave because the advertised duration of the hearing was 2 hours, and it was indicated at the board meeting on the 16th there were overflow days booked. We found out when we arrived that the hearing was extended to 11 p.m. and he could not be here.
I'm happy to speak to that.
Yes, please, Chris. Yeah.
We had no timeline for the public hearing. We had an information session last week that was 4 to 6 p.m. for 2 hours. Public hearing typically commences at a time and goes until all speakers can be heard. So apologies for the miscommunication there, Bridget.
So he can't speak at this public hearing, and many people left at 6 during the break was announced. I apologize if there was there was misunderstanding about the public hearing timeline. There is still an opportunity for speakers to register right until the public hearing closes. The process is the public hearing will run until all speakers have been heard. And if we continue to the allotted time at the end of the evening and not all speakers have been had an opportunity to speak, then we will continue it tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I can't speak to that. The process is as indicated, that if there's anyone that is interested in speaking, they're welcome to sign in. They can also send in written submissions or speak online. So the next speaker is number 35, Andrew Owen.
Hi there. I want to thank the panel for sitting there as long as I have been. I think I have a more comfortable chair, so I appreciate you listening to everyone.
Thanks.
I'm a associate professor, a resident of Westbrook for 8 years, and also an alumni, so I check 3 boxes. I'm also a political scientist, so I think I'm going to summarize some of what I've heard from my perspective and flag a few things. And I'm speaking to the members of the Board of Governors here primarily. So the university staff, I think, have been very informative and helpful. Represent the administration, right? That's their task, and they're not an independent body that provides independent expertise. I'm hoping that the planners on the board are that. So we should think of their insights from that perspective, that they have to answer to certain people. The second thing is that while there's been extensive consultation through this process, I know wholeheartedly as a political scientist that consultation does not mean influence. It can be an activity that we do, and then decisions that we're going to be made anyway happen. And I fear that's what's happening, because we're not getting a lot of different perspectives at this public hearing. It seems like this plan has serious flaws that everyone is raising over and over, and that suggests that the consultation did not have the impact on the plan that you might want. So I'm asking the board and the planners as well to act as essentially the only mechanism, independent body that can pass on and perhaps represent us to the province and ultimately in the board's decision, because no one else, the administration especially, is not accountable to us or the students or future students. And so, to be honest, if I was a senior administrator, I would want a pot of money that gives me the flexibility to do what I can do. And it would be in the interest of the university and in the interest of students, but I wouldn't want my hands tied. And the comments I'm hearing today is us asking the plan, the land use plan, and the associated many other plans that are all working together, to tie the administration's hands, and the board's hands perhaps, to focus on sustainability and focus on affordable housing for students, faculty, and staff. I'd also note that because we're faculty, staff, and students, the money that the university gets from selling the land that's used to build the aquatic center or the pipes under the ground, that's in our interest too, right? This isn't a NIMBY sort of situation where we just don't want any development. In fact, I've heard almost no one suggest that we want less development or radically different. What we're talking about is sustainability and affordable housing. The other thing I want to say is, and I appreciate the previous speaker spoke to this, and I just don't know how much I can express it, that we're losing potential and current faculty members that are exceptional because they don't want to live in Vancouver because of the housing costs. And we are the unit I'm in is surviving that because we have juniors and they stay for 3 to 5 years. They benefit from the rich academic environment that UBC provides. They are great with our students, and then they leave to go raise their family or pursue somewhere that they can live in the style that they want. So then we hire more people, and that works a bit, right? But it's hollowing out the middle. And 10 years from now, we'll have, well, me renting still in Westbrook, and some of my colleagues slightly older than me living in their houses in Dunbar and Kitts and the East End. Assistant professors renting, maybe they qualify for one of those 15% of below market rentals, maybe not. And then there'll be no one in the middle. And if there's anything to the academic mission, it's equity for students so that less well-off students can afford to come here and study, and maintaining excellent faculty and staff. And we have this endowment, we have this land that we can use, and I hope we can use it for those purposes. I'm all done.
Thank you, Andrew. Is there any questions for Andrew? Thank you, Andrew, for your comments. Appreciate it. The next speaker is number 37, Sarah Brown. Oh, and Sarah is also joining us online. Sarah Brown, are you there?
Can you hear me?
There you are. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Brown. I'm a grateful alum and former longtime resident of UBC. I join you today from the unceded and stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. May their rightful claims to the lands upon which all of us are gathered be top of mind as we debate the jurisdiction and usage of their land. May this truth be a thorn in my side during these discussions that I participate in as a settler, and may this truth be a thorn in your sides too as decision makers. I want to pull out some of the earlier testimony of Dr. Oluwakemi Ola and her powerful, painful, and poignant reminder to all of us about what lies just below the surface here, what she called the bloodied history of theft, greed, and marginalization. We can do better than extending naked greed, that which lies at the heart of this land use plan, into another future chapter. I'm really grateful to everyone who has spoken up so far with valid concerns about the proposed changes to the land use plan. And today I want to talk to you in particular about Acadia Park, the student family neighborhood where I lived with my family for more than 10 wonderful years. Both of my two children took their first breath there. It's where I became a scholar. It's where I became a mother. It's where I built community that has become my family. It's hands down the best place I've ever lived. I've never loved a place the way I love Acadia Park, and I've been fortunate to live in a lot of wonderful places. Even now, when I return to visit, my heart swells with the remembering, and it aches that I'm not there anymore. Visitors and family members from other places would always marvel, awestruck at Acadia Park, at its diversity, at the genuine care and love that was palpable in the community. In the words of my mother, this place is kid paradise. What a gift. What a gift living on those lands has been to me and thousands of other student families over the years. Being a student parent can be really, really hard. It's stressful, it's expensive, sometimes it feels like squeezing blood from a stone. Acadia Park is the reason I stayed. It's the place that filled my cup and gave me the collective connections to make family making feasible during those tough years. I know it sounds hyperbolic, but you can ask anyone who raised their kids in the Acadia townhouses, and you'll hear something similar. In Acadia Park, UBC holds a true treasure of urban design and planning. The townhouse clusters in particular, which is where my children were lucky to be raised, were designed with children's well-being not just in mind, but as a clear and undeniable top priority. Ample green space to run and play, pedestrian-centered street corridors that linked housing units, and a closed courtyard design that allowed student parents like me to work while keeping an eye on their children outdoors. The building formed there bred collective and egalitarian functions. It's truly a marvel, beyond brilliant. And I know personally of at least 2 graduate students living there who pivoted from their original thesis topic to turn their studies instead to the very model of Acadia Park itself. It's something that should be studied, copied, expanded. Certainly not demolished in the name of lining the pockets of UBC Properties Trust execs. And on the
1
note
minute,
of those
Sarah.
execs, I'll admit that over the years, I was a nosy student and would often search the database of salaries at UBC, paying perhaps most close and horrified attention to those top earners on the first page of the report who earned what to my student eyes appeared astronomical six-figure salaries. I was a nosy student long enough to track a major change in which jobs made it to the top of that page. Year after year, it thinned with fewer faculty members and educators, and it's grown in investment portfolio admins, and many of whom work at UBC Properties Trust. When you say market housing will offset student housing, you're not including the astronomical numbers that housing development experts in-house are taking home in remuneration too. Market housing also offsets elite salaries that never used to be on the university payroll of a publicly funded research and educational institution.
Sarah,
And
that's
here
5
I'll
minutes.
echo Patrick Condon's call to stop the further privatization of public assets. I want to see the magical elements of Acadia Park expanded. I want to see
5 minutes, Sarah, sorry.
residents have a much stronger voice in land use plans for the future. We who have studied and intimately know the
Sarah, it's been 5 minutes. I'm sorry to cut you off. Could you just give your final sentence, please? Are you done, Sarah? Sorry to have cut you off, but it was over 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. I think I'm just, yeah. Oh, you have a question, Michael, about Acadia Park?
Well, I just think that's a really important question you're asking about the future of Acadia Park, and staff should probably address that.
Yeah, I'd like some clarification as well, please.
Sure, I can try to do that. So it is true that a portion of student family housing in Acadia will be affected by future neighborhood development of the Acadia neighborhood, but that is, we anticipate 15, 20, potentially more years out. And so the community as it is will remain for quite some time, and the future of that housing that is impacted by the neighborhood would be part of a future planning process for the remaining area, which is the townhouse area. As the campus evolves, as it needs to get provide more housing, that housing will be, we'll learn from what makes that housing successful and make it, redevelop it into higher density family housing that replicates the qualities that are there now.
I'd like to respond, please.
Go ahead.
Acadia Park used to be protected as the treasure that it is. In UBC's land use plan in 2010, they changed the designation of much of the area where Acadia Park is now. It went from academic, i.e. student residences, to non-academic designation, i.e. market housing and condominiums. I was living there at the time, and there was an outcry. Many students and residents of Acadia Park were actually unaware of any consultation process and found out about it after the land use plan had been accepted. A group that I was a part of called Acadia Families for Sustainable Communities formed, and in early 2013 we convinced the AMS to lead a needs assessment to determine the needs of UBC's student family housing community, and as a way to demand being informed about what future plans would look like. And it's certainly, that needs assessment certainly isn't reflected anyway in this land use plan, and I urge you to reject it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker. The next speaker is in person, number 38, Monica Lambton.
Hello. My name is Monica Lampton, and I am a Westbrook resident. I am here to speak about my concerns with the proposed UBC Land Use Plan. While there are many encouraging and positive points outlined in the plan, which I do support, I feel this plan is not sufficiently ambitious or detailed to match the challenges that are before us as a society today. And I believe it is certainly not up to the challenges that we will be facing in 2050. I appreciated the earlier comments from a student who said this is a great 5-year plan. In any case, this is a very long time to imagine a project, but for a land use plan in a time of rapid transition to a zero carbon economy and society, I do not believe the plan sufficiently demonstrates that it will be up to the task of building a sustainable community on campus as it proposes. New hires who are beginning their careers at UBC today will be close to retirement at the end of this plan. Imagine all that they will be achieving in their time here. The new ways of thinking about things, new options that will be available to meet the goals of a sustainable environment and provide solutions to the housing crisis. Thinking about this, I would like to focus on one aspect of the land use plan that concerns me, its inflexibility. And we heard a previous speaker speak to that about her experience in Mundell House, a plan's going ahead without reconsideration. Much of what this plan proposes is challenging and untested on a large scale. This is difficult work, and I am alarmed that this plan may be approved by the Board of Governors and accepted by the province and locked in for 30 years. As a resident, I am not aware of any mechanisms that are in place that will direct a reflective way for how the plan will roll out. What access do residents have to submit questions about unforeseen impacts, specific concerns, or lack of adherence to the plan? It is recommended that consultation processes today have continuing ombuds offices, public relations offices, complaints offices, and the like, all with neutral directors empowered to investigate and remedy contentious or conflictual situations. I do not see anything of the like proposed with this plan. I have been encouraging my neighbors to get involved with this feedback process. The most common response I have received is one of resignation. They don't see why they should bother. It seems that people see no reason to put in effort in a process that will ultimately be carried out completely apart from them. This goes into the hands of the board of directors, and we don't know what will happen next. I have worked in the field of education and movement building in society for social change for over 30 years. And I can tell you, without the dedicated commitment of residents who see themselves as key actors in what is happening, it will be very difficult to advance climate action in this community, which I know we're not talking about tonight. It's something yet to come. I just filled out that online survey. The deadline was last week. However, these elements are intertwined. For if you damper the citizens' engagement and disappoint their desires in the land use plan, you will have tied your own hands for any success with the neighborhood climate action plan. Some people think that opening up channels of dialogue and building trust between the university as a developer and the residents can avert these hazards. However, recent years of data and experience are showing us something else.
Monica, 1 minute.
Instead of relying solely on trust building, current best practices are emphasizing confidence building measures. These would be high degrees of transparency for how feedback has been or has not been applied. Open reveal of positive and negative results as the plan unfolds, and honest openness to alternative approaches. Dr. Byron P. Wright is Associate Provost for Urban Research and Community Engagement at the University of North Carolina, Charlotte. He oversees Urban Corps, an office that is charged with mobilizing, assessing, and advancing efforts that connect the university's interdisciplinary research resources to community assets. At a recent UBC conference on this topic, he told us that he thinks that putting everything in trust is overrated. but he encouraged us not to lose heart when doing consultation, cooperation, and collaboration.
That's
Because
5
you
minutes,
can still
Monica.
do meaningful work so long as you put your efforts into establishing trustworthy structures. My last sentence. Unfortunately, I do not see any such structures or processes articulated in this land use plan. For this reason, I urge the Board of Governors to ask for the plan to be amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, number 39, Angela Lau. No, Angela Lau? Might be.
It's Angela Lowe. I'm trying to get
Oh,
my.
thank you. Sorry, I was wondering if I was saying it wrong. Angela, are you able to put your camera on?
I'm trying to, but the host has disabled it. So if maybe on your side, if you can let me. Oh, there we go. Start my video. Perfect.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Angela.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Angela Lowe, and I completed my PhD in the Faculty of Education, and was also a resident of Acadia Park, where I live with my husband and 2 children, one of them who's here, who also went to daycare there. So as I listen, I'm wondering, what if the measure of UBC's success was that every student had a home for their time here and felt that they belonged? What if the measure of UBC's success was the social, emotional, and well-being of students? And for those students with children like myself and many of my friends that have spoken, what if the measure of UBC's success is the happiness and well-being of these kids? And can you imagine if UBC's claim to fame was that the children who grew up on this campus had the kind of childhood that set them up for success in life? And I wanted to share this because for a moment, me and my family, we had that. I moved here from Beijing with my husband and 2-year-old then, after saving up for years, and landed in a campus community that was welcoming, that provided a place to stay, that buffered us from the stressful economic realities of Vancouver living. Student housing at Acadia Park meant that I can feed my family, have my kid in care while I pursue my dream of studying how to help communities grow healthier children. Amongst my fellow student moms and dads at Acadia, many of us were here really to make the world a better place. My best friends were in social work and education, theology, geography, forestry. In other words, we weren't in it for the money. In the words of my father, we were a group of idealists, and we were able to make choices that focus on the health and well-being of other people, of Canada, of the planet, of humanity, because we were being supported by a university that I believed in that moment, understood that it was important to help alleviate financial stressors and make it possible for us to focus on studies and research. By offering subsidized student housing, you were telling us that our work matters, our health and well-being matters, and that it's okay that we're not wealthy, that we belong here anyways. And for student families like ours, it was saying, it's okay that you have kids. We see that it's harder for you, but you belong here too. And by offering green spaces, playground spaces together, you're saying your mental health and physical well-being is part of your success as a student here and the success of your kids too. It's hard to see the tangible value of mental health and well-being, of people feeling supported and belonging. We can measure mental health, but the problem is measurements mean nothing if we don't value it. The value of well-being is something that needs to be intentionally put on the table because unlike money, it cannot speak for itself. So I wanted to be here today to speak for mental health. I think I'm a good example of what happens when a student mom is supported. I'm currently working for the government, the BC government, leading provincial projects that aim to promote mental health in the early years. It's a pretty amazing role, but I get to do it because of the knowledge and skills that I have been given this space to grow at UBC. My kids are happy, they're healthy. They sometimes struggle with learning and developmental challenges, but they have the foundation to cope and manage because they have grown up in an environment that is safe, secure, with opportunities and green spaces for healthy play, with parents who are not overly stressed, in a community that feels connected. And so much research shows that these are ingredients for being healthy and successful and resilient for life. Acadia Park, where I lived, gave us these gifts. And for this, I offer my eternal thanks. but I also feel the burden of responsibility for making sure that the families that come after us are being given similar opportunities to thrive. And I don't see this quality of care, this consideration of student well-being being reflected in this land use plan, specifically in providing affordable housing for students and green spaces. I'll end with this. My kid's grade 1 teacher has a great visual to show them what their report card means. What's a beginning and what's an extending? The task is to draw a mushroom, and the beginning is just a simple outline of a mushroom that satisfies the brief. It's just good enough. The example for extending is a magnificent, colorful mushroom with butterflies and a happy frog that is a joy to behold. So I want to ask if a priority is mental health, then how does this land use plan measure up?
Less than a minute.
Are we happy with helping students cope? Or are we aiming to have students thrive? And if it's thriving, then we need to do better than 25% of subsidized housing for students and less than adequate amount of green spaces. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments, Angela. If you don't mind, I might use that analogy of the mushroom with butterflies for a comparable for extending at home. Is there any questions for Angela? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 40 is the next speaker in person as well, Carly Hilbert.
Good evening. My name is Carly Hilbert, and I'm a third-year LFS student, campus resident, and worker here at UBC Vancouver. Just this past year, I lost the thing that I think I loved about UBC the most, due to the affordability crisis. I lost my mentor, who had to go back home abroad because she simply could not afford to live in Squamish, a place 2 hours away. However, I still must thank everyone here for the chance to speak at this hearing. Thank you to all the consultants, CCEL, and community members, and everybody else who contributed to Campus Vision 2050 and for their efforts. But still, I find that as a student and a worker here at UBC, the Campus Vision Plan fails to address my needs. We are in a cost of living crisis. We are in a housing crisis. No one is debating this. Yet when I see that only 25% of the new housing will be accessible to staff and faculty via below market housing, and only 3,300 new beds in student housing are even being proposed, I must think that the university does not fundamentally understand what these crises mean. How does the university hope to consider its mission as a place of academic excellence when students, faculty, and staff, the very fabric of this institution, struggle to afford basic necessities like food and shelter? How does the university intend to justify 75% of new housing being targeted towards wealthier Vancouverites who may have no affiliation with UBC, when the very people that make up this university are forced to commute hours? I'm certainly not the first person to say it. I think I'm, in fact, the 40th. As a student, it's borderline insulting to see the wait list for student housing, which is around 3-4 years, which is the length of my degree, and hear the university at the same time talk about expanding market rate housing. Aside from who is going to be living at UBC, how does UBC intend to cope with being a small city? Already, UBC strains the TransLink public transportation systems during rush hours. I'm sure students can tell you of all the buses that drive straight past their stop as the bus is already too crammed with students. Are there enough schools? Are there enough hospitals? The stories of negative experiences at the UBC hospital due to wait times are also not uncommon. Certainly, I can't be the first person telling you this. We are not meeting the needs of the community we currently have. If UBC is set to grow to around 40,000, we will need more still. As a concerned member of this community, I've yet to see any considerations on the logistics of this. Finally, what of the very land we are planning to do this on? Even if the logistics were perfectly ironed out and I had no complaints about potential residents, I cannot ignore UBC's past and proposed plans and how they have affected and will continue to affect the environment. Developments at Westbrook Village have displaced eagles by physically obstructing their nests to build luxury townhomes. And this current plan seeks to continue this damaging legacy and intends to double UBC's residents, and in the process failed to mention how this was going to be ecologically sustainable. Despite Musqueam's questioning of our quest for continued growth, despite the community and Musqueam's desire to preserve our green space and campus biodiversity, such a plan would leave 0.5 hectares per 1,000 residents, which is far less, barely over half, of the recommended guideline for compact cities for green spaces per resident. I sincerely hope that the committee will decline to endorse the proposed land use plan amendment. The UBC community has been loud and clear on its objection, especially tonight, on the current version of Campus Vision 2050 and the land use plan. Over 900 members of the community have signed the open letter to the UBC Board of Governors regarding the Campus Vision 2050, and not only is the objection clear, but so are the proposed solutions. Please ensure that the development is only approved after ecological reports and recommendations are publicly released and properly integrated. Ensure that on-campus housing is available to all who need it, and create a separate plan to deal with this, as students cannot wait until 2050 for our needs to be met. My final mention, although certainly not the final proposed solution, is to retire UBC's failing land-based revenue model. We are an institution, not a landlord. We are not the place of 99-year leases. We must consider who this university should serve first and how the university must respect the land that it is situated on. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Appreciate your comments. Does anyone have questions for Carly? Thank you. So I'll just note the time. It's 10 to 8. I think we will take a 5-minute break, but we'll take 2 more speakers and then take a 5-minute break just for a brief recess. So the next 2 speakers are joining us online. Number 41, Jen McCutcheon. Jen, are you there? Thank you.
I am, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Jen McCutcheon, and I serve as the elected director for Metro Vancouver's electoral area, which includes the UBC lands. And I'm also a resident living within the UNA neighborhoods and an alumni of UBC. I'm here tonight to highlight some of the implications of doubling the UBC population without consideration for or changes to the governance structures on campus. These are concerns that I have heard from a number of previous speakers this evening. Specifically, I'll be speaking to the issues of lack of accountability and insufficient provision of municipal services. On the topic of lack of accountability, we're here tonight to give input to a committee that will then pass our comments on to the Board of Governors to make a decision on the land use plan. However, the mandate of UBC's Board of Governors is, and I quote, responsibility for the business of the university, not the concerns of residents or management of a city. I note that in our opportunity to speak today, we're only speaking to 2 of the 21 decision-making Board of Governors. By contrast, in cities like Vancouver, public hearings are a priority and are attended by the full council. As residents, while we have no say in who sits on the Board of Governors, we do elect a UNA board. However, the UNA board only has advisory capacity to the Board of Governors, where the real decision-making authority rests at the university. Imagine having a community planning process in a municipality where access to decision makers is so restricted and accountability by decision makers to the community is non-existent. The second issue I'd like to speak to is the municipal services model for the neighborhoods, which is ad hoc and limited. In my role as electoral area director, I regularly receive questions and concerns from residents that would normally be addressed by a municipality. In the absence of a municipality here at UBC, services are provided under a complex web of overlapping jurisdictions, which can be very hard to navigate, even for those of us in the weeds. As a result, they are simply not a priority. I'll give you 2 concrete examples. Recently, a woman from Tapestry Retirement Residence was hit and injured by a scooter on the sidewalk. Community members are really upset about this and are wanting bikes and scooters to be banned from the sidewalk, at least in that area. In a municipality, residents would raise a concern such as this with elected officials. A bylaw could be passed and enforcement officers would add this bylaw to the list that they enforce. Here at UBC, residents can bring this concern to the UNA board. Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure would need to be involved as they're responsible for roads and would need to make sure there's a safe biking option on the road. The UNA would then need to persuade the Board of Governors that this is an issue and request that they create a bylaw. But as per my previous points, the UNA does not have direct access to the Board of Governors, and community concerns are really not part of the Board of Governors' mandate or priorities. If the UBC Board of Governors were to approve this new bylaw, then someone would need to enforce the bylaw. But unfortunately, the UNA does not have control over its own budget, and they wouldn't. So if they were to hire bylaw enforcers, they would likely be doing this at the expense of other services. So unfortunately, this issue would likely remain unresolved. A second example pertains to water services at UBC. As you're all aware, our province faced extreme drought conditions this past summer, and Metro Vancouver, where we get our water from, placed the whole region on a level 2 water restriction. When restrictions were put in place, municipalities passed bylaws and issued fines to residents who were not following the restrictions. As UBC is not part of a municipality, it doesn't technically have to follow the guidelines of the regional district. But common sense would suggest that if we're sharing a common water source, we would want to do our very best to follow these recommendations and conserve water. However, according to UBC, because the university is not a member of the water district, it didn't see the need to have water enforcement bylaws and did not issue fines for water infractions. I understand that providing municipal-like enforcement services isn't a priority for an academic institution, but the result is a lack of enforcement, which could have ramifications well beyond the borders of the university. I could go on with examples from residents, from traffic.
One minute left.
Thank you. From traffic to residential climate action plans to off-leash dogs to policing. The point is the planning and approval of Campus Vision 2050 and the Land Use Plan are disconnected from residents and their needs. And at the moment, there's no entity with the responsibility of or the resources to provide the services of a rapidly growing population. The system is not working well with 15,000 residents and will only get worse if the population grows to the planned doubling of the density of Vancouver's downtown core. If UBC is not going to get into the business of running a city, which I presume is the case, then changes need to be made before this plan is fully implemented to make sure that a city of 37,000 people can operate effectively and with a system of governance that allows for some level of accountability from residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, for your comments. Is there any questions? I appreciate you joining us. I will move on to speaker number 42, Warren Karagada. Are you available? And this will be our last speaker before a brief break.
I am available. You can hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. And you're just joining us by audio, right?
And online, and I think I can see myself, so I'm wondering if my video is working, but
it is.
If not,
it is. It's working fine. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I will say that I will second the comments of Jen McCutcheon. I thought the issue of municipalization is an important one. We're residents of Westbrook Village, and we find it passing strange that a community of 15,000 people is run by a university board of governors. That will be more than double the situation when we have one of the largest municipalities, a relatively large municipality in British Columbia, that's again run by a board of governors whose main responsibility is to run a university. Let me say as well that we moved here 2.5 years ago from Ottawa. We were drawn to live in the university neighborhoods because of the medium density that we saw. It felt very much like a welcoming village, dense but not too dense, with some towers, but on the periphery of the village. And then we read about the land use plan, and we see that the density would be about, as I understand, about double what is the case in downtown Vancouver. When we were looking to live in Vancouver, we were quite clear that we would not live in Yaletown or Cole Harbour or what I see as the horror of places like Brentwood, and that UBC offered something else. We've had an opportunity to spend time in European cities where you have relatively dense urban populations with buildings of 5 and 6 stories. That's a very livable environment. You can see the sky. On the South Campus at this point, there's a giant hole in the ground, and as I understand, that is going to become, I hope not Brentwood type towers, but somewhat approaching that. So there's several issues regarding this land use plan, and I do hope that if it's approved by the Board of Governors, that I understand that the province would have an opportunity to weigh in. I would hope that the province would send it back. I also would hope that the province would, at the very least, establish a governance study, as it did with the university endowment lands, to look at the issue of how we are going to govern what will be a relatively large city for British Columbia over the life of this plan. So that's about all I wanted to say, but I really do think that the idea that UBC would turn itself into a development corporation run, as I can sometimes see it, by UBC Properties Trust was a bad idea, and I hope that either the university will wake up to that fact or that the province will wake up UBC to that fact. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Warren. Appreciate that. Any comments or questions for Warren? Okay, so we will take a brief break. I'll just make a note of the earlier confusion that was raised. I think there was an information session staff have clarified on November 1st that ran from 4 to 6 p.m., which is where the 2-hour time frame may have caused some confusion. The public hearing was, however, scheduled to start today at 4 p.m. And I will reiterate that we will continue on tomorrow if there are, if not all the speakers have had an opportunity to speak today. But if, depending on how it goes, we may very well complete the public hearing tonight before 11 o'clock. There's no way to reach to those folks, unfortunately. So, but the information had been made available previously. So I'm not sure how what to suggest there. Mm-hmm.
You made it clear we had a 15-minute break earlier. That's all you said.
Oh, I see. I think there is a misunderstanding. Was it the misunderstanding that the 6 o'clock was the end of the hearing? Is that the misunderstanding? Because it was very clear to us, at least, that there was the 6 o'clock was just a break for bite to eat. Yeah, 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 and.
Noha?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
we do have the contact. We do have the contact information for people who register. We can send an email now. The public hearing procedure rules ask us to complete the public hearing when the speakers list is done, and so that would be this evening if we work through all the speakers. But we will send a message to folks that are registered who haven't spoken at this time and encourage them to join online.
That's very helpful.
The public hearing procedure rules also say at the close of the public hearing is when we're done receiving written submissions. So that's right. When the public hearing ends, it may be tonight. If it continues into tomorrow, we can accept written submissions tomorrow. We don't know until the speakers list is complete.
But I think we haven't quite got to the problem here, which is that it sounds like some people thought tonight's session ended at 6, correct? So those people left, not realizing that it was going to continue on past 6.
But there was, we were clear.
The information to,
okay.
but I think I said that we will be returning after 6 o'clock. That was stated. This is where the misunderstanding is, that there was an information session that ran from 4 to 6. That was November 1st.
The website doesn't say this ended at 6.
So, I appreciate everyone's comments, and yes, of course, the goal is to be inclusive. However, this is we are following very precisely the procedural rules that were outlined for this public hearing. And so the staff have offered to reach out to everyone that were planning to speak and and have since taken themselves off the list, and to let them know that they're able to join online or send in a written submission. So I think that should address the issue. I would love that, but I don't believe that's an option as per the procedural rules. We have to run until it closes for the evening. And those are that is a typical practice for public hearings.
Can I suggest that we have a staff discussion with the committee and we return after the break and have a discussion with the group rather than debate this back and forth?
Yeah.
We'll talk about the procedural rules and discuss what the best option to address everybody's concern is.
Thank you. So then that would mean if we have, we may need more than 5 minutes, so we'll regroup at 8:15. It's now 8:05. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we have quorum, so Brent Elliott will join us soon, I'm sure. Just for everyone's information, we have discussed the concerns around the process and wanted to just let everyone know that we will continue as advertised, and we'll continue hearing from speakers until there are no more speakers today. And if we are not able to get through all the speakers today, then we will continue tomorrow at 4 p.m. as advertised. Staff have kindly agreed to reach out to everyone that has left today to let them know that they are able to join and add a submission either online as a video submission or to request to be added to the speakers list. They will be added to the end of the speakers list and can do an online presentation. So the next speaker is online, Andrew Owen, number 35. Thank you. Oh, no?
Jeremy Allen.
Oh. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm looking totally at the wrong place. 1 second, please. Number 43, Jeremy Allen. Hi, Jeremy. Thank you for joining us.
So I want to begin by thanking all the previous speakers here this evening. I really appreciate their eloquence and research into the land use plan. So I want to really echo those sentiments and speak this evening in my capacity as a graduate student and as a former Westbrook resident. So to put it simply, Westbrook is unaffordable for most graduate students. The market housing, it's something where if I was living there with my graduate stipend from for my graduate studies, I would not be able to live or to feed myself. And so what that leaves graduate students with is two options. They can commute in from as far away as Langley or Squamish, as we heard from previous speakers, or they can live in very poor conditions with potential safety issues. And myself, I know many fellow graduate students who have experienced and are even experiencing right now really stressful and unsafe situations housing-wise. I'm sure many people here this evening listening can relate to the struggle of searching for housing in Vancouver. And it seems that with each year, it gets worse and worse. You have to move further away and search for even longer. So when I began looking for housing, I asked my graduate advisor why the situation was as it was. I was a newcomer and wanted to understand some of the context and history. And their response was a story about a gentleman that they saw one day walking through the faculty building, the Faculty of Forestry. And so the advisor approached this gentleman and asked if he was lost. And it came out that he was visiting for the week from London and in fact owned one of the condos in Westbrook and came in once a week every year to enjoy the nice summer weather that we have here in Vancouver. And my experience living in Westbrook, I think, really backs the story up. Many times I would look out in the evening at the large towers along Binning, and many of the apartments I would see continuously not lit up. They were dark. It was clear that no one was living in them. And so what that tells me here, and I think what many people have spoken to this evening, is a feeling that what has happened in Westbrook is that a city has been built for millionaires, and the graduate students, such as myself, have been told they don't belong. And frankly, this is an insult to all graduate students and puts into question whether it's an institution that I want to continue working at. And in my case, I decided I didn't want to continue living there. So I'll keep my remarks very brief, and thank you to all the speakers who've been able to provide insight into the remedies to this land use plan.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, and thank you for being brief. I appreciate your comments. The next speaker is number 44, and they are in person, Dr. Jorge Holman. Thank you.
Can you hear me? I think that is the case.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I will try to be brief, starting that I'm a graduate of the university and a resident. I have been living here for since 1997, and over these years I have seen a transformation, a very drastic and aggressive transformation from a community that was only for temporary people, students, into a vibrant community. And when I see that we are trying to discuss here the campus and the campus planning in the community, we see a clear transformation. And I'm a witness of that transformation from something that was close to a company town into a community. And coming from, as an immigrant from a country that I didn't enjoy democracy until I was a young adult, I appreciate democracy. And I think that if we want to build a community, we need to respect that. And we have a transformation. Now we have human beings, people living here permanently. And this campus vision for the next 30 years should be rooted on respect to that people, yes? And how we achieve that? We need to have a proper governance and representation, and we don't have that. If you look communities of a similar size, they have more infrastructure, they have more access to decisions and to be part of that process. Unfortunately, we don't enjoy that right now. And we are discussing a plan that was prepared by very competent people, but not necessarily reflecting our needs. Comments that, like the previous speaker, show or highlight that there are more than one dimension of shortcomings right now. One is the needs from students, but also needs from residents and future residents. We are building a community that will need more fire stations, will need more hospitals, will need more infrastructures, and we are not doing that in the right way. We need to have a proper governance, a change of the funding model. It's outrageous that we need to have to sell a full unit to the marketplace to pay 3 beds for students. Man, we are smarter, we can do that better. There are private companies that can get funding at very low rates from the government, and we are not exploring new funding options. We need to be responsible and to build something that is a good and vibrant and respectful community for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Well spoken. Thank you very much. Any questions? Number 46 is online. Hal Bradbury. Is Hal Bradbury available? Okay. Hal Bradbury has had to leave and will rejoin at the end. Thank you. Number 47, Mary O'Connor, in person. Thank you. I'll just remind you to state your name and if you are a faculty, student, or other affiliation with UBC. Thank you.
Sure. Hello. I am Mary O'Connor. Thank you for your time and attention this evening on this important issue. I'm a professor in the zoology department. I lead a research group at UBC of PhD students, undergraduates, and postdocs, and we work on biodiversity change and climate change. Many of the concerns, almost every concern I've heard tonight really resonated with me, but I'm going to speak about one today in my role as the director of the Biodiversity Research Center on campus. The Biodiversity Research Center is a group of 95 faculty. We span faculties and departments all across campus and UBC Okanagan. We comprise faculty whose research has global impact. Our faculty hold the most prestigious awards, the research chairs, the leadership positions in the science and education of biodiversity change, climate change, and ecological change, as well as in the solutions and ways forward. These are signature research areas of UBC's excellence, core to the strategic plan and core to our education. We rely on our campus's outdoor research spaces and teaching spaces. The students of our programs, trained, the undergraduates and the graduates, leave UBC to lead in universities, governments, businesses, and communities in the areas of biodiversity change and climate solutions. So this land use plan directly undermines the university's academic mission in this area. And it does so by undermining our ability to sustain this leadership in education in the long term in these areas that we most desperately need it. Our future, in every way, is defined by how we meet the crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, emergent diseases, and deteriorating mental health, which we've heard about. As a university, our mission is to serve our societies in these areas through research and teaching. Central to these crises that I mentioned is disconnection from the land. We live in a society where we keep getting more and more disconnected from nature, and this land use plan is a product of that disconnection. It perpetuates it. High population density takes steep tolls on the ecology, biodiversity, and our health. These local changes, right here, associated with high population density transform our natural ecosystems by removing their resilience. And what I mean by that is by removing trees, by degrading soils, changing the water, the airflow, all of the things that we know about, these directly exacerbate the local effects of climate events like heat waves we heard before, storms, outbreaks. They affect us as people and the non-human residents of our campus and land. So UBC's done a good job at approaching climate neutral and being a good citizen outwardly, but we're not doing what we know we can do locally to mitigate the disasters of climate change that's driven by things beyond our campus. We know how to do this. A lot of the leading research is from UBC, so we know how to do it, and the land use plan does not show that due diligence has been done in this regard. Under the direct and indirect but extremely likely effects of the land use plan and the density it allows, UBC would be unable to sustain its capacity in these critical areas of research and teaching that I noted. The failures would come in the already being realized inability to recruit and retain and maintain our reputation. You've heard it before and I've experienced it. We're not able to land the best faculty anymore. The lack of outdoor research and teaching spaces that we already experience is limiting our ability to support this kind of stuff, and we're going in the wrong direction. We need more, not less. That influences our ability to lead in our society on these critical issues. And it does really impact mental health. I mean, the story we heard before of Angela Lowe and that beautiful story of being a student with a young family, my students would think that comes from another planet. They don't recognize that as UBC grad student life. They're depressed, seriously. So what do we need? What we need is outdoor research and teaching spaces that range from highly managed areas like lawns and gardens to less managed spaces. These need to be not—
1 minute, Mary.
Okay, these need to not be surrounded by the tallest buildings and super high densities of people and all the dust and dirt and reflected light and reflected heat and shadows that come with that. We just succeeded in protecting our outdoor research spaces, but if they're surrounded by 50-story towers, they're useless to us. Campus residents and faculty need to be able to see and experience biodiversity, not just birds and trees and plants, but we had flying squirrels here until not too long ago, and they're gone. We need clear commitments, definitions, and explicit acknowledgement of the ecological costs of these development plans. The costs include the credibility of our institution, costs to our reputation, and the damage to our efforts as a university towards reconciliation, which is based on knowing the land. We need to trust that leadership understand these issues and make informed choices, and if they still choose to cash in on our ecology, we need to know that they did so with eyes open. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Any questions for Mary? All right, we will move on to speaker number 48, Leisha Coop. Oh, Leisha is joining us electronically. Online, Leisha? Is Leisha available via Zoom? Leisha Coop? No, we haven't heard. Okay, we will move on to number 50, James Connolly, in person.
Hello, my name is James Connolly. I'm an associate professor here at University of British Columbia in the School of Community and Regional Planning, SCARP. And I have decided to rise to speak tonight because I've been following the conversation closely for a long time around this process, and have found myself, by the virtue of my position, to ask myself the question, what would I do if I was on the Board of Governors right now? What would I do if I was sitting in the seat that you all are sitting in, and how would I consider the issues in front of me? And I wanted to humbly present to you what I think I would do, and begin with two observations that might seem incongruous, and they're things that I think we can see quite readily here. The first observation is that Campus Vision 2050, the Housing Action Plan, the Land Use Plan, the upcoming Neighborhood Climate Action Plan, collectively, these represent a robust planning apparatus, a very robust planning apparatus with a very strong set of inputs and information. They tell us the dimensions of the challenge. They tell us the various positions that people have staked out within the debates around land use planning. They tell us the various solutions that are available to us, and there are many available to us. In short, they are a very articulate statement of the desires and strategies of the UBC community to balance social, environmental, and economic goals within the institution. We have a lot to work from here. We have a lot. We don't need too many more answers than what's in front of us here. But the second observation, and this is quite evident from our hearing tonight, is that still there's a generalized sense of discomfort, if not deep dissatisfaction, with the outcome, with what we're looking at here, despite this robust planning apparatus. We might ask ourselves why that is the case, and I think that a quite defensible answer to that question is that there's a generalized sense that the priorities in the end aren't balanced. There's a sort of a reasonable expectation and assumption that what is the stated intent of the plan, that we're balancing social, environmental, and economic goals, is what we're going to get at the end. But that's not really what people feel when they look at these plans. They feel as though the priorities are out of balance. And that's the perception that we're hearing over and over again. And I think Jen McCutcheon, who spoke earlier, said it very well in a CBC article where she was quoted as saying, there's a lot of great guiding principles within the land use plan around the climate action, reconciliation, sustainable development, and I would agree with that statement. And the planning staff should be commended for the work that's been done there. But those are, in my opinion, secondary goals to that of the primary goal of making sure there's a profit, and what she's speaking to here is particularly to maximizing the benefit of the development toward the growth of our endowment, which matters to me as well as a member of the community in UBC. It matters. So now what would I do, given these two seemingly incongruous observations? What I would do if I was on the Board of Governors is, and I submit this humbly to you, is go through a thought exercise. I would ask myself, what if, without asking for new planning processes to begin, without asking for more information, without asking for anything more than what we simply have right now in front of us, what if any and all, to the extent that they exist, revenue-based preconditions were removed, and we simply used the information that we have in front of us, and we said, okay, planning staff, let's try to remove all revenue expectations and try to say, with the information we have, can we better balance social, environmental, and financial goals? And if I was on the Board of Governors, I would specifically be saying, can we make that balance happen and still meet my fiduciary responsibility to the university? And if the answer, after going through that thought exercise, is, well, what comes out of that probably would be a better balance between social, environmental, and economic goals if the revenue mandates were removed. Economic is still in the picture, but it's the balancing of those goals. If my answer is yes, then I think I would say, okay, we need to pause and we need to think through what that more balanced plan might look like, with fiduciary responsibilities met, but the revenue, the pre-existing preconditions of revenue generation removed from the process. I'll leave it at that and just say it's not an easy decision, but and I recognize the fiduciary responsibilities, but there's also a very strong need to balance social, economic, and environmental goals, and it's quite possible to do so within the planning process.
Thank you, James, for your comments. We'll move to number 51, Christopher Ray. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'll introduce myself in just a second, but I appreciate many people have brought up accountability and personal accountability. So before I make my remarks, I have a question for each of you. I'm not asking you to speak, but I would just like a show of hands based on what you've read in the various plans that have been submitted and based on the comments that you have heard tonight. How many of you would suggest that the province approve the land use plan as currently written? Please raise your hand.
I don't think that's an appropriate question for the committee
So
at this time.
I see no hands raised. Okay, so I raised that.
Could you please introduce yourself and begin your remarks?
Okay.
Thank you.
Those are part of my remarks. My name is Christopher Ray. I'm a full professor at UBC, as well as a campus resident since 2008. I am co-author of the book Where Research Begins, and I am also the recipient of a 2023 Killam Faculty Research Prize. I share the following comments about UBC's proposed revisions to the land use plan as a professional researcher with expertise in due diligence, envisioning outcomes, and revising plans based on principle and fact. And I raised that question just now. I'm sorry if it put you on the spot, but because I've been involved with a lot of the campus and community planning and the planning for many, many years, sat on an advisory committee for a stadium for neighborhood. I was on a board of governors committee on a housing action plan. But there's been a lot of cynicism and a lot of evasion in the process. A lot of refusing to say, well, we got to balance things, but we're not going to tell you how we're going to balance them. There's been no backstop, even though there has been a lot of nice sounding language. So I would very much echo the comments earlier about what is the best that UBC can do? And is the current plan the best? Because if the answer is no, if there is any reasonable doubt about the current plan, it should not move forward. We should go back to the drawing board. We should aim for the best that we can get at. And so I think that a lot of the comments earlier tonight have raised a number of inconvenient truths for UBC about the consequences, especially of this fundamental conflict of interest between revenue mandates, essentially between affordability and profit. And so unless essentially UBC creates a closed market of some type, unless it removes the profit motive, this is just going to continue again and again. And I've seen 5 presidents come and go, many board chairs. None of them have taken action on this that has resolved that fundamental conflict. So we've heard a lot about diagnosis of the problem. There's a lot of unanimity about that conflict of interest, but I wanted to share a few things about why there is good reason to think that UBC can do better. So the current plan has UBC student and employee rentals funded primarily through market leases. This was mentioned by members of staff. A better proposal would be to indeed say, if UBC can't borrow money now, let's work with the province. The premier is very easy to find. He actually lives on campus. To change the rules so that the province can invest in student housing. Let's start there. It's a no-brainer. It's a political win for everybody. For employees, workforce that want to own here, UBC has already done co-development. If you have never heard of co-development before, staff can fill you in on the history of that program, which could be modified so that there's essentially restrictions on resale, there's capped appreciation, so it remains affordable in perpetuity. Again, that requires a discussion with the province over REDMA. So this is well known. UBC has yet to show evidence, however, that it has had those discussions with the province. So if the law is bad, if the rules are bad, if the regulations are bad, you work to talk with the regulators. And I say this as a former regulator myself. So there are a lot of other things about the proportion of market housing versus affordable housing under the current plan that 75-25% mentioned earlier, and I would respectfully disagree with some earlier speakers who think that UBC should aim for 50% or 75% affordable housing. I believe that UBC should fail forward. It should aim for 100% affordable housing going forward. And this housing that you can achieve at UBC, you can do something that you can't do in other places where you have to buy the land. UBC is the steward of this land that it has been given, and you could create housing that is affordable in perpetuity at a scale you cannot in other places. There's a lot of problems with leasehold housing, right? UBC Properties Trust's own figures
1 minute, Chris.
show that the actual revenue generated from leasehold is less than the amount generated from market rental. And with market rental, you can at least change those units into some market rental if you want to. But for any leasehold, that land is gone for 99 years, no backseas. So we should have a moratorium on any market leasehold. There was one comment about the different climate regimes here, regulatory regimes. We only have one climate, and I think if UBC has any issues about jurisdictions regarding climate policy, should its zero emissions continue beyond 16th Avenue, it needs to really show a commitment to resolving those. We might have microclimates in market towers, but I hope not. The current plan suggests many concrete towers up to 39 stories, 117 meters, and most or all of those would be market leasehold. And I say this because all existing towers are market leasehold. So I think UBC should switch to grant-oriented units and avoid what my students are calling creating a 39-story thunder phallus. Thank you. Are there any questions?
You're taking my role. Are there any questions? Thank you. Now, from the committees, usually have that. This is how it's addressed. So, and actually, the process is that the committee has an opportunity to ask a question of the speaker, and then the speaker can respond. But there isn't questions from the participants in the audience. Thank you. So the next speaker is number 52, Graham McDonald, in person. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Graham MacDonald. I am a student at UBC. I'm second year materials engineering. So today I'm going to start off by playing my race card. So this is a, well, at the bottom it says I'm an Indian within the meaning of the Indian Act. This expires today because today is my birthday. I'm here not because well, I'm lying. I enjoy urban planning as a hobby. But I shouldn't be here at almost 9 o'clock on a Tuesday as an engineering student who is encumbered with all sorts of wondrous assignments that they assure me are useful, but actually aren't, to talk about an abject truth that nobody seems to want to reconcile, and that is that this entire affordability problem, like, it's beyond the product. I took economics 3 years ago. I'm trying to pull it out of my head. It's beyond the production possibility frontier. It's outside of the possibility of the administration to solve this issue because they've been sandbagged by arbitrary rules from like 15 years ago relating to whether or not the university can borrow money. Like, the university is well within its ability to pay for this stuff. The Vancouver housing market, like, it might like collapse, but you just increase immigration and it goes away, but whatever, I don't need to get into that. My primary concern, however, and the reason why I opened with my race card, is that I find it almost insulting that we have an organization that seeks to be more and more Indigenous oriented and is making a very, very impressive effort. And all the people and planning staff, I extend my compliments to the plan. I do have some reservations, but by and large, for what the hand they've been dealt, they have played it well. I just don't like the cards that they were given, and I'd just like to remind everybody that the premier is your MLA if you live on the campus, so you could encourage them through other means to amend certain policies of the current government if you feel like acting in that sort of way, but that is off topic and not supposed to be discussed here, but unfortunately it has to be because that's the only way to solve this problem. It's a sad truth that this land is unceded, it is stolen. I'm not from the Musqueam First Nation, so don't conflate this with the views of the Musqueam and yada, yada, yada. Get your statistics sorted out. What I'm frustrated by is that this land was unceded, it was stolen, and somebody referred to as the land was given to UBC, and I mean, no, it was taken by the government and UBC. It's a mess, but anyway. Well, regardless, UBC as a public, I can accept a land being taken if it is done as a public good. But when you turn around and sell that land to private developers, it no longer becomes a public good, and we start trending towards kleptocracy, and I'm not sure that I appreciate the land of my ancestors. I mean, this is not my land, but this is just a trend that kind of holds across Canada, of the land of
Graham,
our peoples
1
being
minute.
divvied up to the highest bidder for not even like we're not asking for unreasonable things. It's just that the way we've constrained, like we're not questioning the requirements hard enough as to why we've come to this solution. And we've limited our creativity by imposing arbitrary constraints that are over 15 years old that are not actually like what the provincial laws are. They're just like, they're not the permanent legislation. It's like an interim thing, but it just never went away as far as I understand it. But again, I'm not, there's far more educated people here that can speak to like the more precise details of that. It's just, to me, that's what it seems to be. And I just think it's an unfortunate truth that I have to discuss, or we have to reconcile the political truth and less so what the actual community wants, because what the community wants isn't possible given our current situation because of arbitrary rules imposed by an external power.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
And I think you said it was your birthday, so happy birthday. Any questions?
Happy birthday to you. Talk to these guys, they're the ones who...
Thank you for the offer. Number 54 is next, Susan Van Gerp. Is Susan here still? 53 apparently indicated they were no longer able or wishing to speak. Is that changed? Oh, okay, it's two different last names. So is Susan's last name your Susan? Edie. Oh, you are here. Okay, that was a mistake on our part.
But I don't have a full voice.
Well, if you want to lower the mic, then maybe we'll hear you better.
I don't think you want to hear me when I'm coughing and croaking, but nevertheless.
Apologies for the mistake with the
okay.
with the name. Yeah.
So I'm Susan Edie. I have been a resident here at UBC for 16 years. I am alumni going back 60 years, and I'm retired faculty. When I registered, I explained that my voice is limited and that I would make elaboration of my comments in written form, but that I did want to be present and to at least let you know what I want to speak to. Now, it seems unclear whether I'll be able to do the written part in it, so I won't be elaborating now, but I do want to to state the two areas that I would like to have the opportunity to give my views from my experience here at UBC. So the first one would be comments on the need to prioritize both environmental and human needs in the land use goals, and which should guide the economic and development goals rather than the other way around. We've been hearing a lot about both of the issues I'm going to speak to. I would have my own examples probably. The second area is that I would speak to the need for direct voice from the communities in the decision-making and discussions for future development and for the long-term care for study, work, and living at UBC. If there is opportunity, I will be writing about those. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I think we heard you very clearly. Appreciated that you stayed. Number 54, Susan Van Gerp. Is Susan Van Gerp here? Did we mix up the Susans? Is Susan Van Gerp here? Okay, so we will move on to the next speaker, number 56, Hannah Kimura. Is Hannah Kimura available to speak? Hannah Kimura. Okay. The next speaker is number 57, Linda Fong. Thank you, Linda.
Hello. Respectfully, would you just raise your hand to let me know when 1 minute is up so it doesn't throw my train of thought? There is a time.
Yes, I can do that.
Can you do that? Thank you very much. Well, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll introduce myself. My name is Linda Fong, and I'm a native Vancouverite. I am a staff, a neighbor, a mother of 3 UBC graduates here, and a grandmother to potentially future UBC students. I was born at Vancouver General Hospital in 1958, and that makes me 65 years old. My grandfather came and had to pay head tax several times. My father and his father farmed leased land on the Musqueam Indian Reserve for many years, and we survived and prospered on that land. The Musqueam people are family to me and my community when I was growing up. This land is theirs, and I'm grateful to be able to live, play on the unceded and traditional lands of the Musqueam peoples. I have seen many changes to Vancouver, some good and some bad, but mainly I am sad about how my city, Vancouver, has changed from being a beautiful and welcoming city to a city that is unaffordable and sadly very unwelcoming. UBC is comparable to our Stanley Park, which is a jewel, but the removal of many green spaces for development here at UBC and the removal of the Eagle's Nest make me cry. My relationship to UBC started in 1977 when I enrolled as a student in the Faculty of Education. Of my 4 sons, 3 of them graduated from the university. Presently, I am an employee of the UBC Child Care Services since 2004. I love my work and I'm passionate about it. Sadly, the perspective of your affordability does not help me at all. and I have worked here for close to 20 years, and presently I'm paying half my wages towards rent. You mentioned in your vision plan that you consulted the many shareholders in this plan, but I don't really believe you received the true public attention and concerns until tonight. I heard that you had an engagement process which started in 2021 during the mid-pandemic period. So I really wonder if you had true representation of those shareholders. Would you please reconsider your vision plan? Because it doesn't really consider affordability, the environment, nor the representation that an elected governance would provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I didn't even have to put my hands up. Thank you. Number 58, Shane Hunt. Shane Hunt. Is Shane Hunt here? We'll move on to number 59. Ooh. Ishwarjyot Singh. Thank you for bearing with that pronunciation.
Yeah, it's difficult. My name is Ishwarjyot Singh. I'm a student, second year at UBC. And I love it here. It's amazing. I came from Ontario. I'm a transfer student. And first thing I noticed when I got here, so much greenery. So much trees. The biodiversity is amazing, especially coming from Brampton, Ontario, where there's nothing, just buildings and concrete. That's all there is. So I kind of loved it here. It's kind of my place to be. When I go back, I'm like talking to my family, like, I want to be here. I can't live there. I just want to stay here. So it's a place that I want to be for my future, right? It's a place that I want to stay here. Hopefully do my master and my PhD here, which would be great. Listen to some of you. They're all here for 10 plus years, and I want to be one of those, right? Now, the reality is, in my situation, I can't, right? We've talked about affordability, and we know it's a bit of a crisis right now. But I want to kind of tell you my story, right? Last year, I was given the opportunity to have first-year housing, live in Ponderosa, great building, and I loved it, right? Luckily, student loans got me through it. I did it. This year, not so lucky, right? I wasn't given the opportunity to live on campus. I had to find housing off of campus. And it's hard to do that when you're across the country, right? It's hard to go through all the forums and try to find how to actually get here, right? Where to live. Luckily, I found something, $1,300 a month, outside of my budget, couldn't afford it. But I'm like, I have to do something. Hopefully loans will get me through. That pulled through because there isn't enough housing here, and they got another offer for $1,500, and I got shafted, right? Luckily, some of my friends offered me a place to stay, crashing at their place right now. And paying rent, I'm paying for food, I'm paying for my studies. I can't afford it, right? I have $100 in my bank account right now. I didn't eat today because I can't afford it. I have to go home and go to sleep hungry, right? Tomorrow is gonna be the same thing. Eat a granola bar, go to school, study. Hopefully I can pay attention in class, right? So something that you guys should think about is that's not just me, right? They're talking about their students that are struggling with housing. Food insecurity is also a big thing that we didn't mention yet. I'm standing in front of you. I'm here because I had the time to show up. There's 60,000 students at UBC. Majority of them are doing the same thing, right? People come from all over the world coming here and experiencing the same thing, and they can't eat because they just can't afford it, right? So I urge you to, when you look at these plans, think about that. Think about me. Think about the person that has to go through this and can't eat because they just can't afford it, right? Now, housing aside, with this plan, my background's in sustainable urban development and design with a focus on transportation and biophilic design. And looking at the plan, great, it talked about biodiversity, it's amazing. But there are some things that we have to consider when we are moving forward with these plans. First thing I brought up, food insecurity, creating green spaces for that. And that does help with climate resilience, right? It acts as heat sinks, right? And carbon sequestering, I think that's the word. So using that to kind of combat our heating and cooling situation, right? We're putting in heat pumps, or we're thinking about putting in heat pumps in some of these buildings. I'm on that team, and Student Energy at UBC. I'm affiliated with them, and we're looking at creating some sort of pilot project for that. And instead of putting a Band-Aid on the situation, how about we create infrastructure, create these buildings, create green spaces which automatically combat the climate change issue that we're feeling, right? We feel it. Every year it's getting hotter, every year it's getting cooler, and that's not gonna change. It's gonna keep getting amplified. I see the time. It's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep getting worse. So if you can build our system, build our city in a way where we don't have to think about installing, like retrofitting buildings for heat pumps and storage, and sorry, not storage, but the heating and cooling, we've already solved half the problem, right? Now, don't have enough time, quick action items for you guys. If we can, in the plan, we can create a sort of, show how we're gonna be, how do you put this? We have the 3,300 beds that we're putting in. Hopefully, once you find funding, we can do that quickly and then move on to the next goal, right? But if we can kind of put down how much it's gonna cost for the 3,300, and then for 10,000, and then for 60,000, it kind of probably reassures us, like, yeah, you're actually looking for that in the future. Food insecurity, create more green spaces for community gardens. I put that in the plan. Don't have much time. Let me get to this last thing. And in the plan, could you create a sort of policy where you're looking at buildings and how you're going to be making sure that they are going to be green, right? Energy efficiency credentials, looking at environmental impact assessments, and also putting in the percentage for green cover and green spaces. Yes, enough time. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Got that? Okay, so the next speaker is number 61, Camille Kanji.
Monica.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Camille. I didn't mean to bump someone. Number 60, Monica Rudwalite. And apologies if I'm starting to mess up. It's getting late.
It's late for all of us. My name is Monica Rudwalite. Pretend you're in Transylvania or Lithuania.
Rudwalite.
Rudwalite.
Oh, Rudwalite.
There we go. So that's my name. I have lived here at UBC since 1997. My son grew up here. It's a wonderful community. He was lucky enough to go to UBC Childcare Services. I must say, when I got in, it did feel like I was winning the lottery because, again, it was such a scarce resource. When we first moved here, UBC was marketed as a university. So I think we're familiar with that if we're going back prior to year 2000. We love it here. I could really relate to some of the people who had spent time in Acadia Park because we knew them and we knew these families growing up. And it was a beautiful community where students with children were supported, where kids from all over the world and families were a part of a community. And what I'd like to think about that is that UBC was able to create a kind of magic with the community and diversity that it had. My bigger concerns now that UBC has grown, and I still think that magic exists, and I still think the diversity here is important, both culturally, linguistically, people from all over the world. This seems to be a fantastic place for that. But I have some very real concerns as a resident about the lack of governance here. I could relate to a lady that was speaking earlier when she said, when we were going through this process of feedback, that it often felt like I was talking into a survey platform, but not getting any feedback. And I thought to myself, many years ago, I received a telephone call from Land Use, and they wanted to ask us about basically what is now Westbrook land density, if we'd be willing to give up the quote-unquote UBC farm, they could create greater density. And I think every single person they talked to said absolutely. Any kind of green space that we can commit to, we want to keep it. And so I think everybody said, okay, animals, rabbits, chickens, fresh farm eggs, a facility where people could have hands-on learning, we'll keep that. And it seemed that it did create this high density issue. But my real concern is, can we keep on doing that? One of my biggest concerns is the lack of enforceability of so many things that go on in campus. I think Jen McCutcheon spoke to that as well. We have all these people, there's the UNA, there's UBC, and sometimes when things are happening with us here as residents or students or other people here on campus, our ability to go to someone and say there's a problem is not often a very direct connection. And I'm wondering, not rhetorically, but what are we going to do about this? And how do, not just my interests as a resident or my son who attends school here now at UBC, what do we do? And how do we go about having this dealt with? I can't tell you how many times there were different construction projects, and I can relate to the psychology prof who said, yeah, there was this big tower going up, and our kids couldn't sleep. And it started at 8 a.m., and it kept on going, and it was 6 days a week. We would have construction projects that were being implemented at 5 in the morning, and it was so frustrating to have to deal with a child and work and try and finish a thesis. I can't emphasize that enough. So what I really want to know is, what are you guys going to do to bring back the magic that we were able to experience, and how are you going to start making it more possible for us to have better understanding of how things can be regulated here, and not just feedback for the residents that live here, because you claim this is where we live, and the last time I checked, I paid a service levy. I've got a minute, 56 seconds. So my question is what are you going to do, and how is this supposed to be implemented if there's barely any enforcement, or if I constantly have to contact somebody in the various departments directly, because the UNA is already overwhelmed, and they just go, yeah, we'll get to it. And I'm sure they do, and I know they do. But it's really, really frustrating that there isn't better enforcement of some of the most basic rights, like when we can sleep into. I wanted to show people, excuse me, that this is the 2-page document right here, and this governs what the construction companies do when they come to UBC. And a lot of it is worded with things like, the applicant is responsible for. So my question is, you're kind of putting this in the hands of the applicant, and I'm kind of frustrated because it's like, we've had traffic issues, we've had a lot of dust and debris, it causes our plants to die, we have to replace them, there's poor traffic management, you've got vehicles rumbling around. When they built the National Soccer Development Center,
out of time.
I was told there wasn't going to be buses there. Don't worry, we're going to have the buses park over there. They never did. There's no enforcement. So my question is, how are you going to bring back the magic? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could maybe for clarification around bylaw enforcement, where the jurisdiction for bylaw enforcement falls. Well, I think in general the question is around how bylaws such as construction noise are enforced on campus.
Sure. So
Thank you.
UBC has a partnership with the University Neighborhoods Association. A number of the directors are here tonight. There's a contract between UBC and the UNA called the Neighbors Agreement that presents the authority for the UNA to pass bylaws in neighborhoods.
But what about UBC? You see, I know what the UNA bylaws are, and I can get a great little brochure on it, but what is UBC's responsibility to their structures here on campus in the neighborhood that I live in, where I've raised my son?
I'm not sure about the details of your neighborhood, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Because this doesn't tell me very much, and it's very underwhelming. So that's my question.
Thank you. So your point is taken. Appreciate the comments. No, that was Ishwarjiot. You made me have to say his difficult name again. Sorry for butchering it. I'm trying to say it correctly. That was Ishwarjiot Singh. Spoke was number 59. And then it was Monica. So number 61 is Camille Kanji. I did do a flip-flop there. So thanks, Camille, for your patience.
Cool. Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Camille Kanji. I'm a student. I'm a resident. I'm also the Vice President Academic and University Affairs of the Alma Mater Society at the UBC Vancouver campus that represents 60,000 plus students, including the thousands of residents in the university neighborhoods. Before I jump into my comments, I just do want to take the time to acknowledge all the work that has been put into the development of the land use plan and the years of robust and fair consultation that has gone into it, and I really do appreciate the work of the staff in that process. And despite people's feelings and sentiments regarding the outcomes, I do just want to acknowledge that there has been a very fair and comprehensive consultation process as somebody who's been involved in it from almost the beginning. Jumping into some more of the content, I really do want to say on behalf of the AMS, it's important that students are speaking for students. There is no other association, there are no other individuals or members that can speak on behalf of students as well as students can. And with the authority that sort of has been granted to me as an elected representative of students, I do want to, reflect how there is an endorsement of the UBC Land Use Plan's draft goal for at least 50% of the neighborhoods housing to be occupied by UBC students, faculty, and staff. However, we would like to see students prioritized in obtaining housing on campus and for students to exceed the minimum 25% full-time student population residing on campus as set out by the Land Use Plan draft. With 57% of students in the AMS's annual academic experience survey reporting facing financial hardship related to housing, we see that students are forced to move further and further away from campus and significantly increase commute times, affecting their physical, mental, and academic well-being. We do appreciate the reiteration of meeting the goals of the Housing Action Plan, however, and noted that this is separate from our consultation piece today regarding the land use plan, the AMS continues to ask for an increased pace in the construction of units for students and for significantly more than the currently planned 3,300 student beds to align with previous and projected student population growth rates. Seeing the university make commitments towards student housing is of course admirable, but seeing timely progress be made on these commitments and increased ambitions and targets is what we hope to see from a top 40 institution. We do align with calls for a 50-50 for rental to market developed housing to be a part of the land use plan's goals. We understand that would entail a higher cost for the university. Therefore, we additionally do support increased density than what is proposed to ensure that affordable housing is at the forefront of the land use plan, and affordability really does define much of what the AMS hopes to see as we continue forward. We are excited to see the university's commitment to a robust transportation system on campus with its commitment to continue to advocate for the SkyTrain to UBC until it is constructed and operating. With the expected increase of population in Metro Vancouver, the university's commitment to increase transit usage to and from campus, and the 99B line continuing to be the busiest bus line in North America, SkyTrain to UBC continues to prove itself to be a necessity rather than a luxury. We also do commend the university's commitment and support for the rapid bus transit lines along the 41st and 49th corridors connecting the campus to Metrotown. A SkyTrain station to be built in the southern side of the campus near the Westbrook neighborhoods, as well as exploring greater on-campus shuttle lines to provide students with greater accessibility to transportation to, from, and within the campus. And we look forward to continuing work collaboratively on these fronts in the coming years to improve transit accessibility for all students. We also do appreciate the continued support for the UPass program, which continues to benefit thousands of students across the institution. And finally, we do welcome the university's vision for urban, high-density housing, which would help solve the housing affordability crisis in a limited area of land to work with, that is the endowment lands. Overall, the AMS does welcome goals set out by the current draft of the land use plan, but will continue to expect that the university go above and beyond when it comes to affordable and greater housing on campus for students, and looks forward to working collaboratively on advocacy efforts for an accessible transportation network connecting the campus. Thank you.
Wow, that was very efficient. You packed a lot into a short amount of time. Thank you very much, Camille. Any questions or of clarification?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Hi, Camille. Thanks for your comments.
Did I hear this right? You were saying you actually are advocating for increased density, so more housing that's actually being created if it then increased 40% housing action plan to 50%? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, that's right. High density housing is definitely a major target for the AMS, especially because when you look at addressing the affordability crisis, there's no better way to do that than to make sure that the supply is there and to ensure that we are, approaching commitments that we hope to see accomplished.
Thank you. So the next next speaker is number 62, Carolyn Canfield.
Thanks very much. My name is Carolyn Canfield. I'm an adjunct professor and I teach in the Faculty of Medicine, and I live in the Chancellor neighborhood. I want to make some comments on process and then offer my perspective on the plan's content. I urge humility and planning for uncertainty, planning for unpredictability. It's the only sane approach to embrace the precautionary principle. Others have already spoken to the science behind this. I urge the Board of Governors to reject this plan and to send it back for major rethinking. It's not fit to represent what UBC can do and must do. It's deeply disappointing to me. It's a plan without a robust foundation. I know this is hard. There's no crystal ball. I've had plenty of experience in land use planning as a citizen, as a community member, and I worry here that difficult and challenging are being brushed aside as asking too much, or maybe asking or saying that it's too late. However, I'm sad about the planning staff engagement, that it replaces public discussion with the decision makers. It seems staff is used as a buffer between the public, the constituents, and those who hold power to decide. There's been lots of input, but being felt heard is not the same as having had impact on improving the plan. Having looked at the documentation that accompanies tonight's hearing, most of what was said tonight and has been said tonight is in there, but it apparently didn't affect the plan. The consultation hasn't. As Murray McCutcheon said earlier, decision makers should be here at this public hearing. I join his cynicism about process and about how it affects the plan's content, and others have spoken about that sense of betrayal of trust within the community, that there isn't a greater embrace of a more democratic access to decision makers. I'm aware of the challenges in planning, but I'm even more sad about the spin that's inherent in the project illustrations and descriptions. The land use bylaw looks like a plan from fantasy land in the 1960s, a dream-like park vision, but sadly, once the mistakes are made, they can't be undone. What haunts me is the gradual and inexorable degradation of those dreams into a reality. Where we see maximum, we know this will be fully built out. Then where are the flying squirrels? Market housing won't someday become student, faculty, and staff non-market housing if we've got it wrong now. I live in market housing on leasehold land. Often there are very few evening lights on. Is this residential use? Well, maybe occasionally. It's, one day for the guy from London. It's an illusion that it's residential use. It's hard to say that this is a community. I can't wave a wand to make it so. Once the land is sold, once the buildings are up, it's really up to private use decisions, maybe an attractive investment. The point is there are few means to correct reality to match the planning document's rosy vision from just 15 years ago. On leasehold land, there are even fewer tools, as we've heard about, by law enforcement and imposing regulations on what is privately owned land beyond the regulatory power of UBC campus. So I look at the slide behind you on the screen. This is the rear view mirror. I walk campus every day. I think we're missing 7 or 8 towers that are beginning to block the mountains from this perspective. They're already up, and I think there's some other towers that are their high buildings that are being planned. Now, I say high, this is, the 18-story max. So what a beautiful campus may be yesterday's. It may be built on nostalgia and illusion. So I don't see in the documentation the 39-story buildings. I see a ground level park-like appearance. We talked about environmental carrying capacity, the social carrying capacity, Bill Reese's ecological footprint, but putting assumptions driving these in place and then figuring out what the land use bylaw might be possible. Even then, if we can, should we build out to that capacity? So we have an illusion of nature-friendly streams and wetlands, but they've dried up and they're no longer operating in Westbrook and along University Boulevard, other kinds of environmental compensation. And I think that we lose the very values we say we're protecting because we're so engaged with the illustrations, with the imagination, what we think might be possible. So tonight you've heard unrelenting opposition to the land use bylaw as it exists now. None of the issues are surprises. All of the consultation input is there. I urge you to exercise hesitation and respect for the precautionary principle. I don't think this land use bylaw should go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions for Carolyn. The next speaker is number 63, Samar Devraj. Samar Devraj. Number 63, is Samar Devraj here? Okay, we will move on to number 64, Afonso Isa. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Afonso Isa. I am a fourth-year student at Vancouver School of Theology. And, well, I couldn't stay the whole meeting. I couldn't hear everything. But for 3 hours, I heard a lot of pain, a lot of frustration. I want to bring two things. So I need to acknowledge your bravery, courage. I know it's part of the process, it's expected that. But I saw the process last year, this listening patiently, consistently. It's real, and at the same time, it might be very painful for you to hear, after all this work, all this pain. But I guess we are all lucky, and I want to bring a little bit of hope, because that's real. This place, UBC, we are lucky for so brilliant minds being insistent of bringing more imagination. So, and I want to finish thinking with two data. One is more recent. I come from a medical background in medical education, and we are seeing a shift in medical education in the world. The medical college in China and Harvard decided, yeah, research is important, pedagogy is important, but now we need to go towards community-based education. So, and in the document, there is the community of communities. So I know that's part of our values, and I am very hopeful about tonight. I thought I would speak only tomorrow, maybe 5, 6 p.m., so I'm glad that we are so far now. And the last data is a text of inspiration that I want from my theological background, because I guess it's very insightful. There was happening a big disagreement in Greece, and And one teacher said, in your relationship with one another, have the same mindset as Christ Jesus. And I learned from Buddhist and Islam and multi-faith chaplaincy the value of equity, equality, caring for the poor. So let's move on. Jesus being in the very nature of God, so you are in a kind of position of God. You are in the position of power. It's real. You have a lot of power. Jesus did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness. And I share with a multi-faith and even atheist humanist that humans are very valued. And I appreciate that. So I want to encourage you to keep valuing humans. And I think it's very complicated, balance economics and social. We need to acknowledge that. But please, empty yourself and listen deeply the wisdom of especially the scholars, but also the students and the more vulnerable people. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you, Afonso. I'm not going to make any comments on that. Thank you, Afonso, for your comments. And number 65, Richard Watson, is next.
Yes, I want to identify myself. I am Richard Watson, the one who's supposed to be sitting in that chair there. But as the chair of the UNA intentionally decided that it was not the role of the chair to be part of that hearing committee because this is primarily a UBC, well, it is solely a UBC Board of Governors decision. So I'm just communicating that. I don't speak as Richard Watson, chair of the UNA. I speak as Richard Watson, resident of Hawthorne community that's lived there since 2006. I came to that community from Calgary because I was going back to school and because living close to the school was really important. We ended up staying because it's a beautiful community and it continues to be a beautiful community. Our family, my son, who's 14, has grown up here. And many of the people have talked about this, how it is a fantastic place to grow up in, to go to school, to be supported. This is why this community is important to me. It's affected my life. I'm concerned as a resident, I guess maybe I can say I'm a resident that doesn't have that strong connection to UBC other than I attended, graduated a Master of Theology. I don't work here anymore. There's reasons why I actually maybe represent that demographic that would buy into the market housing. I'm glad that we did at the time because it's benefited us as a family. But having said that, having lived here, I see the importance of affordability and accessibility being much more important than the market housing. And again, it feels like it's about the money. In other words, there's a certain amount that UBC needs to earn to do the things that they want to do. It's been spoken a lot tonight about how that priority needs to be shifted. And the planner from SCARP, he spoke brilliantly. If you take away the money and everything you're doing, you've done great planning, does the plan still make sense? And this is my one point I want to make, is I'm concerned that the constraint of density in order to get X number of market housing, in order to get X number of revenue, has skewed the whole thing. And I would encourage the board to look at this plan in light of the important factors which are expressed in the plan itself: sustainability, ecological, climate action, all these things. They are really important. But is it wise for the long term of the university to set a plan with this density, which may cut ourselves, even cut the housing, the open market housing, if this no longer is the beautiful place it is? And therefore, I just say, consider that again. Everything that's been said applies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Richard. Next speaker, number 66, Ethan Ogrodnichuk. And he's joining us via Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Hello. First off, thank you to the panel for partaking in this lengthy evening. I know it has been quite long for you. My name is Ethan Ogrodnichuk. I'm a 23-year-old UBC student and a campus resident. I have lived on the university campus for all 23 years of my life. I grew up and live in the first faculty and staff rental development here at UBC. UBC is my home. I would like to address two issues with the proposed 2050 plan: the issue of infrastructure and the question of where UBC's priorities truly lie. I have seen UBC grow into what it is today. I remember my mom driving me to elementary school every day in 2007, and gradually over the years, seeing more and more of the Pacific Spirit Forest along West 16th Avenue disappear to make room for commercial developments in what is now Westbrook Village. I have seen this campus grow from its humble beginnings to what it is today. But with this growth in population requires an increase in infrastructure, and therefore I am opposed to the plan as it currently stands. I remember when it was a 15-minute drive from campus to the far end of Southwest Marine Drive at the intersection of Granville Street. Since the school term started in September, it has consistently taken 45 minutes to complete the same drive. How will the university resolve this? They simply cannot. There is no room for road expansion along this street. The same phenomenon exists for other major arteries to campus: West 4th, West 10th, and West 16th. And before someone says that UBC is dedicated to working with TransLink on increasing transit options to and from campus, anyone who lives here knows that the majority of residents in Westbrook Village and those who will purchase the proposed developments do not take transit. They all drive cars. Looking at key infrastructures on campus, such as the hospital, it is already at its capacity limit. I broke my elbow last spring and waited 2 hours in line outside of urgent care waiting to get an x-ray and see a doctor. The hospital is outgrown and unable to serve the current population on campus, while at the same time trying to accommodate hospital overflow from the city of Vancouver. The plan does not address this issue. I also go shopping with my mom every weekend to get food at Save On Foods in Westbrook Village. It is also at its maximum capacity. This is not new. Residents have been dealing with long wait lines waiting to purchase their groceries in Westbrook Village for the past 5 years. The roads in and around campus are at capacity. The campus infrastructure is at capacity. The university is at capacity, and the 2050 plan neglects to adequately address how we will move forward in a sustainable manner. This is what life has become for residents at UBC over the past 20 years. Now, to question where UBC's priorities lie, I want to remind you of a neighborhood that used to exist on campus that few current residents will remember. Just over 10 years ago, there was a lively community just south of Acadia, nestled between the fire station and Acadia Park's Commons block. This was family housing for students. Hundreds of people lived in these townhomes, my friends and their families included. Roughly 10 years ago, it was discovered that these buildings had asbestos and had to be vacated and demolished. Students and their families were left to find new housing while completing their schooling, and there were few to no other options for affordable student housing. I had friends who I had known since the age of 2 who lived here. Some of them and their families were forced to move back to their home provinces because they could not afford to raise a family and complete their degrees at UBC. Today, you will see a vast green area sprinkled with the remnants of parking lots where these townhomes used to be. Most campus residents don't even know this area exists. But 10 years later, the long-term residents of UBC remember. We've heard countless points on how UBC's 2050 plan is what's best for the university, yet these Acadia townhomes, valuable, affordable housing for students and their families, remain unbuilt. It has been a decade, and UBC has done nothing with this land. On UBC's 2050 plan, this land is designated for commercial property, not for affordable student housing as it once was. In the original 2050 document plan, it also currently states that this land is vacant and does not designate it as previous student housing like it once was. UBC is lying. Though they could leave this land vacant long enough for residents to forget what once occupied this land,
Ethan,
the long-term residents
you only have
remember.
a few seconds.
Okay.
Sorry about
But
the
us,
lack of 1 minute
campus
warning.
residents, do not forget. UBC, you must do better. You have the opportunity to form the future legacy of this university. From a lifelong campus resident and UBC student, I suggest you choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ethan. Are there any questions? Thank you for joining us. The next speaker is number 67, Q67, Hester Mulhall. Is Hester in the audience? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Hester Mulhall. I'm a staff and I'm also a resident here at UBC. I currently work in human health research facilitation. I'm also a UK qualified veterinary surgeon, and I've also worked for quite a few years in public relations. And if you'll forgive the cheekiness of this comment, if you're a client of mine, I would be highlighting that there are significant EDI concerns with continuing this late into the evening. This is not a robust process if you silence voices by the time that you're continuing to, and respectfully, because I know it's very late for you all also. There are people with children, there are people with visible and invisible disabilities who cannot be here to talk right now because of the time this is continuing to. You're also asking people to put in almost a whole day of work at the end of their workday. And I'd also like to comment that not communicating your plans in advance isn't a great look. So I'm standing here in a position of privilege because I can speak at this time of the evening, albeit not as well as I might have earlier. I'm a firm believer in using tools from other professions. So when I looked at the proposals, I kind of went back to when I did my sustainability project as a veterinary student. I did specialise actually in agricultural sustainability in my final year of veterinary school. And I was particularly looking at beef and beef farming sustainably. And so I think we can bring tools from those professions, but also I hope that you would consult with some sustainability consultants who have a bit more expertise in this area as well going forward. And when I conducted my sustainability assessment of these beef herds, I was looking at the 3 E's, sometimes called the 3 pillars of sustainability, lots of different terms for them. We should be thinking about the environment, for sure, but also the ethics and the economical concerns with this proposal. I'm no expert, but there are clear environmental impacts with these plans. For starters, the water runoff by having significantly more concrete and less green space, the chemicals that run out of building materials, the impact on Pacific Spirit Park, and we've just heard from someone who's seen with their own eyes that shrink during their time living here, and the impact on nature, so plants and birds and so on. And as someone who moved here in December, my mind still boggles that I live somewhere that has hummingbirds. Like, the wildlife here is so amazing and so special, and we're so fortunate to see that on a day-to-day basis at UBC, and these current plans are just not considerate of that. From an ethical perspective, I ask, what about families who live here? What about students? We've had people who've very bravely shared the fact that at the moment, they can't afford to eat, let alone live here. It's terrible. This to me, and I'm not an economics expert, seems extremely short-term, short-sighted, and what's more, it leads to more unaffordable housing being built on campus where there's already lack of housing and much of it is unaffordable. I've moved here from the UK, and housing in the UK is not cheap. However, I could afford to own a home in the UK, and here, even though I'm working and my partner is working, I'm not in a position to afford a home, and I'm aware that I'm much more fortunate than many other people, and so I would like to acknowledge that. When I moved here, I was so excited by some of the sustainability and environmental initiatives. How cool to live somewhere where they're literally taking rainwater and filtering that, and they're using that for the swimming pool. I also noticed that we have some hydrogen fueling stations being built on campus. So there are kind of these visible signs that sustainability ought to be important, and then you kind of look at what's hidden behind that facade, and actually there seems to be a real lack of concern and consideration for sustainability, particularly in this proposal. And so I arrived here just under 12 months ago, excited about living here, and currently I feel very disappointed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Hester. The next speaker is number 68, Joshua Kim.
Hello everyone, my name is Joshua Kim. I'm the Interim Vice President External at the Alma Mater Society of UBC Vancouver. I know it's late, so I might keep mine a bit shorter than everyone else.
Appreciate it.
But I'm here to, first of all, I'll mostly be focusing on the transportation aspect because my portfolio focuses on transportation advocacy, and we really appreciate the transportation-specific goals that were mentioned in the land use plan. But I would also, first of all, like to say that the 3,300 student bed, like my colleague Camille has said, is the minimum. We expect way more student beds to be constructed in this campus to ensure that affordable housing is available for the students who are currently suffering from housing affordability crisis, as well as the expected increased growth in the population in the Metro Vancouver area, as well as the UBC campus. We also would like to again reiterate that the 50-50 rental to market valued housing is preferable, but although we understand that that might not be a possibility, so we would like to continue to support high density housing to be constructed on campus. Moving on to the more transportation side, knowing that car emission is the second highest GHG emission in Vancouver according to the City of Vancouver, and knowing the UBC's transportation plan expecting to see, I believe, at least 50% of transportation to and from the campus to be done by public transportation or active transportation, we really appreciate the mentions of, for example, the SkyTrain to UBC to be continued to be advocated for and supported by the university, and to really, we look forward to working with the university to advocate for the provincial and federal government for funding for the infrastructure. And also, we also appreciate the mentioning of the 41st and 49th Avenue corridor, knowing that how many students live in the Metro town and along that corridor. We really, and we've seen from the research that it's desperate to have this corridor, a bus rapid transit specific line to connect students to campus. As well, we also appreciate the the mentioning of the construction of the SkyTrain station in the southern side of the campus. That will ensure that students who are commuting to and from campus from the Westbrook area, for example, will be able to get to campus in a more efficient way than, for example, bus line 68. So I'll keep it short like I promised, so that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joshua. The next speaker is number 69, and they will be joining us electronically, Amanda Marcali. Hello, Amanda.
Great. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, we can all hear you. Thank you.
Okay,
Go
great,
ahead.
perfect. My name is Amanda Marcali. I'm a UBC student doing geography, sustainability, environment, and urban studies. Right now I'm in Toronto. It's almost 1 a.m. I did not come on with the intention of speaking, but rather just to listen, but I felt it was important to just add my voice and brief commentary, to the public record. So I chose UBC because of its reputation, but I feel that UBC now rests on its laurels. As a research university, there is no lack of research and papers. There's a lack of clear accountability from my perspective. No one seems to have the will to truly act on the research on biodiversity, sustainability, resilience, and housing affordability. It now seems to be an echo chamber. Bureaucracy, regulators, policies, and bylaws obscure the chain of command for residents and students. So it's making it hard to see where we can actually have meaningful change and meaningful input. Like one of the previous speakers had mentioned, it's not taking into account students with children, those with disabilities and invisible disabilities. So it seems to be still a very restricted process. The actual decision makers are not present to hear or bear witness. So faculty and students and potential faculty are reconsidering UBC as their destination. So the hard-earned reputation UBC has is not bulletproof. I lived in Acadia Park for almost 2 years, and it felt like a very intentional community. And in that 2 years, I heard no mention of the fact that maybe that it will be changing and there will be land taken away in the next 15 years. So this intentional community will now be eroded. So unless there's a shift where the decision makers are required to attend these public hearings more often, change will continue to be painstakingly slow. From my outside perspective, UBC will continue to erode the environment, and there will no longer be a world-class destination, but become yet another example of regulation over innovation. So those were just my brief thoughts at this late hour. That's all.
Thank you, Amanda, for your comments. Okay, so we have completed the list as it stands, but we will now call on each of the speakers who missed their turn, and including those that requested to be removed from the speakers list. And so we'll give everyone an opportunity that was absent or removed themselves from the list to speak. So I will run through those names one by one. Fei Sophie Wu, originally number 1 on the list. And I'm assuming if they're not here in the room, that they may have logged in via Zoom. Fei Sophie Wu. Last call for Fei Sophie Wu. The next presenter was Cindy Cito, number 2. Did Cindy Cito return? Cindy Cito. Working down the list. Number 14, Mohammed Javad Megrazi. Was absent. Mohammed Javad Megrazi. Mohammed Javad Megrazi. Next speaker that was absent is Neil Armitage, number 26. Neil Armitage. Last call for Neil Armitage. Following Neil, there is number 32, Kevin McKay. Is Kevin McKay online or in the room? Kevin McKay. 34, Stephen Koenig. Koenig? Stephen Koenig? No? Okay. Number 36, Andy Barron. Is Andy Barron here? Or online? Andy Barron? Number 48, Leisha Coop. Did Leisha Coop join us? Oh, now present. Ah, yes, sorry, the wrong color on my list here. Oh, good. Hal Bradbury. Thank you for joining us at this late hour.
Thanks for still being here. I'm Hal Bradbury. I'm faculty here, and I'm also a resident on campus. I just want to reiterate some of the other comments we've heard earlier on about the fact that the meeting is running this late. It's not good for you guys, it's not good for us. And the fact that the meeting was scheduled 4 till 6, and it's now 10 o'clock, is just really, it's challenging for everyone. And I think it could have been much clearly laid out on how this was going to work if we wanted to get all of the different voices that we really wanted to hear from. On into that, I think the first thing I want to talk about is, as we've heard a lot today, is about responsible and affordable housing. So we know that the 3,300 number that we've heard a lot and that is in the plan is a minimum estimate, but really we should be putting these commitments into this plan to say we've got to be providing more than this. 3,300 is not large enough as an increase when we have 60,000 students and we've only got 14,000 houses right now. I know that when I was a student, it was great that where I was, I could live at the university, and being able to get to lectures within 10 minutes or within 15 minutes walk of waking up was such a boon to my education, and really meant that I could contribute to my studies and really could go to lectures without having to worry about an hour to an hour and a half commute. I see some graduate students that I work with today who do these hour and a half commutes every day, or every day they can come in, and it really does affect their work. They can't be in the lab when they need to be. Like if something goes wrong on a machine and they have an hour and a half each way journey, it just doesn't work. They have to rely on someone else to sort a lab-based problem. So having your housing right near to where you work or where you study is so important. And I think for students, we really should be considering how much we can be giving them in terms of how much housing we can provide. And I really think that there's been lots of different comments about how much we should be providing. Anything up to 100% is what we should be going for. Like we really shouldn't be saying you have to, a large proportion of the student population has to live off campus. Now, also in terms of affordability of housing, it's also a problem for staff and faculty. So we know, I recently started here, and I know that for new faculty members and for potential incoming faculty members, we may never get to the point where we own a house. The increases in terms of our salaries quite often could actually tail off, as in terms of the increases in the rental prices and the housing prices in Vancouver. They've been rising between 8 to 9% in recent decades. And since 2017, we've seen a 50% increase in terms of house prices in Vancouver. Now, with these kind of increases and salaries, if anyone's got a 50% increase in the last 6 years, good job. But with these kind of increases and our salaries going up as they are, we're just never reaching the point where we have enough deposit to actually afford a home. And the university can really help with this by providing below market rate rental, which then gives you the security to start to build towards potential future home ownership, or if the below market rate rental is the right kind of value, it makes sense just to stay in it and be close to where you work. Now, Also, in terms of that, if you can be close to where you work, it's actually one of the best ways you can reduce your climate impact in terms of the climate change that we all know is happening. And if you don't have to commute, that really drops your total carbon budget. So that is just another aspect of why it's great to be close to where you work. I think as a final comment, I also want to bring up some of the climate and ecological concerns, thank you, that we've heard about today. And so we know that although there is language in talking about these ecological concerns within this plan, and I really appreciate that it's in there, there isn't concrete and measurable ways to see whether this is being followed. And in terms of the neighbourhood climate action plan, we really do need to hear what this is saying in order to see whether this campus vision is really going to work out. Like, we can't be setting this in place and saying, oh, we'll try and follow this thing that we're trying to come up with. We really need to let that be leading our development rather than following it. And I think I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Hal. I'll run through the remaining speakers who are absent. Leisha Koop, I had mentioned, I think, already. So the next one was Susan Van Gerp, number 54. Susan Van Gerp. Go to 70. I'm kidding. But I will run through the other names first, though. After Susan, there was Leslie Dukowski. Leslie Dukowski. Leslie Dukowski. Hannah Kimura, number 56. Hannah Kimura. Hannah Kimura. Number 58, Shane Hunt. Shane Hunt here? Shane Hunt. Going down to 63, Samar Devraj. Samar Devraj. So next, we do have another name added to the list, number 70, Jackson Slaney. Jackson Slaney is joining us online. Hi, Jackson.
Sorry for the camera quality. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Beautiful. I'll keep this pretty short and brief. I was not planning on speaking today, but I was attending in person, and I wanted to state probably reiterate some points that were made later this evening, but I wanted to come not with any stats, but I want to come from a student perspective coming towards this issue. And I think when we're talking about community engagement and talking about who's getting involved, who's making the decisions, I think it's challenging saying that, oh, we're doing engagement with the community, we're doing it with the students. How come someone like me who's not maybe affiliated with the AMS, but still a student of every day, is not hearing about this until we come together like this, and I'm having to share with my friends these details. And I feel like this engagement with students is not quite adequate for what the current plan is, because when we're going to be doing student housing and you're planning on only doing 33,000 beds, that's not sufficient, and we know that. And I think everybody's been clearly explaining that. And I think just from a student perspective and learning in some of my classes and learning about kind of critiquing a Vancouver model of unsustainability socially and environmentally, and how they're kind of focusing on a pro-growth model that's short-term, not long-term, it's kind of embarrassing being able to relate that to your school and sit there in class and be like, wow, my school is approaching the same way as the city is critiqued for their affordability issues and their lack of kind of local engagement. And like I said, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I wanted to make my point clear of coming from a student and a raw perspective of that. This doesn't seem sustainable to me. And I plan on being here for a long time. I want to pursue higher education. But if I can't afford that, I'm going to have to go elsewhere. And if I'm a student and wanting to engage in this learning community, and I'm hearing from scholars talking and how it's creating a recruitment issue, it's just unfortunate, because we want to foster a community that like prioritizes students and scholars, because that's the majority of the population here and our community members that have been here for a long time. So I'm not coming with any solutions right now, but I'm just coming from a student perspective. And yeah, just wanted to make my point clear of how we should be really looking into long-term models. Yeah, thank you for letting me be heard.
Thank you for sharing your opinion, Jackson. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Jackson. At this point, all the names on the speakers list for both in-person and online have been heard. I will ask staff to play any video submissions, and after we do have several video submissions. After the video submissions, I will do a final call for further speakers. So with that, I think if staff are able to play the videos one at a time, those that have not already spoken at this hearing. The first video is from Sonia Saki, who is a student and campus resident.
Hi, I'm Sonia Saki, a UBC graduate student. I'm a parent, and I'm also a longtime Acadia Park resident. I've actually lived at Acadia Park for 8 years, and I'm soon moving out. And then I recently heard about some of the uncertainty around Acadia, and I feel compelled to voice my concerns really about the future of Acadia and really its potential impact on future students and their families. Because in Acadia, we're families who are really striving to balance competing demands, you know, the demands of academics and parenting in really one of the world's most expensive cities, especially given, you know, UBC's location among some of the country's costliest neighborhoods. It isn't easy, but Acadia makes it possible. Acadia has been my affordable home throughout my graduate studies, and it's enabled me to pursue my academic dreams and support my family. It's been a crucial place for us, and it's really crucial to sustain an ample supply of affordable student housing for families. And the uncertainty of Acadia, where it's going to be located, deeply concerns me. Apart from the affordability, Acadia holds much more value. If you've experienced Acadia, if you've walked through Acadia, if you've had friends there, if you've had the good fortune of living there, you probably appreciate that unique sense of community that Acadia offers. You know, if you came to visit Acadia, you'd see children playing freely in the open spaces, in the green spaces. You'd see adults engaging in conversation because they're connecting in those common areas, in those green spaces, in those pedestrianized walkways. And this strong sense of community that the current configuration of Acadia offers, this togetherness, really define the place and the time that we are there. And I believe strongly that the physical layout builds this sense of community because it's naturally fostered. I'm deeply concerned about the loss of Acadia's potential loss of Acadia's current configuration. And I'm also deeply concerned about its future, or the uncertainty about its future location, and the building of towers where Acadia stands compromises its current setup. I guess personally, I arrived at Acadia years ago with a 2-year-old and an 8-month-old. And, you know, lots of people thought it was sort of an interesting decision to do that at that point. But I can unequivocally say that living in this community in its current configuration has been instrumental in me completing my studies and in the wellness of my family. And I know many friends who've experienced Acadia's benefits firsthand, and they share similar sentiments. We need Acadia in its current configuration to remain because it allows for communities to strengthen in its green spaces, its outdoor spaces, its pedestrianized and common spaces. And this takes space, not density, to sustain. Acadia is, truly a unique place that allows families to grow within a supportive community, facilitating connections and enabling parents to pursue their studies in a manageable environment. In essence, it's a place like no other. And its contribution to the university and the community is immeasurable. We need to protect it and protect it in its current configuration, because this allows for communities to strengthen in its green spaces. Its current configuration works, and I think we need to keep it that way. Thank you for listening.
So Sonia's was an audio, not a video. Thank you to Sonia. The second video is from Jeff Clune, who's a faculty member and campus resident.
Hello, my name is Jeff Clune. I'm a professor at UBC. I love this campus. I believe the current plan will ruin what makes this campus special, and I deeply, deeply ask you to not go through with it. Please stop building skyscrapers. Please stop building skyscrapers. Please stop building skyscrapers. I chose to come to UBC over offers from many top universities in the United States. A major reason I chose UBC is because of the natural beauty of this place. The mountains, the seas, and the forest. Every time a tall building goes up, we see less sky, fewer trees, and feel less sunshine on our faces. That will impact the happiness of the people here and our ability to recruit talent to the area. UBC seems committed to unsustainable growth. It's cutting down trees and eliminating green spaces to build towers that block the sky, mountains, trees, and sun. And for what? For money? We're ruining what makes this place special. We do not need more money. We need to preserve the amazing place we currently have. This campus is already less nice than when I arrived 2 years ago. Every tower that goes up starts with a gaping wound in the earth and ends as a scar we can never remove. The skyline should be of the majestic trees that surround us. Instead, we're turning it into a downtown Manhattan. I actually had an offer from an elite university in Manhattan, but I don't want to live, and many of us do not want to live, in shadow, in dust, in soot, and in noise. We want to live surrounded by natural beauty, which is what we already have. We just have to not ruin it. For many of us, Manhattan is stressful, it is noisy, it is polluted, it feels like Mordor. Instead, right now our campus feels like Eden, so please don't convert Eden into Mordor for money. I've traveled over 2 years of my life visiting 55 countries and 6 continents. One of the secrets that makes a place great, that makes a city great, is short buildings. Take Paris and Washington, D.C. They limit the height of their buildings so everyone can see the sky and see the sun. We have the ability to do the same. Please stop building skyscrapers. Don't convert this wonderful place into New York City. Please don't increase the height of the buildings. Please don't build more buildings. When I first arrived here, there were really nice places you could sit outside and people were warm and they were happy. It was an outdoor cafe setting. Now those exact places are currently in shadow and nobody wants to spend time out there because they're not as nice. I hear the argument made, if we have to build, it's better to build vertically than horizontally. But we don't have to build. We're already huge. Let's do better with our current footprint. We have aging buildings we can replace and make better. Other cities and universities want growth. Let's let people go there and let those places also turn into amazing places. We don't have to grow forever here. Places like MIT, Harvard, Stanford, Caltech, they are far smaller than UBC. They are not excellent despite being small. They're excellent because they are small. They can spend their energy on making everything better rather than endless growth. Think of a classic college town. What comes to mind? Tall trees on green lawns, old, gorgeous buildings that are only a few stories high, charming main streets with little shops. What does not come to mind? Campuses in downtown urban settings. I've returned to some of the great colleges that I visited decades ago, and they've put up skyscrapers on or near campus. And sadly, they've ruined the charm of those places. It's heartbreaking to see. We have the choice to choose another path. Please do not ruin what makes UBC one of the best places on earth and convert it to yet another urban wasteland. Recall the tale of the Lorax, the Dr. Seuss story. If you have not read that book recently, you owe it to your children, to everyone's children, to future generations, to the planet, and to considerations of your own legacy to reread that book. Do you really want your life's work to be ruining natural beauty and turning it into buildings for profit? Is that really what you wanted to do when you were a kid? Is it what you want to do now? Let's show the world what true leadership and sustainability and vision mean by rejecting the assumption that we should grow forever, and that instead, and rejecting the assumption that we should transform nature into concrete and into a city. What we have is great. The current plan would ruin it. Please, please do not turn our gorgeous setting into a city. Thank you.
There are 2 more videos remaining. The third video is from Sarah Benson Amram, who's a faculty member and campus resident.
Hello, my name is Sarah Benson Amram. I'm a faculty member at UBC, and I wanted to express some concerns about UBC's new land use plan. My major concerns include the proposed doubling of the UBC residential population to approximately 50,000 residents, and also concerns about increasing the allowable building heights up to potentially 39 stories. I am a resident on the UBC campus, and I am very worried about how we will be able to support such a large population of people. In particular, I'm also very concerned about the loss of green space. Already with so much new development, I can feel the green space basically slipping away, and it's already decreasing our quality of life living on campus, and I can only imagine how much worse that's going to get if these plans go through. Already, I think the proposal has a reduction of usable open space in neighborhoods to 0.5 hectares per 1,000 residents, which is below the recommendations of the World Health Organization. And I am also concerned about the fact that only 25% of the proposed housing will be below market rate housing for faculty, students, and staff. It's already very difficult for me to recruit students to UBC given the high cost of living here, and my current students are struggling to get by on their salaries. With the lack of federal increases in funding for science, compounded by the increases in cost of living, it's been very difficult for me to be able to add to my lab, to recruit and retain high quality graduate students. My current students are having to work side jobs in order to make rent, which is detracting from their ability to focus on their research and causing a lot of stress. They're also having to live quite far from campus, which then makes it difficult for them to become part of the community here and to be as engaged as they would like and to work on campus as frequently as they would like, given that they can't afford to live anywhere close by. I would really hope that UBC would be leading the way on providing ecologically sustainable and equitable nonprofit housing for our community members, and I'm worried that this plan is not set to do that. So thank you so much for hearing my concerns, and I look forward to hearing the results of this hearing.
And the last video presentation is from Sarah Stevens, who's also a faculty member.
Hello, my name is Sarah Stevens. I am speaking to you today from the traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Musqueam people. I'm an associate professor at UBC in the School of Architecture and Landscape Architecture and an urban and architectural historian with research expertise in the history of real estate development. I'm a member of the Vancouver Urbanarium Society, a registered charity organization that works to elevate discussion about city building through public debates, lectures, and competition, and whose programming is currently focused on housing affordability and climate change. I'm also a member of the Organizing Committee of Architects Against Housing Alienation, a group that is Canada's official representation to the Venice Architecture Biennale. Our current exhibition there presents visions for future housing in Canada that were created by teams of architects, activists, and advocates from all across the country. Our organization seeks to address the dual harms of colonialism and financialization in housing in the place now known as Canada. We believe that housing has lost its primary functions as connecting us to land, culture, and community. It now primarily exists as a financial instrument, bought and sold on the market, transformed into a commodity, hence our name, Architects Against Housing Alienation. The university's plan prioritizes privatizing development and funneling its land resources into private market development for the sake of enlarging the endowment. This means money has been chosen over people. The plan, as written, in my view, does not sufficiently address the challenge of climate change and housing affordability. We need more housing, but the problem is not so simple as more units at any price point. By building market rate housing and reserving a measly fraction for below market units, UBC chooses to accept the status quo that created this housing crisis, when in fact, it has the opportunity to meet its fiduciary responsibilities while addressing these challenges in forward-looking and pace-setting ways. As my colleague Patrick Condon has noted, among others, the housing could be entirely marked as affordable, as a percentage of household income, for students, for faculty, and for staff, which would meet the university's responsibilities to its own community. And secondarily, it could build housing that would be supportive in non-market housing. This plan could continue to serve the university's long-standing priority of leading on environmental action and surpass what has been done in meaningful ways. I'm in favor of more housing and more density, all affordable and measurable targets to address climate change. The plan as it stands currently does not do that, but I believe that this can be done. Thank you.
Okay, well, at this point, all names on the speakers list have been heard. I will now ask if there is anyone wishing to speak to come forward before closing the speakers list. I will ask 3 times. Calling once. Is there anyone remaining that would like to speak that has not yet been heard? Calling twice. Calling a 3rd and final time. Okay. Before we close tonight, I will ask Chris about the written submissions, if you could please provide a summary of the written submissions that have come in.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Until the conclusion of the hearing, we received 119 written submissions. We'll just have to go through them to confirm if there's any duplicates.
119 written submissions. So, hearing that there are no other further speakers, I will now declare the public hearing for the Land Use Plan amendment closed at 10:25 p.m. There will be no further submissions regarding the proposed land use plan amendments after this point in time. The public hearing record will be made available to the public as an attachment to a Board of Governors report on the public hearing, expected to be published a week before the next Board of Governors meeting, which is expected to be held on December 5th, 2023. And thank you all for attending and your participation tonight. Thank you. Have a good night.